Somebody divide 83 by 35 quickly.
What?
83 by 35.
83 by 35 is 2.37.
Perfect. Why is Darius trying to push like such a... Like, some people, man.
Any information on the compounds of the guys behind?
Iris is on hearts, that's all I can see.
Okay.
The agility that they actually have. Some of them are off the road though, down through the grass. They've already got a rear wing off, and it's been chaos in the background. There's a spin in front of the field. The BS Plus Zoom competition car has gotten free, but the rest of the GT3s have gotten caught up in it, and my goodness, it's a big accident. Further backwards, I think I saw a car flipping over and over again. What a disaster on the start for some of these GT3s.
Yeah, absolute carnage and chaos. Obviously good news for the BS Plus Zoom competition car in order to pick their way through the carnage, but that is not what you want to be seeing in the opening moments. There is the very damage-stricken car without a rear wing.
Code 80
that is
in
most
10
certainly
seconds.
not the way you want to start a race.
It's code 80 already. We've got no rear wing for the Arnage competition. Mercedes as well.
3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And so code 80 is now out on the circuit. There is the damage.
Something happened big behind the GTs or what?
It is. I think
so
Andres Aslan may have some
one of the
damage
last
as well
LMP2 spun in the SS.
28, but I couldn't be sure at the moment. Just trying to
then
scan
the
through these
GT3
cars at the moment and see if they have any damage. Don't think so. And I think the most damaged GT3 is
they're
certainly
not allowed
this
to
car.
serve penalties,
I think
right?
it was that this
Oh, no,
Mercedes
this
that
is
actually went
for
over
the guy
and
that
toppled
was
over
doing
entirely
laps,
on the
because
run
the
down the SS
automatic
that
ones
time.
aren't set yet.
Yeah, potentially so.
But yes, they are
and
not
of course
allowed to
Arnage
do them
looking
under
really
code
strong,
80.
obviously in their Virtual Endurance Championship campaign, but well, that is not the way they wanted to start things off. Looks more road car-esque now, so it's sort of going back to its roots and not looking more like a GT3 car anymore. But that is not going to be how it's going to be traveling very quick. I mean, the bracket is still there for a rear wing. It's just gone completely. So again, a shame because you could argue that it really wasn't their fault at all, just a passenger in someone else's incident. And with however many GT3 cars that we've got all running their way through the S's, the GT3 cars
Remember,
obviously a lot
cold
less
brakes where it
aerodynamically
goes
inclined,
back green.
a lot less
Should
able
be
in
a
order
couple
to
of
avoid
seconds
incidents
last cars now
easily. It's difficult
Yeah.
in the driver's seat
No
in order
worries.
to get yourself out of those situations. And well, unfortunately, now I've got to suffer with it for the next 393 laps.
I was very cautious because we're
Certainly
still
have.
leading. So.
A good afternoon to
I-
Tony
I
Jukic,
was
by the
even
way, in
too
the
early on
YouTube
the
chat,
code
who
80.
says that it's the most normal road Atlanta start. Well, you might be right there. It's a difficult circuit to get underway at, and unfortunately, we've not seen get underway particularly great on this occasion. Let's see who's down on pit lane further back. We've got so many cars down pit lane here. I can count 6 already, Zach. 3, 4 LMP2s, a couple of GT3s as well. Giancarlo Rossi for Tomelli ERT is also
Back
into the
to
pit lane
green in
as we
10
are
seconds.
set to get back under green again. It's been a good start for Race Clutch, and they'll get us back underway from the lead
5,
of this code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And we are back under green again at Road Atlanta. Opening lap, code 80 now complete.
Cold
the
breaks,
racing
nice
can
man.
get back
You were
underway
right.
again. Martin Mergley did hang on to second place there, by the way,
I
ahead of
managed to
Jurnej
mess it up.
Simoncic. And then further behind, everybody's gotten back under green again, and they're all going for it. What a dive that is from the Sebring car. It's Patrick Schindler who skates in on the brakes in the number 2, and he gets up into third place almost by accident.
Beautiful move indeed, and just picking his way through the carnage. Very nicely done. Jurnej Simoncic with the flash of headlights. Maybe he's not too happy with that move, but the best esports next few cars settling into 4th place. Looked to be a decent attempt from Christian McCall as well, just in behind in that number 19 machine, but nothing materialising as of yet. We're back underway firmly, but Tom Larkley very much in control in the opening moments, just trying to spread, sort of spread his ring, stretch his legs out in front, and get away from the ensuing carnage that you'd expect is going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long race. I said at the start it's going to be a very long race for everybody, but I didn't imagine that quite. Already got 3 of those cars who came in earlier out again. Seawolf Net Race, Team RTR and Arms Cyber are the 3 that have made it out immediately there. They're all LMP2s who got caught up in that. And we've also got a yellow flag, I'm afraid, in Sector 2 at the moment. Not sure who it's for. I think it's for the 15, LMP2 actually. Stavros Mercedes, actually, it may well be. He gets back going again. Don't think he's got any damage
Darius
from
is
that one,
also
but he
on
does
hards.
find himself back in the LMP2s. And immediately we're into traffic. Normally we speak about, 10 minutes or so, we get into the traffic and then the race goes on from there. But it's constant now. The LMP2s have found themselves in the GT3 traffic already because they're battling for overall places.
Yeah, they're having to carve their way through the field, and obviously with the less than ideal start, it's sort of exaggerated that effect more so. We had a couple of the LMP2 starting behind the GT3 field, so now they're having to pick their way through. Obviously all the GT3 cars are quite interested in battling with each other as well. You can see the McLaren and BMW fighting away as they go all the way to the inside the LMP2 cars. As there's 3 wide, that's not exactly too tidy. The McLaren on the right hand side keeping his footing quite nicely, gets the position. There goes the Sebring Ferrari as well, making the most of the carnage. And this is what we talk about when we talk about traffic. Yeah, it's never easy.
It is never easy. Daniele Canestrazzi is the one who's gained a place there. Yimi Nisler in the McLaren has held on for Satellite Racing. Diogo Silva is the BMW. Now you can see the difference though between the prototypes and the GT3s, and this prototype is going to want to get through before the S's, but not going to manage it. That's the Netrex number 28, the Netrex GP LMP2. That is, by the way. Currently running further down because of that incident earlier on. They were down pit lane, by the way. So these are overall places. It's Andres Aslan who's fighting for these places at the moment, making his way up to 28th overall in the number 28. But Nisler holds on to that position for the moment. 3rd place it is for Satellite Racing. But look at this. Yunus Rabio in a world of his own. And I said this at the time. He got away very lightly with the chaos that went on behind him.
He did, yeah. Of course, he obviously leading the way, managed to sort of get through that initial moment, and it was a chain reaction. It was one spin that then obviously catalysed a huge pile-up in behind. Thankfully for Rabo, he just got through it and then just sort of drove away, wasn't involved in any part of it because he missed that initial spark that caused the reaction. And now he is just flying out in front in a world of his own, and obviously giving himself the best foot going forwards, being in control. He can now sort of dictate things, take the initial part of this race at his own pace. He's not worried about damage or position or anything like that. He's in the lead, he's in a world of his own. He just has to settle into rhythm. Obviously it's far from over, but it's as far as starts go, to be 6.5 seconds clear in the opening 5 laps is definitely not too bad at all.
And in from the lead come Race Clutch. So this will be penalties being served early on here, and Race Clutch are one of them. Burst Esport another, with Jurnej Simoncic having to come into pit lane as well. So new leaders will be at Martin Mergley's number 18. That's Winchik Racing, of course, in the number 8. They were right up there, of course, in the opening round of the season. Throughout most of it, they were sort of lingering in those positions a little bit further back. Ended up finishing in 3rd after some good strategy towards the end, on a day where 5 drivers and 5 cars finished on the lead lap, which is quite unusual for a 6-hour race. Anywhere really, especially at Monza as well. Traffic is about to be a factor though. We've got the leaders right together, they're on your screen at the moment, but now traffic properly comes into play for the first time today. Not that it hasn't been an issue already, but it's going to be even more of an issue a little bit later on, as now they have to pass all of these GT3s, and there are a lot of them.
Yeah, good luck guys. Let's put it that way. Obviously, this is the normal traffic that we'd expect. Obviously, outside of any sort of other circumstances, this is the sort of the usual time that we would expect traffic to start to play a factor. And well, Martin Mergley is going to have to fight his way through it, and maybe hope for him sort of build that gap. Of course, that's why we saw the race clutch and burst esport car come in, because then that means they can delay going through this for longer. Of course, still serving their penalty, but running their way through the S's now. You can see Maguli climbing his way through. There is just a huge volume of GT3 cars, and a tight and twisty circuit like Road Atlanta, it is difficult to make those moves up easily.
It is. Down the S's they go, and Mergley has done well here early on. Now we'll see how it flashes the lights. You can't do that too many times, of course, in the VEC. You've got to be careful with that. Patrick Sindler getting caught up behind a few here, and he's really losing out as a result. A big dive down the inside from needsracing.com. That's Christian Mikel, who started
So
that
I
car,
guess
of
they will
course.
pit now. You will
Previous
get the
World champion
GTs.
himself in the top
Man,
category.
please.
He's closed in on Simframe Esports
I
once
know, I
again
see
as they
him.
all dive
Thank
for
you.
the GT3s.
Sorry.
That is dive for the slipstream, left and right. The hypercars, the Van Wolfs having to slalom their way through to the right and the left as well. Now down the inside of the Visceral car, I think that's Diogo Silva, who Schindler's just gone through on there, and that indicates that they have gotten through most of the field now. Silva was running inside the top 5 earlier. I think he's actually running 6th now, just behind one of the Black Hawk cars maybe. Not entirely sure, but yes, maybe a little bit further down than that actually. Now I say that, but yes, it's a difficult first run through traffic as Gold Racing come into the pit lane. Some others as well. The LMP2s are starting to serve their penalties as well.
Yeah, so it's just all action at this stage in the race, but you just got to make your way through and sort of just bed yourself in as calmly as possible. You can see Schindler and Mikel both picking their way through. I have to say, very impressed at the start that Christian Mikel is showcasing the opening moments. Of course, needsracing.com taking that jump up from where they were last season in the GTEs all the way up to the top 5 in the Le Mans Hypercar, and as it stands, their pace isn't too bad at all, considering they're chasing down with one of the championship contenders of last season, especially in the opening moments. So yeah, Christian Mikel really bedding himself quite nicely into that hypercar environment.
Yeah, and he's certainly made that change as well from some recent seasons where he's not obviously been in that category. Out towards the line again for Schindler as Mikel just closes in again and again. Now the traffic will become pretty much constant. I mean, the opening moments of this race have meant that the field has been spread apart so much. In fact, everybody, I think, has gotten back out onto the circuit again. Even Stan Prenzer, I just saw again in the Arnage car. I think that, yeah, there he is, in fact, on our screens at the moment in the Mercedes. Even that car has been able to get back out there on the circuit again. And I think they went over.
I lost it.
Barrel rolled a couple of times over the course of that run down the S's for the first time. So, yes.
Shit, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. This was not necessary. What am I doing?
That's something I noted from
All good, all
Monza,
good.
actually,
This is
Zach,
the
was the
car.
fact
No,
that
it's
we
not.
only actually
No,
had
it's
one
not. No, it's
retirement.
not. What did I do?
Virtualized by TX3
Calm down,
LMP2
calm down,
was
calm
the
down.
only retirement by the end. And
Calm
unfortunately,
down.
the Seawolf car actually never got to start. But even so, 2 out of 50 was a great record. And
This
but
call-
even
this
despite the
led Jimmy to
chaos
call
early on
Khalid.
here, we've started
I'm
well
sorry.
again.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, people are determined to get to the end. They know they're in for the long haul. They know that it's a mountain you have to
Have a
climb.
big
There are
gap
going to
there,
be
now
struggles along the
behind.
way. Obviously, for some, if they have the
Oh,
first little bit of
please tell
contact in
Jimmy.
the opening lap, they're like, nah, mate, not doing this anymore. But obviously, these guys, they know they've got to contend at the highest level. And in order to do that, especially over the course
Please
of the whole
tell
season,
Jimmy for
for
a code
season
80,
16, if
please.
they want to contend for a championship, they have to be in it all the way through, no matter
I cannot
what goes
control
their
the
way.
car.
Come on,
They
team
get into the
speak.
pit lane, they
Yeah,
stop
just
off the damage,
keep
as
driving
well,
slow.
some more damage happening here.
You soon
on
have the
LMP2s.
It's
hypercars coming.
the exit of the S is there. Oh no, and
Oh.
Androwski's off again. Down at
First
turn
the leader,
6.
then the
This
big
could
pack
be a
of the
code
rest of
80,
them.
the second of the day, because Timothée Androwski's in big trouble here for Ferrari. It is. I know it doesn't look like one, but it is the Scuderia Ferrari
am I
car
doing?
that was so close to winning the race, of course.
Calm
at
down,
Monza
it's a
at
long
points
race, mate.
last time
It's a
out,
long
4th
race.
place. They ended up. Androwski might well just get to the end of the lap here and finish off his lap, so I think he's going to be okay, but he's got no rear wing, and I hope nobody collects him over the course of the remainder of this lap. I think he is going to get to the end. By the way, Wojciech Polesny in the number 70 has now got to the lead in GT3. Despite the start to Venus Radio, it's all fallen apart really, because I think he had to serve a penalty. I'm presuming he had to serve a penalty throughout the opening moments of this race once again. So drama at the start here, and there he is, Rabio 4th place. in GT3 traffic already, in fact, but that's the second rear wing we've seen off the road again, and no code 80 this
So
time.
think about turning off the
thankfully,
engine
they
if
were
it's
able
really
to
low.
obviously get rid of the hazard they posed quite quickly and didn't pose a reason for a code 80. So obviously nice to see. We're going to take a look back at the chaos that ensued at the start. That's obviously one of the LMP2s going round, and then the GT3 is just going anywhere. There is the Arnage doing, what was it, two and a half rolls, bouncing off the barrier, thankfully landed on all fours to then obviously carry on again. So that obviously kept them nicely in the race, but well, it just goes to show how easily it can happen. It was a small mistake, but well, you can't get away with it at the start. If that happened maybe a couple of hours in, it's a solo mistake and you could probably get away with it, but you've got then obviously say 35 other cars all behind you trying to find their way through. Yeah, no, you're not coming out of that unscathed.
No, definitely not. So that was really unfortunate for everybody involved.
You use in order to avoid, you can't exactly slam on the brakes either, because that would have run the risk of someone behind him smashing into the back of him. It's just, you have to basically just close your eyes and hope that you get out of it, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Of course, back out on circuit and obviously running their course. To be fair to them, the fact that they are only 3 laps down on the next car isn't that bad, considering how big of a crash it was. And obviously, we still have 380. What was that? 381 laps left to go in this race. So still chance for them to score something out of this race. It just that they have to nail it from here on out.
So, I'm not sure if that's a new penalty being handed out to Tom Lartalou already, but it may well be. Race Clutch have already had a difficult start to this one because of their penalties.
Okay?
It was a stop and hold
60
and a drive-through for them to serve at the start of this race. So that's going to put them a long way back over the course of this race. Burst Eastport have got 2 drive-through penalties. BS Zoom Competition have got 3 drive-through penalties. They started on pole, of course, in GT3. That's going to send them a long way back. And as Cam Roger has just pushed a note to us and reminded us, Zach, it's a very short lap around here. You're going to lose a lot of track position. You're going to get caught up behind a lot of drivers you don't want to be. And you're in for a very difficult afternoon for some very important teams like Race Clutch, Burst, BS Plus Zoom, and the top 2 in the LMP2 Championship, I think both had a drive-through as well from the LMP2 results at Monza. So it's for those who did well last time, they're now going to be towards the back pretty much straight away.
Yeah, essentially, and obviously with those teams having to stop and hold 60,
LMPs,
obviously it's not the longest pit lane in the world here at Red Lantern, but it's going to cost
laps.
you a good 15-20 seconds just to drive through, plus the 20, so obviously the 60 seconds. A lap here, the last lap Martin Maguli set was at 1:08.4, so essentially if you've been given a penalty, you're losing anywhere between sort of half a lap and a lap, even more so, even more than a lap in some cases, so you are losing a lot of time. And when we've got what 50 cars out on track at the same time, yeah, you're losing a lot of time. And then obviously you've got a lot of cars in order to overtake. The shorter circuit means there's more cars per point of distance and back into the pit lane come Race Clutch again for their next penalty. Yeah, not the way they wanted to start things off here in Red Atlanta, despite the fact obviously they took pole and were looking quick.
How do you recover from
yeah,
this?
they've got a lot of work to do, let's put it that way.
They
Just
definitely
try.
have a lot of work to do over the course of this race.
I don't
So
think there's
into the pit
anything we
lane
can
they
do.
go.
If
Thomas
there was a
leading
strategy
in,
stunt that brings us 3 laps
LMP2,
further
by the way,
ahead,
that's the
we would have
Hyperion
started with that stunt.
esports
So.
car. There he is in the lead.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
2.8 seconds roughly
But
ahead
even
of
on the
Nicola
risky
Lemoine and
bits,
Luca
I don't think,
Martino,
you know,
who are battling, and they were side by
anything
side
like
very
triple
briefly
just
there.
drive and
Nicola
clean a
Lemoine
couple of
manages
hours
to
out of
hang
it.
on.
Yeah.
3 seconds is the gap now.
Points are
Don't
still
believe
important,
those
so
gaps
let's keep on
entirely. It's not a quarter of, it's just updating as they go over the line, so don't worry about that too much. As in fact, Russo just sets a new fastest lap of the race so far in LMP2. Luigi Russo in the 47, setting a fastest lap there on that lap. But VEC is now into the top 10. He's even past Lartilou, who's in the pit lane serving another penalty, which kind of underlines the point once more. But what a chaotic start to the race it has been so far. We haven't even had a chance really over the course of the first 15 laps to even focus on any battles. We've just been focusing on things going wrong for people, and hopefully that settles down, because we've got a very long way to go. 1,000 miles around here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a lot of miles, and yeah, a lot of laps as well. So hopefully it does settle down, because we can't spend that whole time focusing purely on the wrong. Let's obviously get some time to focus on the right. Like this little bit of a battle here between second and third. That's the on-off car and the armed cyber machine of Nicola Lemoine and Luca Martino fighting over second place in the LMP2s. Of course, Thomas VEC, as we've said, running away with things a little bit, showcasing some staggeringly quick pace ahead of the rest of the field early on. Of course, still a long way to go with pit strategies and things to sort of throw themselves into the mix, but the initial stint, the first get-go out of the gates, and well, as it stands, our current race leaders in all 3 classes looking to be in strong control. We've got the LMP2s lapping a couple of stragglers in the GT3 class as well, which means they are going to have to battle their way through. And when you've got close battles like this, it always opens the door for an opportunity, potentially the opportunity Martino needs to find his way into second.
Let's see, it's not going to be down towards turn 6 here. It's about staying close through this right-hander, as close as you can with the a fair amount of dirty air that you do get on the exit, but that corner is much more important. Turn 7, then you go through the gentle turn 8, which is not really a corner, and then the gentle right-hander at turn 9, which isn't one either. But this next braking zone certainly is. It's a serious one as well, and it could be an opportunity for Luca Martino to find his way down the inside of Nicola Lemoine. He's not quite close enough on this occasion. He stays behind. To be fair, at this stage in the race, I don't even know if focusing on these kind of battles is really what is necessary at this point, or whether it's about saving fuel, conserving yourself, and most of all, just surviving at this stage in the race, because it's a very long way around here, and a bit of fuel is, easy to save in terms of a lap of fuel. If it's going to be any circuit on this calendar this season, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, of course, you're also helped with a little bit of undulation. As you run your way through the S's, you can save a little bit by essentially just using gravity to do the work for you, or at least some of it. Obviously, then you've got the counter of that by then having to go up the hill and using more fuel then. But, chances are you can probably save a little bit more on the down than you use on the up. So, yeah, should be a little bit more easy to save some fuel around here. But again, as we spoke about, the attrition rates here at Road Atlanta are very, very high. So survival is key. To finish first you must finish, and for some, they haven't really gotten the gist of that statement in the opening moments. This is probably going to be a little bit of carnage. You can see just how many cars there are. We've got the overlap of all 3 classes, which is always the most dangerous part of the opening phase of the race. You can see Jene Simic having to carve his way through the inside. Yeah, it's just, when you have the overlap of all 3 classes, you've got too many things going on, and it's a very, very sketchy moment.
It is. Tony Lartilou is down in 23rd overall, by the way, and Jene Simic is finding his way through
How am
the
I
LMP2s right
compared
now
to the rest
as well.
of the field, like lap
so
time
they're
wise?
both laps down, but they are a lap apart as well, I think. Were they just on the circuit together there? I'm not entirely sure, but they
Like
are a long
half a
way
second
apart
faster.
at the moment.
Obviously,
By
it's
the way,
vague because of
we've had,
traffic,
an
but
incident, unfortunately,
you're definitely
for Yannick
gaining.
Place in the 73 Juices Motorsport Club. Nick Newcomb just informing us that apparently they got into contact with a van wall, and they dropped from 7th place in GT3 now to 13th, which is where they are, as all of the prototypes in the world seemingly find their way through on them at the moment. There's the dive, I think, from Martino as he makes his way, or tries to make his way through on Lemoine. He may well have done it. That was an opportunistic diving towards turn 6, but he may just have managed that, and he has. Will he be able to consolidate? Not sure, as they're 3 wide just up in front. It's hard to know which way to go for any of them right now. They will filter themselves through nicely on the way in towards the chicane, but Martino is through with a very opportunistic and very good move, actually, in the end.
Yeah, beautifully done, of course, making the most of the traffic, the carnage and the chaos. Let's take a look back as to what's happened on board with Martino. Just going in, he saw the gap, boom. That is,
really.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looks more like trying to not go into the back of Le Mans more than anything, but you know, he broke later, saw the gap, committed and went for it, so fair play. Whether he meant to do it or not, it was a good move nonetheless.
Yeah, it was. The yellow flag in Sector 1, unfortunately. I hope we don't see it on the way down here, but we might well do as we follow these guys. It looks like it's cleared itself up quite nicely, which is good to see. But there is the leader, by the way. Thomas Bach has not had a great run through the traffic on this occasion. And Luca Martino is even looking at a possible race lead at the moment. Slowing up there is back through the 6 and 7 section as one of the McLarens gets in the way. Oh, it's a big dive as well. A bit of a shoulder bar, so the McLaren's not going to be pleased about that. And now Luca Martino could have a chance in towards the chicane.
He might well do, and he might be looking to go for that race lead if he is in the slipstream enough. He's tucked up nicely, of course, and, well, is VEC going to be under any form of pressure? Is he going to go defensive at all? Looking to the inside, Martino, no stranger to going late on the brakes, but no advancements going into that final chicane, at least for now. VEC keeps the lead, but Martino's pace, it's scary in the opening moments.
It really is. And unfortunately, he's going to get caught up behind that BMW here, so that's going to just extend out for the next couple of moments. But what an opening we've seen to this race. 50 miles complete, by the way, of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Still a very long way to go here this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. It's only 12:30 here in the UK. 1:30, I suppose, in Central Europe. But yeah, only 50 miles complete. If we continue on at half an hour per 50 miles, then we are going to be here for, what, 10 hours? I can't see that happening. Cam actually, by the way, was doing a bit of calculation earlier on because obviously he's a member at Burst and they will have had to work these things out. He said that at very maximum speed, this race could be complete in 7 hours 20. Now, I find that pretty unlikely because of the amount of traffic we've got. We've already had a code 80. I can't see that being the last one. Yeah, we're still not sure about weather, although I do think it will stay dry. 7 hours 20 is probably an underestimate, really. But, you know, we could have seen a very short race. We can see a very long one, though. I remember one of the 1,000 miles of Indianapolis. I think it was the season we had LMP2s as the top class. So it would have been season 11 when we had that. And that was the last time we ran that race. That race nearly ran to 10 hours. So we could see a big vary of distances here in terms of time, because it is, of course, a lap-limited race, and I don't believe there is actually a time limit on it. It will literally go forever if no one wins.
Yeah, so, well, I'm sure there is a cut-off point where Jimmy Allison gets a bit tired and says, now, boys, let's just park it, right? We've done enough, all right? We can call it here. But, yeah, in theory, you can have as many code 80s as we like. We just have to, you know, just go until they cross the checkered flag. But, yeah, 7 hours 20 is a very, very ideal scenario. I think that is the cars running their perfect pace throughout the entirety of the 394 laps with no interruptions or anything like that along the way. It is just, you know, out there and drive all the way through without forgetting incidents and spins and lead changes and blah 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 blah. Probably looking, I'd say, more towards 8 hours. Is off the road there. Who's that that's cutting across 10A and 10B?
Sure. What was it? Was that Ferrari or further in front? I didn't see it myself, got to be honest, but not the last time we'll see that happen either, I would imagine. Still in the lead, by the way, is Martin Mergley at the very front of the field. Patrick Schindler still second, Christian Mikel, and then we have Moritz Mell for Go Team Racing, the LMP2 champions, of course. There is Mergley. Further back, Schindler is under a lot of pressure by Christian Mikel, and he doesn't give a lot of space there, does Mikel, and there's a flash of the lights from Simfrey, and I can understand why as well. A forceful overtake as NeedRacing.com get to second.
Yeah, controversially done from Christian Mikel, but the move's done, and now he's got to focus forward and try and build the gap if he can. Just get a bit of an advantage. Obviously, Schindler's not going to be too happy about it. Mikel's going to be saying it was fair game. But yeah, after a ton of pressure, Mikel finally finds his way through. Of course, Schindler, a little bit of a twitch going through the S's as he tries to pass one of the Porsches. Not the way, obviously, that you want to get things done, as he was right on the edge of grip. He's able to keep it under wraps and focus forward. You can just see how much, to be fair, I was going to say how much more pace Mikel has got, but in fairness to Schindler, he was stuck behind the Porsche for a little bit of that S, but already a 1.5 second gap being built by Mikel. Yeah, his pace isn't looking too bad. Maybe he can match or even catch Martin Maguli.
Let's see, Tony Mellor is looking to catch Roland Zux here, by the way, and he has done. for Seawolf Net Race. This was the car that couldn't take the start of the 6 hours of Monza as a result of, I think, internet problems for someone, although I could be mistaken about that. Mellor is trying to make his way through now on the Go Team. Roland Zooks just up in front as LMP2 reigning champions. They do have a car in LMP2, but unfortunately, I think, obviously I don't know this for sure, but it seems to me as if their best drivers are going for in the van walls, and the LMP2 team is maybe not quite as strong as the one that actually won the title last season. And with the opening to this racetrack, we've got a totally different look to the front of the LMP2 field. Team Irish won back in LMP2 last time, and Gold Racing Esports were second. They're miles away. Hyperion are the only one on the podium who are currently running on the podium places now again. Scuderia Ferrari Esports are way down after their crash, of course. Visceral Esports are fourth again after finishing fifth at Monza. So a couple of the cars have done two all right races.
In terms of lap time, what are the LMP2s doing?
Certainly not all of them.
Right now,
Hyperion,
because they
as I
should
mentioned,
be
are the only ones running on the podium right now who finished on the podium last time.
Yeah, it just goes to show that no matter what the results of the previous race are, going to the next one, things can drastically change.
Light timing isn't working properly.
I mean,
so
obviously we've had
some
some very peculiar circumstances to kickstart things in Road Atlanta that has shaken things up, but I think it is setting a precedent for what could be a very, very close, very competitive and very chaotic season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, to be fair, across all three categories, because it seems to be a consistent theme. And what have you found out?
I found out why Seawolf didn't take the start. I'm sure. I'm sure they did tell me this at Monza, but I've slept since then, so I can't remember.
That's
sorry. It was a PC crash. Sorry, not internet problems. Hence why they couldn't take the start.
Why is it Seawolf that always have issues at Monza? Do you remember a couple of seasons ago when they just completely, smashed into the pit wall or something like that? I can't remember the last time they had a decent start to Monza.
You won't be surprised to learn this, Zach, but no, I can't remember that. So
I don't know if that's you or them.
I'll take your word for that, because I don't know, in all honesty. But anyway, yes, it's not been a good start to the season, or it wasn't a good start to the season for them. Hopefully they can have a good one here. So far, they're running in 6th place in the Van Wall category. Thomas Frack still leads in LMP2. That's the fact we're focusing on at the moment. Luca Martino running second, then Nicola Limon. It's good to have a top 3 battle here early on in LMP2. I know the traffic has been spreading the field apart a lot, considering we're only half an hour in, but it's not done so in LMP2, not for the lead anyway.
No, not at the moment, and no complaints from us. To have 3 cars within a second of each other is definitely a success in my book. Of course, Visceral not a million miles away either, only about 2 and a bit seconds behind in 4th, so the more these guys fight, maybe we could sort of reel in more people in the opening phase of this race. Of course, it won't be too long until we're already having sort of our first round of scheduled pit stops, probably within the next sort of 10-15 minutes or so, that we'll see drivers coming in. But yeah, 3 cars all in a fight for the leads, but it depends obviously what their intentions are. Do they want to be running at the front, or do they want to sit behind, save some fuel? As we said, attrition is going to be very high. Saving tyres and saving fuel could be the name of the game, potentially even more so than track position.
So through the final corner for Martino, he's going to be slowed up there. Lemoine is going to get a good run and is going to shoot the gap round the outside through turn 1's going to be a long way though, and he can't manage that on the way in towards the corner, and so things will spread out there. Christian Mikel is under pressure from Patrick Schindler though in the van walls, or at least he was in towards the final chicane. That has sort of dissipated a little bit as they make their way over for another lap, but this fight is really helping Martin Mergley in the lead. The gap now nearly 9 seconds.
Yeah, it's a huge gap considering that we're only sort of 27 laps of the way through. It's sort of this time, sort of in the race at Monza, we still had a few cars not really separated by that much. So yeah, it's a very much the opposite of what we saw in Monza here in Road Atlanta in terms of the start. I mean, the start in Monza was a lot cleaner than we had at Road Atlanta, so that says, I suppose, all you need to know. But yeah, a great start from Maguli. He's taken this opportunity quite nicely to be sort of to get that race lead after the penalties and things, and now he's just running with it, trying to seize control in the opening moments of this race. But yeah, I don't think Schindler's too happy about that move that Christian Mikel made on him a couple laps ago, and would like to get a little bit of a counter-attack in and move his way up in a second. Of course, it's not helping necessarily either their races in the greater good side of things, with obviously, as we say, Maguli running away with it. But as it stands, it's given us a good little bit of action to watch, so I'm fair game.
By the way, Seawolf are very pleased that you brought up that them hitting the pit wall at Monza again.
You're welcome, guys. No worries.
So you're welcome for that, I suppose. Yellow flag in sector 2 at the moment. Going to presume that's through turn 5 again. Although I can't see anybody off the road for the moment, or can I? I can see a couple of GT3s off the road actually down there. Is it? Oh dear, there's all sorts going on back here. Oh dear me, there is someone off the road. It's Veltons from Scuderia Leone's off the road at turn 5. Can he get back going again? Has he even got a... Oh, he's got no rear wing again. Scuderia Leone with no rear wing, crabbing badly again as well. This is going to be a precarious trip back to pit lane.
It is. That is not a pretty car to drive at all. He's still got a long way to go.
How much
still
meters do you
about
have
half
now?
the circuit until he finds his way back into the pit lane.
50.
Of course, a lot of it
49.
is a straight line, so he should be
Okay,
able to
yeah,
stay
go
out
for
of
crew only, don't take tires.
10
It should be
seconds.
fine to double stint.
Kodakti again, second one of the day, only half an hour in.
5, 4, 3.
No.
2,
It will be gone
1,
before
Canadian Force.
you are
Where
there.
is the
And
car?
now, Zach, this one
I
is
think
very
it's
much more interesting than the one we saw
the
at the opening lap of the
60.
race, because who does come into
So
the
he's
pit
like,
lane?
I don't know, 300
find
meters
out
ahead.
in just a few moments' time. We've
Yeah,
got
we
one of the
shall see if
go-to
you-
cars,
Jimmy-
a
let me
number
check
of
actually.
LMP2s in,
Which car is it?
as well
Zach,
as need racing. Go on.
Position.
The
Position.
leader has
Posi-
gone past the pit lane, but
Well,
all the
overall
others
it is
haven't. So the
42.
leader, Martin
42.
Bergley, may well get
yeah, he's just-
completely
He's
screwed
right
over
ahead
by
of
this
you,
Kodak.
so
This is
I
exactly
don't
what can
think
happen.
just
Admittedly, Patrick
yeah,
Simpson
yeah.
has
It
will
decided
be
to
1
stay
or 2
out
seconds
anyway,
gate, just
but
stay
Moritz
on.
Mel and
No,
Christian
no,
Mikel are both
not
in.
worth it.
A lot
I'm
of
presuming that Bergley
people
didn't
are
have the
pitting,
chance.
so you'll regain
Yeah,
on
that
time
is
in
obviously
terms of
Exactly.
after them.
unfortunate
Stay on.
timing more than anything
Yeah.
for Maguli, which means he's got a long way round and he is going to lose a lot of time. Is it going to be enough time to obviously lose the lead on net pace? We don't know, but what we do know is that is not a help at all. I mean, it's one thing for sort of Schindler to be given the choice and to say no, but to not be given the choice at all is very much less than ideal for Martin Maguli. Maybe he wouldn't even come in anyway if he had, but yeah, that is a very unfortunate timing and could well have sort of a stake to play in the opening phase of this race.
Most of the LMP2 leaders didn't get chance
Back
either.
to green in 10.
So we'll be going back to green in a
5,
couple of moments.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And green flag waves again, just as Christian Mikel makes his way back onto the circuit. So needracing.com timed that almost absolutely perfectly. LMP2 didn't have the chance to come into pit lane, but Thomas Vack has not really had a good time through the Code 80 anyway. And now through, or at least trying to go through, is Luca Martino. It's Lemoine who's making the moves though. Down the inside, that was close. On the way in towards the chicane, not quite been able to make that move though, as they make their way up the hill here. We're not actually far away from scheduled pit stops for the LMP2s, by the way, as we're nearly 40 minutes into this one to we approach that 30 in this race. But Thomas Vack still holds the lead, despite not having that chance to come into pit lane. I think 8th on backwards in LMP2 did have the chance.
Yeah, they all took the opportunity with open arms, came in, took their stop, and are now on the pursuit. Obviously, it keeps them a little bit off sequence, so they're going to be hoping over the course of the rest of the race to bring it back on, but so close. Look at the three, nose to tail as they queue up behind the Porsche. Still, it's Vac from Martino and then Nicholas Lemoine, but all over the rear end of him is Luca Martino. He loves the move into turn 6. Is it going to materialise on this occasion? No, it's not, but it's all about that setup, as unfortunately Lemoine has got the short end of the stick.
He has, and he's going to have to get on with that and try and catch in again. But I think Martino's just going to stay behind once again. He has done throughout most of this race so far, just sticking behind, waiting for his moment. Vac seems pretty strong in a straight line as well. His exit off turn 6 there was or turn 7 I should say, was very good. And his straight line speed is pretty good as well. So Martino can't get anywhere near. Let's have a little look at what happened to Ruben Carrera Alves. Well, so it's not Carrera Alves, was it? It was Veltons. Oh my goodness me. Someone was up on their side in front of Veltons. That was especially bizarre.
Yeah, very, very bizarre indeed. Well, you just have to say your heart goes out to Velton more than anything, because not even Spider-Man is going to be able to react to that.
Another
you
wing.
You can't. Unless you're already on the left-hand side, you're not getting through that cleanly. He rose up over the crest and then was faced with the underfloor of another car, which is a shame. I think we're going to take a look as to what happened initially. The car lifts up. Oh, wow,
That's
that is
odd.
interesting. Yeah.
Holy
It's Liam Rance in the satellite
I
racing
almost
car
got
that
taken
could
out.
not do anything. He was actually completely on it. Oh, and he's going to get
Anything
tipped
we
over,
should
but
note?
straight
Or
into
was
the
it someone's
path of
fault, or-
Beltons. And a
somebody
couple of
rejoined
Porsches there got very
unsafely
lucky and got away with that one.
into
So
turn one.
they'll
Don't
be
know who it
very
was. It
pleased
was an
about
LMP2.
that. By the
What
way,
lap is
Carlos
it?
Basto for
It is
Romano
probably
Motorsport in LMP2
27.
seems to be out of the race, and I don't know
Lap
why,
27, 21.
especially for the moment. Hopefully we'll get word on
Copy.
that before
Stay
too
safe,
long.
stay safe.
But Basto seems to be out the race. And by the way, virtual drives by TX Freeze, LMP2 also seems to be out the race. We're suspecting for not serving penalties, but we have no idea really, as Luca Martino comes into the pit lane to serve his first pit stop of the day from second.
Yeah, he'll be coming in, points himself weirdly in his pit box, but yeah, maybe just trying to go for a bit of an undercut, come in earlier, get some fresh tyres on him, and then obviously go again. Something I have noticed, however, is the gap for the lead is a lot lower than it was a couple of moments ago. So Matt Maguli and Patrick Schindler only separated by about 1.3 seconds apiece. What's happened to the Winchick Racing team?
What has happened to them? Well, their last lap was on schedule. It was a 1:09.4. It was a tenth slower than Schindler, but that's not going to bring down a 9-second gap in a lap or two. It's really going down, isn't it? He still can't get past this Netrex LMP2, one of those that's running quite a long way down at the moment. I think this would be the 28 car, I would imagine. Although it's got back to the field again, to be fair. Back in the top 10 even, very nearly. But Mercury's been really slowed up by that. They're weaving either side of LMP2 and GT3 traffic. They've made their way through now, but Schindler's right on the back of Mergley, and yeah, it doesn't seem to be any real reason why.
And he's checked out from his battle with Christian McKellar. It wasn't a million years ago that he was sort of fighting with him in that fight for second.
Don't forget that Mikel came into the pit lane under the code 80, so that would be why. But the gap, you know, it's only worked out like that in your head because the gap's only 16, 17 seconds. He's made a pit stop, but normally that's not enough, and that just shows the advantage of getting into the pit lane under the code 80.
It does, yeah. Obviously, everyone else is going essentially pit lane speed while you're in the pit lane. So the advantage that they have out on track is the time that you're actually spent stationary, you know, in essence, sort of getting an advantage. So if, by changing your tyres, filling up your fuel and things like that. So essentially, it is a free pit stop because you're not losing any time stationary, and then the time that you do lose relative to those out on track is spent bettering yourself for the next stint. So yeah, it is essentially a free pit stop. So yeah, beneficial for those that were able to take it. But as I say, it does put them a couple laps off sequence. But I suppose the benefits of essentially what is a free pit stop outweigh that of being a lap or two off sequence, which over the course of the next 361 laps, you should be able to mitigate no problem.
Darius Andre is not far in front of the car behind of Stan Vletstra at the moment. Darius Andre, of course, Gold Racing Esports driver now, not Visceral Esports any longer. Of course, we probably commented on that throughout the opening round of the season, but even so, they're now running back inside the top 5 again. And they did make a pit stop, I think, as well under that code 80. So that's why they're gaining so much. And they're ahead of Luca Martino. So I wonder whether they're actually going to be in the lead of this race, maybe, when this all shakes out, because they were the first car to come down pit lane in LMP2.
Yeah, they were. Themselves and Go Team were the ones that initially pressed the button and found themselves in the pit lane. So it could be very strong for Darius Andre if he's able to obviously keep that pace up. And we'll just have to wait and see in a couple laps' time when the rest of the LMP2s make their way into the pit lane. Luca Martino, though, for Cyber, caught up in a little bit of GT3 traffic, is just finding his way through and sort of bedding himself back in for his next stint. He would obviously like to find his way through. But the interesting thing, obviously, Darius Andre came under code 80, so that sort of answers the question I haven't even asked yet in regards to why is the gap between Martino and Andre so big. But even then, what is it, 23 and a bit seconds, maybe even 24 seconds? That's surely Andre didn't gain that much by being under code 80.
Well, there may be a discrepancy in what they actually did in pit lane as well. Speaking to Cam earlier, actually, about LMP2s taking 2 tyres maybe around here because it's quite heavy on the left-hand side. Is that going to be possible? It does save you quite a lot of time, but then would you ever expect any tyres to be changed in LMP2 after one stint only? Not conventionally, so we're going to have to get some answers on that. But, you know, I can believe it, to be honest, because look at the gap that Christian Mikel has got to the lead already. He's only just over 20 seconds away, and he will have taken on a full tank of fuel surely in that length of time. It's just the difference you get between code 80, which is obviously 80 kilometers an hour, and the average speed around Road Atlanta, which is well, I don't actually know, but it's got to be more than twice a code 80. So you just must lose a lot of time, I suppose, as virtual drivers by TX3 actually do re-emerge from the pit lane, albeit many laps down.
Yeah, of course, not having the best of starts by any stretch of the imagination that they would have wanted to do. Obviously, a very strong outfit, virtual drivers by TX3. They've been having a lot of success in sim racing recently, but yeah, of course, their success at Road Atlanta today, not so much in the opening phase initially. Wojtek Polesny leading the way in GT3s after getting it back from BS Plus Zoom competition. Obviously, following the BMW's penalties, Wojtek Polesny has been able to sort of just control the race. It's been a quiet time in GT3 since the sort of opening couple laps or so, because it's really settled down. Naturally so, because there's just been such a big discrepancy in where the GT3s are following that early lap chaos. But Wojtek Polesny, he's not looked back since.
Yeah, he's just pushed on from here and still leads in GT3. In second, it's Ewan Isler of Satellite Racing. He comes over the crest of the hill. Then it's Mark Veit in the 91. That's Blackhawk Racing in their Aston Martin. Then it's Fistrol Esports in fourth, and running up the top five is Jan Venninger in the number 77 Understeer United car. That's a good early start for them in the green and black Ferrari. So they've had a good start. At the front of the field, Martin Mergley still leads as we approach 100 miles of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. We're just over 45 minutes into this one, and we've got a yellow flag, unfortunately, in the first sector. Again, wonder whether it's on the run down the hill or just on the exit of that. Can't quite see for the moment, and it just looked like whoever was stuck is no longer, and they are able to push on once again. But we've seen a lot of yellow flags so far in this race, unfortunately. It's been a very difficult start to the race for many, but thankfully it's just began to settle down. 45 minutes in, and they've flown by, really.
They have done, yeah. It's gone quite quick, because I guess sort of the first 10 minutes were just spent looking at incidents, and the next 10 minutes were sort of just filling, really. And though we were sort of kept on our toes with action and things, everyone's been nice and close. So yeah, we've had quite a lot of time just killed by looking at incidents and talking about said incidents for quite some time. So yeah, it's just been a very chaotic start. It's made the time flow by, but now obviously we're settling in a little bit. We're in for the long haul. Yanis Simičić as well, very much in for the long haul, as he is in pursuit, obviously, of climbing his way back through the field, following a penalty early on. The Versi Sports Next View car would like to make the most of today after they very narrowly missed out on the win.
Left timing still broken.
Last time at Monza, we were able to pick up second place, which is not a bad start to this season at all. But then going into the next race with the penalty, not what you want to see. But then again, to be, what is that, only 16 seconds off the podium as it stands, despite the penalties.
Well, it's not perfect.
I believe they were pit stop though. Do they? Maybe not actually.
What are others doing?
I'm not entirely sure whether they came in or not.
LMP2 lap time last lap clean air was 10.2.
Anyway, they are running all right
but
for the
most
moment.
of them are the laps
penalty.
because
No, they
of
haven't been in. Okay, we'll check in with them once they have been, as we've got another yellow flag, I'm afraid, in sector 1. Wonder if that's at turn 3 again. Oh, sorry, not turn 3. At what would it be? Turn 5 on the exit of the S's, but evidently not. It's been cleared anyway, so that's all fine. Yeah, Simičić up into the top 5. Just wait to hit through this left-hander if anybody's off the road. Doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone seems to be fine. So that's all good. We're about 100 miles into this race, though. It's been an interesting one so far, about 10% of the way through, and it's been a decent pace actually, considering what we've had so far. 45 minutes for 100 miles. I don't know what that means for the overall race distance. To be honest, don't make me do that maths.
For 50 minutes is how long?
I do not know. But 45.
7.5.
Yeah. 7.5. Okay, it seems about right, really. And of course, the traffic's going to get easier as the day goes on, because you presume that people will retire from this race as well. So it's been a decent pace actually that we've gone with to start this one. And we are certainly going to break the record for the time around here. I normally speak about distance records in VEC races, but it's more of a time record here. I think the time spent to win that race back in season 5, 11 years ago, was what, 8 hours 25 or something along those lines? It was 2012, by the way. Yeah, 8 hours 25:59. I have a feeling we might beat that, but then again, back in those days, we did only have the LMP2s and there wasn't the LMP1 category yet.
Yeah, that is fair enough. So, but then again, you know, the Le Mans high cars aren't that much quicker than the LMP2s now. Obviously,
Yeah,
there's
but
only a couple of seconds difference.
It's a decade of development
That
there,
is
isn't
true.
it, in
That is true.
LMP2?
10-year-old LMP2s. So yeah, fair enough. We might be able to smash that out of the park. I suppose it does depend, because in the first 40 laps, we've already had 2 Code 80s, and if we continue that sort of trajectory for the next, well, let's just round up to 400 laps. That's going to be what, 20 Code 80s over the course of the race. Obviously, that's a big extrapolation and definitely probably not what's going to happen. But just taking it as what we've had in the first 40 minutes, yeah, it's going to be a longer race forced, I suppose, more than capabilities.
Adam Taylor's gone very wide there for Monaco, I'm afraid, through turn 5, and he'll give over that place to Understeer United. We've had LMP2 pit stops, by the way, that we can run through a little bit. Darius Andre now leads in the Gold Racing Esports car. They, of course, were the big challengers for the race win in the opening round of the season. They lost out to Team Iris in the end, but they do lead now ahead of the 35 at Stanville Extra. It is, that's the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. Then there's Luca Martino, who got ahead of Le Mans.
What position am I in class? Are we top 15
who
at
is
least?
behind them both by a good few seconds at the end of that pit stop phase.
P16.
So big gaps between those who pitted on the
Yikes.
Code 80 and those who didn't.
Yeah, obviously it's paid quite well to those that had the opportunity. Obviously, for some it was a choice, for others it was forced to stay out. But obviously those that had the option and did take the option to come in a couple of laps early have reaped the rewards of it. Darius Andre leading the way for Gold Racing Esports, and understandably a very, very gold livery. Looking very striking, can't miss them at all. And well, their pace right now could be very, very strong over the next couple of laps. Obviously, they've got themselves into this position, which is, I suppose, the easy bit. Now the hard bit comes of trying to keep it.
Yeah, it's a difficult task, that in itself. And by the way, I said that we didn't have LMP1s yet back when we last drove or did this race. That's kind of a lie. We had LMP, in fact that was season 5 was the only season in 8 seasons between season 3 and 10 where we didn't have the LMP1s on the grid, in fact. So an unusual season, I guess, in that respect. Back in 2012, it would have been 11 years ago, would have been the early part of or earliest part of season 5 in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And back then we didn't really have 24-hour racing yet either. The season ended that season with 12 hours at Le Mans. First 24-hour was to come next season in season 6. But anyway, that's a bit of history, VC history for you for the day. That 42 then of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and it's Darius Andre leading in LMP2. In the overall, Martin Mergley still out there leading the way, and of course the hypercars these days, the top category, can go quite a long way on fuel, and so they're still out there on the road at the moment. Luca Martino, though, is about to be overtaken by one of the, or about to be unlapped by someone. Or is he about to put a lap on? He's putting a lap on someone, excuse me. They're in LMP2. Lots of them are a long way back at this stage in the race, and that is one of them. The number 50, it looked like John Davies is the driver who just put a lap on there for Undercover Rain there. Only 11th, but already going a lap down, speaking to just how short these laps are.
Yeah, of course, the quickest lap set by Tom Lartley was only 1 minute 6.9, which is a very, very quick lap time. Of course, naturally so at a shorter circuit like Road Atlanta. But yeah, they do come thick and fast. Obviously, the pit stop times effectively do stay the same. You're spending the same amount of time spent stationary, so yeah, you're losing near on a lap and a bit probably per pit stop, maybe a little bit less, sometimes maybe a little bit more, depending obviously what service you do at the pit stop phase. Rolling Zoots for Go Team Racing are trying to work their way forward. They've got Seawolf Net Racer and Tony Mellor just ahead of them in that fight for 7th. Through themselves, they're trying to fight away with the sister Go Team car. Of course, they always come in twos to Go Teams, it seems. And well, Tony Mellor is sandwiched between the two of them.
And he's going to be sandwiching himself here as he goes free wide through the middle, tries to overtake one of the Go Team cars, can't do it for the moment in towards turn 1, and now they're going to be very slow on the way through the S's. This could be an early time for that Mercedes. The Go Team
Take
car
one
will
track.
slide its way down the inside and make its way through. It's the Tumeli ERT Mercedes, in fact, that got caught up, of course, with the Arnage competition Mercedes as well on lap 1, if you remember. With that LMP2 that was stuck in the middle of the road,
LMP2.
sort of
Yeah.
slowed up Tony
To the
Mellor, and now
leader.
the other Go Team car is going to try and overtake him.
he's
So
been
it's a
close.
bit of a nightmare as he's looking forwards and backwards
I
at the
just
same
saw it
time
when I
to
passed
try and
him.
hold
The
on to a
live
place
time
and
is-
take one as well.
Yeah,
That's
that is
short,
the sort of the most least ideal situation that you can be in as a racing driver, looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Even worse when you're fighting with teammates that can support each other as well.
Oh.
Going into the chicane, and oh my goodness me, Roland Zutz taking to the grass in order to find the inside line into the chicane. It's Tony Mellor that chucks the move back to the inside of the right, and
Oh,
it's
no.
contact, and he's sent sideways. He couldn't quite catch it. He's round, he's in the grass, and well, he's not sandwiched anymore.
No, he's around instead, I'm afraid. Flat pancakes, unfortunately, at the
Boom.
end. Not really. But he makes his way back out the gravel again and rejoins. I mean, difficult one to call that, actually. I thought that the Go Team car was squeezing quite hard with Tony Mellor there, but then he did just seem to drift into the side, almost as if he was understeering into the side of the Go Team car, to be honest. He didn't actually look like he was trying to drift out wide there, but just looked like he couldn't turn from the off-board cameras.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, there was not a lot of space to begin with, but
Is Darius in
enough
the
to make
lead?
it work. I think you're right. There was a little bit of understeer from Mellor, washing wide, and then obviously caught the
Yes, I
the
believe they
side
topped
of,
off.
of Roland Zutz's
And
car.
the second
and
for
that
Daytona.
unfortunately tagged him around. Initially, he did try to
that's
slow
why
it
they're
down
going a
and
bit longer
save
now.
it. It was quite an
I
anticlimactic
see,
spin, in
okay.
fairness, because it took so long to happen. It was just, is he going to save it? No, he's not. And then he got to that point of no return, and he just continued to go around. So maybe not a flat pancake, probably a donut is more accurate in that regard. And well, there we go. Tony Mellor unfortunately falling back to 8th place, as he's got a long way to go to reconvene with his Go Team rivals.
He has. Dennis Dooner is the next car behind him, by the way. Already a lap down to the leader for sim racing for Holland. Not in their traditional livery this season. Tom Lartalou is next in the Racecrux car, and that's your 10 Van Walls. They're a lap down. And this is going to be a long road of recovery here for Racecrux. They're already a quarter of a minute behind the next car even. And this is the difficulty with their season. In the end, I mean, you were doing the finale at Le Mans, Zach. In the end, it didn't seem to be too much pressure on Racecrux, really, because their championship lead was in hand.
They have
And
3
at Le
more
Mans, they
laps, by the
seemed
way.
okay, but it's this early point in the season where you do wonder, or I was wondering last season, do they have the experience in the Virtual Endurance Championship to take a title? Do the likes of Colin Spork have enough experience? I know he's won the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, but he only did that during last season, and he's still a very young driver. Can he lead that team to closing out a championship? In the end, the answer was yes, but it's these points in the season where I begin to wonder, because Racecrux often find themselves in this position of having lots of penalties at the start and having to fight their way through the order.
Yeah, you have to sort of ask the question, how many times can they get away with just out-driving the penalties as such? But then I always think back to the 12 Hours of Daytona last season, coming close to a year for that race now. I think it happened sort of early on in 2023. But anyway, it was a very good race, and one I think Racecrux did demonstrate their a lot of experience packed into not a lot of time spent out on in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Like, they managed to use everything they've learned in order to battle with Simframe. It was a very, very good battle indeed, and I think that definitely speaks volumes about how good of a team they are. I mean, you just have to look at the sheer amount of pace they've got, the amount of pole positions they've taken in their very short time at the Virtual Endurance Championship, and obviously look at their other sort of avenues in sim racing as well, other disciplines that they compete in. They're a very strong outfit, almost no matter where you go, and the fact that they are still, as we say, an inexperienced team relative to some of the veterans, and yet they are still this quick, this good, have already won a championship like they have done last season, and fairly comfortably as well. As you say, they weren't under a ton of pressure by the time we got to Le Mans, but it's the fact that they are still learning, they're still refining their talent, their craft. So this isn't even peak Racecrux that we're seeing, which I don't know, it's quite scary, to be honest, to see what the future holds.
Yeah, it's just a case of keeping things on the road. And by the way, while we were talking about that, Jürgen van Bergen, their strategist, messaged me saying, it's fine. It just always happens, and they have to find their way through the order again. I mean, it just makes you wonder what they could achieve if they didn't have that. But I guess everyone has advantages at some point. We're still in the early point of the season where we don't really know who the top contenders are, although we got a great race at Monza to really outline maybe 5 contenders for a title this season. They're all going to get penalties or races where they're going to have to come back from penalties at some point, surely, this season. I mean, those who finished in the top 5 right now, who are up in the top 5 again, are the top 3 in this race, if that makes any sense at all.
No.
Well, okay. 4 of the top 5 here. RaceCrutch, in fact, are the only ones who finished on the lead lap at Monza who had significant penalties this time. I say significant penalties because Burst Esport only had 1, and they are 5th again. So they've actually dealt with it very well, of course, with the assistance of a bit of a code 80. But even so, everyone's going to have these races at some point, and so they've got to remember that, and we've got to factor that into our thinking when we're judging these championship contenders so early on. Of course, it is very early. Everyone's more focused on the individual race results, but if you're really serious about taking it to RaceCrutch, then you are going to have to stay out of trouble, and for the most part, RaceCrutch's contenders have stayed out of trouble a lot better than they have.
Yeah, they have done. Yeah, it is obviously a damage limitation. As you say, obviously, things happen. It's motor racing. Today's been a prime example of that. Things go wrong. You're never going to have a perfect race, a perfect season. You know, you're going to have your ups, and when you are on your ups, you need to make the most of them. You need to really capitalise on them. Obviously, you are going to have your downs as well. As I said, it's a roller coaster. It's going to have its peaks. It's going to have its troughs. And when you are at the bottom, is how do you deal with that? How do you make it so that you're not always down in the dumps? I think Burst Esports are a very strong sort of pioneer for that in showcasing to maximise when
everything
it goes
on
wrong.
live timing works now,
Things go wrong,
apart from the gaps
and they are
between
always
the cars,
still
so
sort of top 6, top 5.
we can't really judge
maximising their points. Also, it's
how
not
much we are
necessarily
gaining in
about
that
not letting
sense,
things go wrong.
but
It's more how do you deal with
lap
them,
times
and
are
how do you
looking
make
good,
it
so
seem like you've not really
let's
had
just
an
keep
off
doing
day
good laps here,
as
and
such,
there's
if
still
that
a lot
makes sense.
possible.
So making it seem like your
Yeah,
off
I
days
know,
are actually
man,
just a
but
bit of a mad day more than anything. And then when you are on a good day is to run away and win it, as we have seen sort of pretty much all of these teams do at some point or another in their history.
Don't worry about it.
Jimmy also reminded me that RaceCrutch have won a VEC championship before, back in season 13, when we had the LMP3s for the first and only time season 11, not 13. Oh, goodness me. Season 11, that's a long time ago, isn't it? Goodness. Season 11, back when the only season we had the LMP3s. But yeah, it felt almost like a new team entirely. I mean, Tony Mello, I remember being a very prominent driver throughout that season for them. He's now Seawolf driver, of course. Then we've got two more drivers who assisted Mello throughout that one, and they shared the workload between them, and they're not on the calendar or the grid for the last couple of seasons, for example. It feels like a very different look to RaceCrutch back in the DPI days than when we had in LMP3 now 5 years ago, which feels like a very long time now. Yannis Simičić is on our screens again here, by the way, having taken advantage of that code 80, and he's already sort of fighting for the net race lead. Now, Christian Mikel's been constantly losing time to the lead. Now their gap's over half a minute, but I imagine that's because they didn't change tyres and they're just a lot heavier on fuel than those up in the front of the field. Yeah, you'd imagine. Again, we're already seeing some divergence in terms of that pit strategy, but Yannis Simičić really making the most of the car that he's been dealt and the strategy they're on. So again, it's a long haul. You can't really read too much into the first pit stop at face value, but already coming back into the pit. Oh, of course, yeah, they still owe us the pit stop, don't they, essentially. So yeah, finally taking their stop and coming into pit lane. So they'll probably fall behind, I reckon, the two Go Team cars. They'll funnel out just ahead of them. But in fairness, obviously with the assistance of two code 80s, they've gone really long into this race, and I suppose that only does them a favour as such, as to what they can do with the rest of the race, because obviously now, from now on, their first initial stop, when they get to that last stop, if it doesn't work out equally, they're going to have a slightly shorter stop than those around them. So they've only done themselves a favour. Martin Maguli coming in as well as Simfreem. So yeah, we've got all of them coming in at once. So on similar strategies, I think. Yeah, it looks like it. 51 laps the limit then, but I guess the amount of time this normally in an hour-long race, or a time-limited race, so I'd be a little bit concerned that they only just made it to the hour. But it actually doesn't really matter, because 50-odd laps gives you 8 stints throughout the race and 7 stops. And in that case, time doesn't really matter, does it? You can just do 7 stops and minimise your stops. Whereas the likes of Christian Mikel is going to have to make an extra stop throughout the race, I would imagine. And he's going to have to make 8, unless there's another code 80 for them to get themselves back onto schedule again. Through they'll go, though. Christian Mikel will get to the lead. That's not a surprise, considering the way that they took their stop.
No, absolutely not. And have been able to maximise their opportunities. As we say, obviously, with code 80s and things, how much time you can save with it. It was a no-brainer for them at the time to do it. Yes, they've got a little bit of a headache to work out with pit stops and things, but again, it's not the longest pit lane in the world at Road Atlanta. You're not losing, you know, upwards of sort of 25 seconds just by driving through it. So maybe it's not the end of the world if they do have to take an extra stop, but I suppose that's a worry a little bit later on in the race. Right now, they're just going to have to drive as fast as they can. Martin McGooley rejoins in 4th place, still a decent way ahead, it must be said, of Simframe. Patrick Schindler still in the pit lane. So 2 diverging strategies already, maybe all 4 tyres for Schindler. But again, why would they take tyres at their first stop?
Well, because the
tyre rate is high.
Yeah, it is in Hypercar, although they're all on softs by that graphic, so that suggests that surely the others would have had to take tyres as well. Not entirely sure, really, on that one. Do they have any damage to repair? I wouldn't have imagined so. So that's an interesting one, that. Not entirely sure, but here is the equation, basically, early on. So imagine this is in 6 hours' time or so. We're getting towards the end. I'm imagining this race to be, because the leaders of the 2 strategies, NeedRacing.com, who are leaders of the Code 80 strategy, we'll call it, and Martin Mergley, the leaders of the 7-stop strategy to minimise your stops. So as of right now, it would be between, of course, this is presuming that nothing changes, which is exceptionally unlikely over the course of 300 laps. But say that is the case, the equation comes down to, can Mikel make that extra stop in those 30 seconds? And for me, that answer at the moment is no. So Winship Racing at the moment hold the advantage, but of course, there's still a very long way to go for that to change. Yeah,
indeed. So either Mikel needs to grow the gap, or get himself back on sequence, or hope that McGooley and co have themselves some issues.
I can't see him getting himself back on the sequence without losing time. That's it. No, he's going to have to get lucky with the Code 80 if that's going to be the case, and that, he's already had 1 slice of good luck. Surely he's not going to get another.
Well, you never know. It can happen once, it can happen twice. It's racing, but yeah, it is slightly unlikely. Well, then again, I suppose it's not really, you can't really base it on the percentage anyway, because it's got nothing to do with Christian Mikel and his luck. It's more just a case of if someone crashes out on track. I don't know. It makes sense in my head. I know it definitely doesn't make sense to anyone else, but Christian Mikel out in front essentially just needs to hope that someone has a skill issue at some point in the race that can put him back onto pit sequence with the rest of the drivers, and at some point, whether it's sort of the next stint after, wherever it is, that just puts him back onto course, or as I say, just outdrive it, drive faster, and be quicker than the rest of the field, which is easier said than done.
What are people generally doing right now?
Competition as high as we've got for season 16. So yeah, I think NeedRacing.com have definitely got a headache, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily impossible.
No, and by the way, we got a great illustration there as to how the LMP2s are actually quicker in the first sector than the Van Wals are, and how that is an actual problem over the course of the race. Now they make their way through on the Aston Martin GT3s, and the Van Wal does have more straight line speed.
Yeah, the times still aren't working for me on live timing.
On the others.
Can tell you.
There we are, a bit of a 3 wide moment for you.
Maybe Alex
makes his way through. In the lead of, oh dear, we've got a yellow flag out in sector 2 at the moment. We'll try and work out who that is for, because it's one of the GT3s, I believe, is it? Don't know. Seems to be many cars making their way through turn 5 at the moment, and I'm not sure that all of them are actually okay at the moment. Liam Rance has lost his wheel. Liam Rance has got no front right wheel, sorry. What has gone on here? This satellite racing car has had a disaster today, and it's only getting worse.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse. Of course, this was the car that was facing its side, and was the one that Scuderia Leone car smashed into through no fault of Artem Veltons. But yeah, Liam Rance is going to be scraping his way back to pit lane.
On the back straight. Slow car on the back straight.
Yeah, because there's no suspension damage, I guess there's no need to call a code 80 here. It's just dangerous. Briefly, oh, it could be 4 wide. They sort it out, thankfully. And Liam Rance is doing a good job of staying to the right-hand side. Now, I wonder whether they've tried to repair that car and whether the front right wheel just hasn't repaired. Now, I don't know. That used to be relatively common on rFactor 2. I'm not sure I didn't even think it happened anymore. But maybe that's what's happened. We'll have to get someone from Satellite Racing to tell us. That van wall there got very close. Almost seemed to disregard the presence of the McLaren entirely. Liam Rance is going to get back to pit lane, I think, safely now. Oh, well, not without a spin. But he will get back to pit lane, thankfully. And that will all be solved. Wojtek Polesny is leading in the GT3 category. He's got 25 seconds over the others for Tom Senga Sim Racing. It's been a great start to the race for them.
It has been. Yeah, they've really been in control,
yeah.
obviously, ever since BS came in. Well, they've just, as I say, running away with it at the moment, just building that gap bit by bit. Of course, I don't think we're yet to see any GT3.
They've all been in.
Yeah, they've all been in, so they're all good. Everyone's cleared. This is how things stack up as it stands. So Wojtek Polesny is chilling out in front. Again, just building the gap, using his pace wisely, being consistent, staying out of trouble, I think, was the most important thing.
Yeah, I think so. And they've managed to do that very well. Finished second at the opening round of the season, by the way, and currently running in first here. The race winners from that opening race of the season are currently running in fourth. That's the number 91 Black Hawk Racing team as they continue to search for their first VEC title. I still think it must happen one day for them because they've been stalwarts of the VEC for probably more than a decade at this point. But are they going to get that title finally? I really hope for their case, or for their sake, that they do. Mark Veit is at the wheel at the moment. It's a decent start. I mean, first and fourth it's not a bad place to be, but they could have a problem with that Thomas Hagen Sim Racing team, to be fair. If that team continues to run, up in the podium places, then even a fourth place is not going to be good enough, somewhat miraculously.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I suppose being inside the top 5, not a bad start for both cars, considering everything that's gone on. Could be worse. Also, I do love their livery. I don't know if it's changed much from last season, but it does look very nice.
Has it changed?
Has it changed? I don't know. I know it's the same colour scheme, but I don't know. Something about it looks different, and it looks better. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I do see what you mean, but it's still recognisably Black Hawk, isn't it? And that's a good thing. We like these liveries that stay the same throughout seasons upon seasons, to be honest, because it makes our lives easier, makes you very recognisable on the grid as well. Gold Racing Esports are leading in LMP2, by the way. Not sure where Team Iris have found themselves today. I've not seen them yet. Felix Neubayer is in 6th place at the moment. They've been having a very quiet day as things stand. Let's have a look at what happened to Liam Rance. So he did have his front right repaired, but he's gone off at this corner again for the second time today, and he's lost it. That's quite a small bit of contact for him to lose his wheel, actually. But as the Tomeli car goes off at the chicane, that's straight in front of Neubayer, who's in a battle. And the Mercedes gets straight back onto the road, almost straight into the path of Neubayer there. The two Irish cars running nose to tail, not on the same lap though at the moment in the field. But Liam Rance is not having a good start to this race. That's the second incident he's had at that corner.
Yeah, and as Ruben Correa said in YouTube chat as well, he said their wheel is probably in the car, in their car's boot, which is probably a fair assumption to make. It probably ended. Yeah,
probably, but unfortunately, so not an ideal moment for anyone. Let's have a look at where we are then in this battle for 5th place. It's Hyperion who are here, by the way, and they're a long way behind the Arm Cyber and on-off cars that they were fighting with not so long ago in this field. They're now 3rd, 4th and 5th, but Hyperion are sort of falling into the clutches of the likes of Team Irish as we've got multiple free wide moments on the back straight all together at once again. That's exactly what you expect to see from Road Atlanta, but thankfully over the course of the last 30 laps or so, the traffic has sort of calmed down a little bit. Everybody getting used to the amount of cars that are on this very small racetrack.
Yeah, it's very dense. I think is the way to go with that one. just everyone everywhere. 50 cars. How long is Road Atlanta exactly? Because I'm sure this is probably going to be the sort of the most dense car to track length ratio that we're going to have over the course of the season. We don't really get much shorter than this. No, I don't think so. I think this is the short circuit on the calendar. And well, there's a lot of cars to deal with, to contend with, and it's been a headache so far. It has proven to be a headache, but we still have a good chunk of them moving. I think so far we've only had 2 DNFs of Russo and Basto as it stands in the 47 and 31 machines respectively. For the most part, everyone's still going. Obviously, we've had cars have plenty of issues, but not being signed off as DNFs just yet. So still keeping a fairly decent record here.
I think one of those issues was just for Fabian Barlow just then, actually. In the Virtual Drives by TX3 car, I just checked on them to make sure they didn't have any damage, and they don't, thankfully. So they're running all right. The Juices Motorsport Club car has gotten back underway again and is having a decent time of things now, trying to get through on Tony Janssen, I think, in the 71. Sorry, Tony Janssen is the one trying to get through, and that's on Ben Guider, I should say, in the McLaren just up in front. So this is a battle for 7th place, probably the closest one up towards the front in GT3, maybe the closest one up towards the front of any class for the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. We haven't really seen much action towards the top end of things for quite some time. Yeah, the leads for the Le Mans hypercars is 18.5. We've then got 9 seconds for LMP2 and 20.5 seconds for the lead in GT3. But a very nice battle materialising here. I mean, Hyperion are quite close in a fight for 5th as well in LMP2. But yeah, quite a nice battle here. And well, nice to see some action in the GT3s for once, it must be said, because we haven't really been able to speak about them much apart from, as I say, the opening 5 minutes where it was just all over the place. It's nice to see that some of them actually sort of having some battles for once.
Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, on the run down the hill there, I couldn't see who went off, but it's just been one of those races where you see that very, very often. Tom Larsloo has made his way up to 8th already, by the way, and now he's behind Jone Simicic. This is not a battle we expected to be for 7th place, but it's Burst Esport versus Raceclutch, two of the last 2 champions of the top category in the 2 DPI seasons that we had. Burst Esport with the champions of the first one, and Raceclutch with the champions of the second one. Now they're going to battle in the Van Wall, and surprisingly, it's for 7th place only.
Yeah, of course, under special circumstances, they've both had some difficulties throughout the early stage of this race, and probably isn't going to be where either team end up. But it is nice to see the 2 most recent champions in the top flight category sort of have a bit of a clash. Obviously, they had their fight at Monza and were very, very close throughout the duration of the 6 hours. But yeah, for 7th place, it's I suppose a little bit, as I said, a bit anticlimactic, I suppose, but underwhelming to have what could be a very, very hard-fought fight only be for 7th place. But I'm sure, as I say, they're going to work their way forwards over the course of the next 300-odd laps, 331 laps that we have got. And well, yeah, hopefully this isn't the last time that these 2 see each other on track. Of course, I have to say, fair play to Raceclutch, considering that they have had a few more penalties than Burst. They are still running quite well relative to them. But as a group, I'm sure they're going to collectively work their way forwards because, well, strategy is an interesting one here today with tyres and fuel and things. So, yeah, let's see which one of the 2 get it right the most. Oh, that was close.
That was very close. I don't think that Porsche was expecting Lartalou to try and do the same as well and go through on the Porsche. Couldn't identify which one actually, but it was certainly a surprise to whoever was driving that one. Now down the back straight they go on the way towards the chicane. It's Lartalou who's going to make his way down the inside, 3 wide with one of the Ferraris as well, but they make it work, and that was a very close moment. Thankfully they get away with it, but contact on the way down the hill there between those 2.
Yeah, not looking too good, well, hopefully they can maintain a level of cleanliness. Tom Lartalou nearly going to the inside, but it's covered off by Jone Simicic. Lartalou blasts his way past, up into 7th place, and essentially, like Jone Simicic was sat still, I don't think he was overly interested in fighting that one too hard.
Didn't seem to be. Maybe they're on different strategies slightly. I think Raceclutch are one of those who came in under the Code 80, whereas Burst won't. Burst certainly won't, because they were in fairly recently. But Raceclutch may have been. Didn't see if they did or not, because they were quite far back at the time. But Christian Mikel leads in the Le Mans Hypercar category and continues to actually extend that margin over Martin Mergley. It's now 25 seconds. Well, I say that actually, that's come down slightly, hasn't it, really? I think it was about 30 before. Or maybe it stayed the same. But the gap between 1 and 2 is certainly extended. Now 18 seconds to the Go Team Racing car running in that second position for the moment. So it's going all right for neebracing.com. But we're now in that stage of the race where we're very unlikely to have leading battles for quite some time now in this race, really. It's about waiting for those final pit stops and seeing who can come out on top. As we figured out earlier, at the moment, it's probably Winchick Racing who are with the advantage.
Yeah, back into the pit lane for the Geeks Energy car. Here is Darius Andre, who has managed to work his way into the lead of the LMP2s. It is just a little bit everywhere in terms of strategy, really. Obviously, thrown all into turmoil and off pace after that Code 80 that happened, sort of, what was it, about 10 minutes off the scheduled pit window. So it sort of threw a couple of teams off, sort of mismatched the order ever so slightly, put different teams on different courses for the rest of the race. So yeah, it would be interesting to see. Obviously, right now we can't read too much into what's going on because it is all subject to changes. Oh my goodness me! Darius Andre pulling off to the left-hand side after a car was nearly sat still on the back straight. He darted his way to the left-hand side. How that car is still pointing, facing the right direction, I have no idea. It's into pit lane naturally. That is understandable. But the fact that's not been a worse incident, I do not know. That car, I've never seen it change direction more quicker than that.
Well, I'm not sure which LMP2 that was, actually, but it's Darius Andre who's had to come into the pit lane. Luca Martino is going to take over the lead, by the way, as a result of that. But goodness me, that was a huge, huge moment. Trying to work out which of the LMP2s it may have been. I honestly can't tell you for the moment. It may have been the undercover car. Oh, my word. Maybe it looks like a net wreck from that angle. But the reactions that he had to have there to duck out of the way was quite unbelievable, and in the end it's turned out in disaster for Darius Andre, who was leading the way. I mean, it was, there was grass in front. He reacted as quickly as he could, but he couldn't keep the car on the road, and in the end that's going to be a bit of a repair for Gold Racing Esports.
Yeah, it's just your natural instinct at that point. You see a car, you try as best you can to get out of the way. There's no thinking back in hindsight. There's no time to think what is the most rational decision to have, which in all fairness, I think he probably took the best course. This is what happened to Van Starkenberg in the Netrex GP car. Oh, it was just spinning the Arnage. He brings it back onto track, and that wasn't a huge shunt, I suppose just at the wrong angle. It's now crabbing, and naturally just, well, that is the chain reaction that then eventually led itself into Darius Andre going nearly into the back of him.
So, unfortunately, the Arnage car now back in pit lane again, starting Prince at the wheel of that one. Luigi Russo, by the way, for Go Team Racing's 47 is now out of the race in LMP2, by the way. That can't have happened that long ago, because he's, well, I'll say that, he is 25 laps down on the lead. That would have put him over 20 laps down, so it must have happened, nearly half an hour ago now. So unfortunately, Go Team are out of the race. Liam Rance still in the pit lane for Satellite Racing, but Virtual Drivers by TX3 are back out again, as we've seen earlier on. Pablo Erlin is the one at the wheel now. Remco Major was the one who led them back out the pit lane, actually, in the 33 car there. But Pablo Erlin is now at the wheel of that LMP2. It's the last running car, and thankfully they are back out onto the circuit again. But what a race it's been so far for the LMP2s. I mean, right from the start, the S's, it was where it started with them, really, where it started to go wrong, and it's not really stopped since then.
It hasn't. It's just been, down, down, down for a lot of teams. Luca Martino into the pit lane for Arm Cyber, obviously following a couple of scheduled stops not too long ago for a couple of teams. Nicholas Lamont carrying on though for On-Off Racing, as they pursue, again, in a very hotly contested fight in the LMP2s. We've got Tobias Blumstein for Visual Esports coming into the pit lane as well. So it seems to be go time essentially for some of the LMP2s. I think the ones that came in under the Code 80 are the ones that are now back into the pit lane.
I think this is scheduled. It's another 40 minutes on, isn't it? So,
is it?
Well, we're an hour and 20 into the race, so it would make sense for those who haven't pitted to be in now, yeah. I think the Gold Racing Esports team were one of those who were under Code 80. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's the scheduled pit stoppers here who are making their way down pit lane for the moment. Although couldn't be sure.
How many liters of fuel do you have left?
Entirely. Nicola Lemoine is certainly one of those who pitted
Now
not long
or at
after
the
Luca
line?
Martino before, so
Now.
expecting him in pretty soon. And if not, then I guess
40.65.
we have our answer. But
Okay.
yeah, I think these guys didn't pit under the Code 80 earlier on.
Fair enough. Yeah, again,
they're
there's just
around
been so
20
much going on.
meters,
I
like, you know, so
didn't even
Alex
clock
can
the
start
fact that
training,
we're 69 laps into this race at this point. It's just gone very, very quickly, and there's been a lot that's happened in that short space of time. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, Nicholas Lamont continuing on, and about 12-ish seconds clear of Thomas Vac and Hyperion in their well, not really a battle for the lead, but their pursuit of the lead potentially as well. But still a long way to go, and yeah, we're only still only in the early stages of this race. And yeah, it has died down a little bit, but that is interesting to see. There is already such a rift in terms of the strategies, obviously because that Code 80 causing a little bit of division. And well, it'll be interesting to see which one by the end of it turns out to be the right choice.
Yeah, it's one of those waiting games, as I mentioned earlier on, and well, it is until another Code 80 completely flips it on its head all over
Pace
again.
is good anyway.
So let's see if that happens
People
over the course
who
of
don't
the
have
day.
any
Battle
traffic
in
are doing
LMP2 between
10.7s,
and Arm
11
Cybro
lows.
has sort of been reinvigorated here
so
because of the Arm
generally your
Cybro car
pace is good
coming
compared to
into the
people
pit
with
lane.
traffic.
It's Andrea Martino who's now at the wheel. Not sure if it's any relation to Luca. I guess they probably are. But Andrea Martino now at the wheel of that one. And you'd imagine they'll be able to hold off Netrex GP because they are fresh out the pit lane. However, Netrex are of course all warmed up here, and warm tyres are going to certainly help them get them down the inside and into the top 5 for the number 28 for now.
Yeah, beautifully done. And of course, is it going to be long-lived or not? Probably isn't. It's just going to take Martino some bedding in time to this stint to find his feet. And then obviously, we'll probably find a way past Azian in the near future, you would imagine. But the Netrex GP car, yeah, showing some good pace early on, of course. Netrex as a whole have had a couple of quirks and dinks already through this race, but well, still running fairly strong.
How am I a
in
lap
the
ahead of
LMP2
Andre?
class, but yeah, probably won't be hanging on to the top 5 position for too long, you would imagine. But again, it is as I say for Martino, he's
Question is, did I
yes,
do
he's on fresh
a
tyres and
Darius
things,
or
and
did
starting to
Darius
stint,
do
but
a
he's
me?
also got a full tank of fuel. He's also got to get himself
I think unfortunately you did the Darius.
in the
Oh,
race
shit.
itself. Obviously, no matter how much practice you've done, no matter how ready you
I'm not
are,
even
it still
famous
takes
for
a
my
little
crashes
bit,
now.
maybe a lap or so, to switch on in the car and find your
You are
rhythm.
not,
So that's what Martino is
unfortunately.
going to be trying to do. And then when that does happen, I'm sure Arm Cyber will
But
be
with a
on
little
pursuit
bit of an
for
effort.
the for the top positions like they have once been. Because
Maybe not again.
I have
this race.
no doubt no team in that LMP2 class is going to be able to, you know,
You have to keep it a little
get
bit
comfortable
lighthearted.
for
Just
the long
a
haul
little
of this
bit.
race.
We do a little bit of
Well, it's
trolling
probably
later.
actually down
Yeah,
to
yeah.
lower fuel load, isn't it, really, here? Netrex getting away at this stage. But anyway, that battle seems to be settled. Top 5 battle in GT3 is also going on. Kamil No is trying
I
to
would
hang
kill
on
for,
from
for some rain
Adam
right
Taylor
now.
at the moment in the Porsche. 4-time virtual endurance champion, by the way, is Adam Taylor for Warmup. Hasn't won a title for Warmup, I should say, but has won in the top category on 3 occasions, and won in GTE AM as well back in the very final season of GTE AM back in season 8. I think he's the only driver to have won 3 in a row as well as a driver, although I could be proven wrong about that. Or maybe Nicky Djakovic did it with him actually, because they did drive together throughout that one, although maybe not. Anyway, he's certainly had a lot of success in the
Yeah, looks
Virtual
like no
Endurance
chances of
Championship
rain today,
over
unfortunately.
the course of the years. He's back again in GT3 this time for Warmup, in what's been a all right start to the season for them. They got off to a 3rd place to start the season, and they're running all right here in 6th place at the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta as well, as we approach 200 miles complete actually already as well. This race is flying by quite a pace early on in this one.
It is. Thankfully, we've had sort of the last 45-ish minutes clean, green, running, so they have been able to get the most out of their pace to the fullest, obviously with pit stops and things along the way. But yeah, for the most part, everyone's been running nice and flat out. So now we're starting to see the true pace as to the field itself. So yeah, should be. I don't know how well. how long are we into the race at the minute? We're 72 laps in, so what is that, about an hour and 25-ish minutes through? Which, you know, we're already 200 miles in, so times that by 5. Yeah, shouldn't be that long. I think we might be surprised as to how quick this race is. Probably, I still reckon we'll be quite close to the 8-hour mark, but yeah, I reckon we might be able to beat the, what was it, 8 hours 25 the last time we were here at Sebring? Sebring?
Road Atlanta.
Same thing.
Yes. For whatever reason, the rate at Road Atlanta last time had 395 laps. Now, I'm not sure whether that is counting the formation lap as a lap, because I feel like it must be in that case. Surely Road Atlanta hasn't changed length since then. It's just over 4 kilometres around, but I don't know. Maybe it has changed since then. Maybe it's not the same layout, same version of the circuit in RF2 as well. I'm not sure really, because I wasn't around back then to commentate on it, as you might be able to understand. Trying to find any driver who was racing in that race who is also racing in this one is a pretty difficult task. Drivers who've raced in recent editions of the Virtual Endurance Chapter, I mean, Juice's Motorsport Club are in that one. Although I'm not sure if Adam Baldwin and Eric Schmeider are racing
Where's
in this
Hemmingsen's
particular
car?
race.
I thought that was like on the same lap as him, but something happened.
Fairly
Or?
recently in the Virtual
They're
Endurance Championship.
P3.
Not sure whether they are in this specific
I don't
race
know.
or not.
Yeah,
Tony
maybe.
Jansen is in the best place, Juice's car for now. Martin Darland as well has been in the VEC as recently as season 40, when they went pretty close to a GTE championship, although they were edged out by Red Bull Racing Esports of Yuri Kazduk, Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel, 2 of which are in this race at the moment. And then I think I saw Anders Nielsen on the grid early on in this one, or maybe I saw someone else with a similar name, but he was in that race as well back then. Not many drivers have carried forward through there, although Jimmy Allison has. Not a driver, of course, but he is still here, still organising for us in the Virtual Endurance Championship as always. But yeah, it's great to have the history. So much about history here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, having started so long ago. First season starting back in 2007. The series has changed greatly since then, and so have the cars and everything around it that have changed throughout those years. A long time, a lot of history in this championship.
Yeah, there is a lot. And 2007, yeah, that was a year after I was born, so it's been around, which is it's weird to think about. Yeah, I know, it's weird that I'm now commentating on a championship that is effectively as old as I am. It's nice. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of history to it. Obviously, so many recognisable names and teams and drivers, and a lot of them at some point have had some success because there has been so many variation. Of course, at some point we were racing in the McLaren Senna as the top flight of class, which is obviously quite unconventional, but sort of I suppose the longevity of the Virtual Endurance Championship has allowed for that. Tony Jansen for Juice's Motorsport Club not getting the best of exits. Obviously, that fight with that Mercedes not quite full position, but yeah, a small little bit of an error on the outside. And again, Juice's, I think, also quite a historic team, as that's one way to find a way past one of the Go Team LMH cars. But yeah, the Juice's also fielding obviously they've gone from the Ferrari to the Porsche now for this season, but also fielding a very new livery. They're going away from just the plain white. They've added some stuff to it.
Yeah, they have. They're, of course, the only team to have won 4 Virtual Endurance Championships in their time, and they make their way into the pit lane right now. Jelle Binsbergen is now at the wheel of the Visceral Esports car. Tomas Brunschein got into YouTube chat a couple of moments ago just to say the words rough first stint. Not really sure what was difficult about it for him. We didn't see too many things going wrong for him, but at least from what I can remember. But Visceral are running down in 10th position. Binsbergen now at the wheel for them. So maybe they are a little bit further down than where they hoped to be at the start of this season, but it's only the second round. They're running in 10th for the moment. At least they're still in the race, I suppose, which is more than can be said for a lot of these drivers. I mean, so far 3 of the LMP2s of the field are actually behind all of the GT3s, which really says a lot about the start that they've had.
Yeah, they've had a very difficult one. Obviously, some of them did start behind the GT3s, but yeah, it's been a very tough opening phase for some. We're getting some penalties coming in as well for I'd imagine maybe track limits more than anything. Obviously, here at Red Atlanta, there are a couple of places that you can exceed, so maybe a couple of people already falling victim to that. And well, there you go. It's been a very difficult race, and it continues to get more difficult as the race goes on, as the attrition starts to wear in the fatigue, and obviously with it being anywhere between
Guys,
sort of a 7.5,
I am
8.5
pushing
hour race.
massively now because I don't want to get
we're going to get to
the
a
blue
point where the
flag
teams
from behind,
drivers might be getting a little bit tired, and
as
for
long
some
as you
maybe
stay
even a little
safe.
bit fed up with,
No,
with
but
how
I'm not
things
fuel
are
saving,
going, the way their
is what I'm
course of their
saying.
race is travelling.
Yeah, that's
things
fine.
getting worse and
That's
worse.
Yeah, it's a move down the inside from Blumsheim, as well as into the pit lane comes Seawolf Net Race. Now, this means that, oh dear, this means that we are embarking on Code 80 pit stops pretty soon. Now, the Code 80 was about an hour ago now, or the most recent one, and so at leadracing.com and the two Go Team cars are going to have to come in from the leads of Hypercar.
Yeah, they are. I do love how we've dubbed it the Code 80 and the pit, like the normal pit stop strategy that we've sort of just dubbed the two. It's nice. Yeah, the Code 80 strategy is obviously the top three. Christian Mikel, the two Go Team cars, were the ones that well, they were effectively the only hypercars that had the option to come in. Obviously, the Sebring car had the option and chose not to, but the only ones that had the option and were the ones that came in the hypercar, because obviously Martin Maguli and such didn't quite have that choice to come in under Code 80, but Mikel and the two Go Team cars took it with open arms and said, yeah, cool, we're coming in, and so far it's paid off for them. Will the longevity of that strategy though stay around long enough? Because as we say, they either need to outdrive it or find a way back on sequence without losing too much time somehow. One of the Go Team cars has come into the pit lane, rolling Zoots in. We also saw Seawolf Net Race and Tony Meller coming into the pit lane as well, so really starting to kickstart the next phase of pit stops. When is Christian Mikel going to come in and, well, speak the devil? And here he is, into the pit lane for leadracing.com, and now he's going to be, well, I suppose it's just going to be business as usual for at least the next couple of stints between the two strategies.
Yeah, it's interesting what they're going to do on tyres now as a result of doing that sort of hour and a half, because it was sort of a battle
70
between
laps,
doing
Alex,
triple stint or
70
double
liters.
stint for the hypercars. Even the
start
softs
joining.
can do that. So when the gap we saw between Simprim and Winchip Racing there, I would say is definitely not between or not down to the tyre change, because you would never do a single stint really unless it's by accident. You can change two tyres as well, but I guess if it's a balance between triple and double, then Mikel's going to kind of do a 2.5 stint, if you like, for leadracing.com. If 3 stints is too much, then but you know, 2 stints is possible, then maybe 2.5 would be okay, and he can do the first 2.5 hours of this race on these set of tyres, and then make his way back out onto the circuit again, and then do a driver change at the next pit stop in an hour's time. That seems maybe a good way to do it and start this race.
Yeah, potentially so. I think tyre wear is going to be the talking point of this race. Obviously, with Red Atlanta being so demanding, obviously you've got the heavy braking zones at the chicanes. You've then got the fast sector through the S's and such. It does take a toll on the tyres, especially with a lot of the hypercars running the softest compound they can. It's going to wear them out quite quickly. But I suppose if you're smooth with it, you might be able to get away and maintain the longevity. So yeah, that should be an interesting affair to watch as the race develops. Martin Maguli is going to re-inherit the race lead after being, of course, one of the drivers on a quote-unquote normal strategy. Moritz Mell into the pit lane for Go Team, the second Go Team car, to come in, and will settle out wherever they settle out, probably behind in some capacity to Christian Mikel. But yeah, Martin Maguli caught in a little bit of traffic as it stands, and it will probably be about another 15 odd minutes until we see him coming into the pit lane for his next stop for Winchip Racing Team. But at least for now, inherited the race lead, and I think, yeah, unless there are some drastic differences in terms of tyres, this is probably going to be how it's going to be for at least the next couple of stints until we start to see the variation in tyre choice and strategy really come to light, or unless there is another Code 80, of course, with the two strategies essentially just swapping hands in the race lead.
Probably another 20 laps or so until Mergley comes in to the pit lane, as Thomas Vack makes his way out of the same corner as well. He's now leading for Hyperion again. So the pit stops have worked out well for them, and they have a lead of about, just over 10 seconds at the moment to Stan Villetstra, who is running second again, and I believe has made the pit stop for Geeks Energy, although they do come in quite late. So this is the Code 80 pit stop. It's got them into second for now, but not anywhere near the lead, really. They're 12 seconds back. Then it's Charlie Rigo, the new driver for on-off rating. They've put mediums on again, so I presume it's a double medium stint for on-off to start with, and now it's another one. Andrea Martino got in to the car, and that's pit stop as well. Maybe they'll be doing a triple stint, because that seems to be the maximum for LMP2. If you're on the hards, you can.
I've never lost so much time there.
How many more laps?
2.
Copy.
Make sure you don't have any damage on or anything.
No, I haven't touched anything to begin with, so.
Cool.
What class is Anash?
What am I dealing with?
Good job.
If I wanted to like tell you this, you wouldn't believe me.
Pink and white GT3.
Hey, be careful on the pit entry. The pit box might be soon, like you said.
No, it is the first one.
Okay. Remember the tires and yeah.
No, I'm pitting next lap.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all is well.
Okay.
Hey, good job, good job.
Ah,
Don't worry
say
too
so.
much.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
are
I'm
dying
just-
left, right, and center
Exactly.
throughout the race.
You're gaining a lot in terms of your actual lap times compared to the rest of the field.
I
So,
know.
if Jarno was able to win from last to first, we can do from first to last to first again.
Who?
Maybe. Hopmir? No?
I don't know when that happened, but sure, let's try.
WOR in Saudi Arabia. Maybe a bit different track, but
There was surely a safety car, I guess.
yeah, he wasn't 3 laps out either. But I think
Yeah.
we've unlapped ourselves for the most, for at least once, right?
Nope. No,
Now we are
From
losing
the
everything.
leader, no.
But it's fine, we still get a solid result.
Yeah, yeah. Careful with the cold brakes, Alex. Eh?
Yeah, yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Is it a lap, LMP2?
Give me a second.
Is it a lap,
No.
No, it's
LMP2
pole
in front?
position. No, he's P11.
It's P11.
He's ahead of you.
It's unlap, come on.
What's he doing? The issue is he is lighter, I think, so has a little bit more top speed. He's like moving all the time.
Flash him to assert dominance.
And next time I'm gonna send.
And get as a penalty.
Oh man, this is so annoying.
Yeah, just use quali mix.
Yeah, I already do. But he's lighter than me. That's already quali mix, no chance. Oh man.
I can hear the Macedonian football commentator.
What? Never mind.
There's no chance.
Yeah, you gotta be opportunistic with the traffic, especially when he's maneuvering around it. You gotta keep in mind you're probably better on that than him. I think you're being too safe with some of these cars that you're overtaking, the GTs. Definitely on some of them you could have gone for it, but you backed off.
Yeah,
So keep your
because,
head open.
mate, there's no point in risking against GTEs when I have a LMP2 in front of me anyway.
Yeah, yeah, you can use that to your advantage. Just keep your head open.
So
Stay
far, no
vigilant.
chance.
Stay vigilant.
My god.
Good job. Now pull away. Fuel online, Alex, okay?
51.74.
Fuel target, if you can make it, is 2.24. If not, then go for 2.35.
Yeah, Nate, what a maniac. Oh, looks like fun ahead.
Yep. But in any case, you're only like 12 seconds behind the next position. And
Yeah,
12 and a half behind 10, so should be able to get them next stint.
P23, at least that's the car right behind us. Oh, that would be also a huge train now.
What about P23? I didn't understand.
It's the car right in front of me.
Oh. So you're about to lap them, okay.
fuel check on the line. Twenty 26. Oh, mate.
Fuel target 2.25 then, okay?
Yeah, I have it with the slap, I guess.
Copy.
Two LMP2s. Crashed. Exit turn 1. But again, to these. Oh, Well. Is this one lap crucial because there are a lot of GTs?
Hard to say really, but don't risk it.
Okay.
You're gaining on the car we're supposed to be chasing, even though he's pitted, but I doubt you've gained the 11 or 10 seconds, so...
Good job.
Nice, that's made nice stint.
Just to confirm, who is getting into the car next?
Timotei will get in, then Alex again, and then you go until the end, Dennis.
Copy. Sounds fun. I will go for some lunch now.
Yeah, have
Have
fun with
fun.
that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, this stint you should be able to get... if your last stint is anything to go by, Alex, you should be able to get the next 2 cars. And after you get those 2 cars, it was around 22 seconds to the next car in front. So hopefully we can gain that time back.
Yeah, let's
In
see
time
how
for
what
Timotei.
tire strategy is because maybe they were all on old tires and I was on new. I don't know.
And they're double hards. Double
That
hards, I think.
should be equal, but yeah, let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, doing good, mate. Keep up. Okay, not sure what happened, but you've jumped those cars. Which is weird, because they're behind gold behind, who are a lap down, but yeah. 25 seconds to the next car, so let's get it.
Oh, this guy almost died in front. Yeah, about fuel. Still watching 38, 37, or
The longer you can comfortably do, the better, Alex.
okay.
I'll leave us with
Let's-
more options, so let's see what you can pull off.
Okay, this guy is lap down, so he should let me pass. Okay, nice. 23 and 44 seconds. Man, what the hell? D'Amelio, man. What is this dive? D'Amelio on a mission. Oh no, Yanni, don't. He does. again. Oh, that doesn't go well. Completely unpredictable, this BMW. Oh, I think car in front just exited the server. Tony Ukic.
How's it going?
Good, I think.
How many laps do you have left?
17. 16 after
Okay.
this one.
At 10, tell me.
Yep. Anthony? Are you here?
He is muted. Do you need me for
Ah,
anything?
Just a fuel check.
Let me
Yeah.
know on the line.
$34.60. 15 to go.
2.30 for 15 laps.
Okay. And for 16?
$2.16.
That's too heavy.
Yeah. How long have your stints been? 37? 36 laps?
37 both, I think.
Perfect.
And the others are pitting so differently to us, I think. Should
Yeah,
gain a
we're
lot over.
around 10 to 15 laps off.
Yeah.
Alex, can you give a 20-liter warning to Timothy?
Oh, yeah, I can. I thought the GT is losing it. The last couple of laps were so incredibly unlucky with the GTs, man.
Well, you've gained 30 seconds this stint to the car in front, so it doesn't really matter.
Ah, our friend from Le Mans. P3. That's nice. 10 more laps.
Okay, in 2 minutes I'll start joining.
Oh, nice traffic jam in front. Oh boy.
Game is joining, be back in 2.
Yep.
Alex, that yellow box on your overlay, is that the time of the last pit stop?
Yes, I think so. Time of the last pit stop. Stationary time. And next to it is the current lap in the stint.
Copy.
Laila Bell. P14. A lap ahead. This car is scaring me. Oh, nice.
How many laps?
5 more after this.
Perfect.
Nice traffic jam.
It happens.
Oh boy.
Honestly impressive.
That no one died, you mean? Oh.
I should have told you. I thought you saw him.
Let's see what happens here. Ah! I got the tag from the GT.
I saw. Do we
See.
report or?
I don't mind.
Yeah, we can write it down.
152.
Okay, 2 more laps.
2 more or 1 more?
2 more.
Okay.
Oh man, this. Yeah. But we have no damage. So all good. Boxing this lap.
Okay. So make sure it's me and new tires and full fuel.
84, medium, Tejan Donoski.
4 mediums because Jimmy.
Yeah, 4 times medium.
Safe on pit entry.
Yeah, this is not ideal with the pit box, but it is what it is.
All good. 73
Good
seconds.
job.
Very good double stint, Alex. Very good.
Yeah,
Thanks.
nothing else to
We're
say.
on
other
our
than
way
that.
up, guys. We're on the same lap as P4 now.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we can. And I
We
think
can genuinely
our
get
stints are the
positive
longest.
things our way.
I guess
Yeah,
we make by far the longest
let's not
stints.
plan anything. Just focus on not dying.
Yeah, it's traffic is worse than I expected. Like nothing compared
Oh
to
yeah,
the practice server.
yeah, because even though there were 50 people, you had like 10, 15 cars in the pits all the time.
Mm,
Now it's
true.
50 people on track.
On track. Yeah.
So,
Anyway,
yeah.
Timothée, you got this stint. Alex, stay on
Yeah.
board and make sure you watch the pit exit for Timothée. Make sure he's clear, and then you can go off.
Yeah, hard for me to to switch cameras here, but I try.
Yeah, if you escape, you can just do it with the buttons, yeah.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Ah, yeah. Ah. That way. Almost forgot. That was close. Enjoy.
On his phone, of course. Okay,
Thank
good
you.
luck, Timo. You got this. Let's watch the pit exit now.
Headlights on.
Yeah, have some other? No.
You will have a bunch of GTs just behind you as you exit.
Yeah, but should be fine. It's clear.
No, I jumped him. Nice.
Perfect. Good job, Alex. Really good job. Keep it safe, Timo.
Yeah, we'll try.
So that's one. This car on screen in second place. That's the one that was battling with that Visceral car a little bit earlier in the race, and it was actually their sister car that we were just talking about a few moments ago, who are down in 6th place. So 2 different ones to look out for. But it's currently Dennis Zitak leading the way in this battle. The number 91 machine. He's got the 64 of Henry.
Who's behind me as the driver?
96 of Wanako, the
Is it still
Porsche,
Darius?
just in the background of shot.
It's Robert Paul.
But it looks like
Your biggest rival.
for Dennis, it's working
Oh.
out rather nicely as it stands. Good to see Blackhawk
Oh,
up
I
there
forgot to fill
in
up
the
water.
sixth place.
Nice.
As you say, they've dropped a long way back off Tom Seng, leading the way by 45 seconds as it stands. But still, after this many laps in the carnage that we've seen, it's good to see a 3-way battle for second.
It is, yeah, can't complain with it at all. Of course, the GT3s have been quite quiet for a while, but now obviously with Blackhawk, Satellite and Monaco being very close, we've got obviously the 3 teams for 3 places, but we've also got 3 different cars showcasing the level of competition available in the GT3s, and the gap between the different manufacturers and chassis not massive, which is good. And car choice maybe not showing too big of a factor. Henry Cynic though get a little bit wide going through the S's, put him on the back foot, and might halt his progress ever so slightly in that battle with Blackhawk and Dennis Zitak. But we've also then got to be mindful of Nico Barkley in that Wanako machine, who did have a little bit of a drop off. You can see now is behind the lapped Arnage competition Mercedes, but yeah, and falling off now outside of a second to the 2 in front of him. So we'd like to obviously work his way back into contention. So Cynic is safe for now, but when they do bunch up again, Cynic being sandwiched between 2 cars fighting for second is not a position I'd want to be in.
No, it's not not a nice place. You want to be either first or last in a train like that. Being the one in the middle is a very tricky and awkward situation. It's not nice. You've got to look forward, and you also need to be looking backwards as well. As the battle for the 6th place that we see with the other Blackhawk car, this is also getting rather close. Vogel has caught up a little bit to Alex Breutigam in the 81 machine, the sister Blackhawk car, as they look to get a run down this back straight. Of course, Sebring is still decent, but it's not. It's not the likes of DRS and that sort of effect. It really is a bit more of a gentle, gradual gain up towards the car in front of you, and that's what they need to be looking out for. They've got a 74 car just in behind them. That is Simfreen, but that is the Panchi car that we saw having some issues at turn 5 not too long ago, so they are a lap down.
Yeah, and obviously traffic has
You okay?
played a bit of a factor in
A car
the
dissing
course of this
in
race.
me.
It has done and thrown some
Or is the car fine? Or?
spanners into the works.
Yeah,
as it
because of
always
that
does
new
in
thing
Virtual
that
Championship. But yeah,
S27 developed, but
here
he was
with
literally
Visceral,
in me for
Blackhawk
5
and Stuber
seconds.
all battling away.
Which
and,
one?
yeah, no complaints from us in
Some
terms of the
satellite
level
car,
of
there are
competition
like
that we've got,
multiple of them.
and how many teams are battling away quite nicely in the
Like, I couldn't see anything because I saw like him in me.
Yeah, Jake
Oh
Denahan
my lord.
has received a penalty. One would assume track limits.
Somebody
Looking
told
where
Jimmy
he's just
that.
come through, that might have been, just sort of coming through the chicane. Very easy to cut that part of the track, but either way, has a penalty. And Race Clutch, who have already served stop and holds and drive-through and whatnot, and that's why they are so far back. They are struggling a little bit in terms of their position this race so far. Doing a good job, actually, to limit that damage, but now getting another drive-through penalty. It's not the longest one in the world, but it's still those extra sort of 20-odd seconds that you don't really need to be adding to your race time.
No, it's not.
Well, a year ago, that would have been
is
race over.
unfortunate for Denahan, and it's for pit speed. That's harsh.
Just on the
that's
exit
rough.
of pit lane then. That must have been where it is, yeah. That it's easy to do though, because as you come down the hill especially, so difficult, as we're seeing. Who is that? One of the LMP2s, I think, has just DNF as Jake Denahan, that making a mess of coming into the pit lane there. We've seen a DNF as well for the number 35 LMP2, Gijs Sonneveld at the wheel. They've gone for a DNF. They had an issue coming through the first sort of chicane, turn 3 of the track that I saw, and then just went back to the pits. They've obviously had some sort of crash or issue through there, so another DNF to add to the list. So Jake Denahan comes back out after serving his penalty.
Yeah, and I have to feel so sorry. Obviously, things go wrong, but they've not gone more wrong than what has gone wrong for Race Clutch. I'll be honest, I've never seen a race spiral this much for a team. Obviously, they didn't start too well, carrying over those penalties from Monza, and now it's just all unravelled as we approach the halfway mark of this race. That is so unfortunate for them, and not showcasing, obviously, the pace that they showed over the course at Monza. And it'll be interesting to see what knock-on effect this has for the championship, whether they will be able to recover or not over the course of the season. You'd imagine so, probably, if they sort of get themselves back up to their usual form over the course of the next couple of races and such. But when we get to the last couple of rounds, could this be the race that they look back on and think, you know, we could be a lot more comfortable right now if it wasn't for Atlanta, we could still be in contention, or whatever it ends up being. Hindsight is going to be a beautiful thing. I think round number 2 could be one of those rounds they look back on in regret.
Yeah, we'll see how the championship goes. Of course, there's plenty of races over the course of the season, but as you say, 1 or 2 here and there often make a bit of a difference. And I was just having a look at the Go teams, because they were just catching up quite nicely actually, but unfortunately just spreading out a little bit over the course of that lap. As I saw a yellow flag come up once again, has gone away. There don't see any cars stopped out stopped out on the track, but definitely that yellow flag keeps pinging every now and again. As Jake Denhan having oh no, it must have just been close, quickly finished, so he's getting close to 1 car for position, but not quite enough. We do have battle also for 7th place in class Seawolf. We do have Ferrari Esports coming in behind them. Battle on track, trying to a bit of a recovery for Ferrari, of course, having some issues. 3 laps down on the leader. Seawolf coming past them in the LMH. They'll give them a little bit of slipstream. Actually, is there going to be a completion of the move? Well, that satellite car having a few latency issues. We saw that in towards turn 7, but into the chicane, turn A, turn B. The LMP2 manages to get past Ferrari. They're up into that 7th place.
Yeah, nicely done, and have been on a climb back. Obviously, they had a couple of issues earlier on, but it's a fight back potentially from Seawolf Net Race, who are going to launch a counter-attack immediately to the inside of turn 1, but Tim Tandanovsky keeps his foot in around the outside and stays ahead. Yeah, they've had a little bit of an issue earlier on. They had the spin and such, but have been climbing back quite nicely. Yeah, they're nearly
let's keep on going.
Near on a lap down to the next car, Team Iris, for 6th, but a steady progress forward. And well, now looking at another fight between Netrex and Visceral. This is for 4th and is, at least for the foreseeable future, the highest that either of these teams are going to get up the order, as they are, as you can see, nearly a lap down on the top 3, but looking very, very strong at both teams in their fight for 4th. And it has been a battle that's been going on for quite some time between Netrex and Visceral. And in all fairness, we also had the addition of Iris at some point, as well as, in the background you can see there, I'm not entirely sure who that was, making contact with the McLaren and nearly set themselves spinning into the barrier.
I'll be right back for a second.
That would have been a big crash, certainly. But looks like they were getting close, and also getting close. Just seen is Kinnick. He was closing up to Shabakish there. The car just in the very foreground of the shot, the black and orange Winchit car. They are still about 9 seconds or so off the 2 leading Go Team cars. So Go Team staying out, doing something different on the strategy. I believe it's just that they are going longer on the tyres. They haven't had an extra tyre change as such, so that will swap around, of course, at the next stop, but it might be benefiting them at this point. With the amount of traffic that is out there, they are still able to do some nice lap times compared to the other drivers, even on the what I believe is fresher tyres. Shabakish basically doing identical lap times with the amount of traffic. So definitely some cool strategic battles happening. And what it's leading to is we've got a 2-way battle for the lead, and then a 2-way battle for 3rd and 4th, and even needracing.com not dropping too far off this.
Yeah, indeed so. Yeah, really, really looking good. And what a brilliant battle and race that we're so far seeing. At lap 171 of 394. We're not too far off the halfway point already. It's gone really, really quick, I have to say. Like the battles that we've had and the sort of the chaos that we've had throughout this race has really sort of kept the flow of time moving quite nicely, and yeah, we've had a bit of bad luck and things throughout, but all in all, it's been a very nice race indeed. Shabakish fighting away with Simfreem and Christopher Kinect after Kinect has really nicely closed in this gap for third. Obviously, both of them would like to go for the greater good and go for that race win, but Go Team, as it stands, seem to have it fairly secure.
Yeah, they're looking rather nice at this moment, but still half the race to go. So we're not even at the 100-mile mark yet. That'll be coming up actually fairly shortly, though. What's that going to be? 24 laps. I think 196 by my quick mental maths. Maybe 197 actually. 25 laps to go until we get that, but they are fast laps around here for the leaders. We're looking at 1 minute 8, 1 minute 9 for the hypercars, and it's about a 110, 111 for the LMP2s. But then we do get a little bit of a jump, 119s, 120s for your GT3 category. But just to run you down a couple of things that are happening at the front of each of the categories. Got Go Team Racing, they've got a 1-2 as it stands, but they are on a slightly different strategy. So we'll have to see how that one works out to the likes of Winchick and Simframe, who are battling just in behind there for your top 4. In your LMP2s, it's Luc Meunier who's leading the way very nicely now. For Team Iris. Hemmingson was at the wheel of that machine, but they swapped around at the previous pit stops. Shivakowski is in second place for Hyperion. They got 25-second deficit to the lead, but they've also got 20 seconds back to Luca Martona. Then we've actually got a pretty nice battle for P4 and P5. Sandeep Singh for Nerex Grand Prix is all squeezing with the Wanako GT. He's got Saraceno trying to come around his outside in towards turn 10A, 10B, all the way around the outside it's going to be, and Saraceno for Visceral gets that place perfectly timed as we jumped him in the number 46 machine, jumping his way up into that 4th position. And Netrex also, they are slightly, from memory, they're slightly off strategy in some way, but as ever, these things will come to a head at some point. In your GT3s, it's Sedla check for Tom Seng Sim Racing. They've got a rather nice lead there, 41 seconds ahead of Dennis Itak for your Blackhawk number 91 machine. Then they have another 4.5 seconds back to Nico Barkley in that Wanako. And it's an even bigger jump back to Cardoso, who's in 4th place for Visceral, although they're in a rather close battle that we've been following for a while with your Vogel at the wheel. So that's your sort of rundown of the top few cars in each of your categories. But as ever, it gets very close. And talking of one of them, that is going to be Kinnick in the foreground, trying to get closer to Winchick Racing. But as it stands, he's still there in 4th.
Yep, beautifully done. And still running really, really nicely is Kinnick and battling away, of course, as you said, for Shabakis. It's been a battle that's been going on for sort of the last 20-25 minutes or so. And Simframe, I have to say, really impressed with their pace in the opening phase of this race. As well, there goes the Bristol BMW nearly cutting across the grass. That's a dangerous mistake to make, but thankfully it was all right. They've kept it in a straight line, and thankfully the track was there in time in order to save them. But our focus right now is firmly on this battle between 3rd and 4th. But the gap that's closing to Go Team is coming down.
It certainly is. Well, we've got the number 2 of Nielsen there off in Sector 1. That was what the yellow flag was for, but is Kinect going to be able to get a run here? They go past the Hyperion LMP2 in towards turn 10A, 10B. Side by side is going to be for 3rd place on the road. Massively later on the brakes for Simframe around the outside, and Shabakis drops down into 4th place. And if everything works out as we expect, that might end up being the race lead for Simframe. They've closed down a nice gap that they had, and had a nice battle there with Winchick, but unfortunately Shabakis losing that place for Winchick as they drop down with a bit of traffic as well. That is a nice battle. NeedRacing.com are in the pit lane as well. Turka Hakkinen at the wheel of that. So Simframe making some moves. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Turka Hakkinen biting the bullet and coming in to the pit lane after a fairly long stint and comes in from 5th place. To obviously take his what we call the Code 80 pit stop that he's been forced to take to over the course of well, ever since the Code 80, essentially ever since the first pit stop of the race. Luca Martino as well from Cybra is into the pit lane, but yeah, that could well be the swing for the race lead in the LMH, with Simframe doing a really good job. Obviously only 5th place in Monza, but have catapulted themselves into race leading contention here at Road Atlanta. Rickard Nilsson for Team RTR are into the pit lane as well. For LMP2, you can see going up the side at a time to change tyres. There's Jan Catal as well for Seawolf Net Race in the Le Mans Hypercar as well. Have had pretty up and down race, but still fairly consistent and fighting for sort of, I'd say maybe 6th or 7th in the overall standings as things stand. So yeah, not at all a bad result, considering obviously a slow start to this race, as is usual. Well, yeah, it's not too bad for them. Side by side here, Brownsingham fighting away with the McLaren that isn't even full position. That is the satellite car that has not had a very good race. Let's put it that way. So Brownsingham obviously gives way to the McLaren fairly easily. And just allows him through to run his course. Well, it's nice to see that satellite car not only in one piece, but also having a decent run of form, at least for a couple of laps, which is obviously a breath of fresh air for them.
Yes, and it's certainly showing the speeds that they that they would have had. But let's work out or see how this one works out for them, because they're still 19 laps down, and that's not
number 67 is desyncing a lot. Can somebody tell Jimmy that?
Yeah,
he's lagging quite a bit.
67
amounts of laps
Yeah,
down.
satellite. I don't know which car is that, but
How many,
67.
obviously minutes that's going to work out to be for
He's
one. For
stuttering.
120 or so.
I think that's
like
the car that I had
24
issues
minutes
with.
that they sat
Yes,
in the pit lane.
I'm on.
Or 24 minutes in general that they've lost. That is almost, well, that's basically half a stint. They've lost. Crazy. Yeah, the amount of lap time that equates to around or amount of track time, I should say, that equates to around a track like this, obviously being a little bit shorter. But we are getting closer and closer to that halfway gap. It's almost 500 miles completed. Still got a little bit, well, about 450 miles or so completed. Yeah, about 50 to go to halfway.
Yeah, not long left to go in terms of reaching the end point of the first half. As I say, it's gone quick, yeah, not complaining with how it's gone. Obviously, things keeping very interesting. I doubt there is a 1,521 second gap for the fight for the lead in the GT3s. If there was, then fair play to the race leaders. I don't think that is quite the case.
Prototypes.
Let's have a look.
Hypercars
I mean, I was
passing
going to
into
say,
turn one, and then like the SSU lose half a second.
I know
to
he's
them.
quick, but surely he's not that quick. There we go, 1,500 seconds. Like, not a bad result, mate.
Yeah,
because you're
definitely
genuinely quicker than
them.
it is what it is.
Don't look at that one too far. So where's Sedlacek? He's just coming down the back straight, and Dennis Zitak is only coming up towards turn 3. Wow, that is a big gap.
Oh wait, no, it's just
and is working. I think it's just because of Hayes Sonneveld, who DNF'd a little bit earlier. He's now dropping down the order, and he is in the overall position. He is going past them, so I think that's just confusing the time tower a little bit. As it's working its way down, this is now Visceral 800 seconds off in behind. I think it's just going a little bit confused. But Wanako, that's still in that third place. Haven't quite been challenging the top 2. They'll be wanting to try and work that one out. As all finally Go Team Racing into the pit lane. Let's see what they're going to do. It's the Varconi car. This one was leading, the number 7 machine was leading the way from their sister teammate car. But Guillaume Mas, who's still out there, he's just done a personal best sector 2. So the speed is still there in this car as they stay out. We have a yellow flag in sector 2. Let's try and see who that one is. But certainly Go Team doing something a bit different on strategy. But if they're doing personal best, that's certainly showing that they are potentially doing the right thing as the speed is just coming as the race goes on.
I was going to say, the longevity they've had is impressive. I mean, it means that they've had a lot in pocket over the course of this whole stint, so much so that they're using it right at the end of it to, I suppose, build a bit of a gap. But yeah, really impressive stuff to be pumping up personal bests. Saying that, though, into the third sector, Christopher Connect set his own personal best of 14.7, which is a couple of attempts quicker than what Guillaume Mas was able to do. But in general, yeah, really impressive from Go Team to have that longevity in the car. That's a car without rear wing. That's a car facing the wrong way.
Car lost the wheel on the back straight. Nice
Understeer United. That is terrible. They go straight
car.
onto the racing line. The Mercedes did not see it coming. And that car, both of those cars, I would assume might be out of this race. Let's see if he's had some issues. So I did say yellow flag popped up. I was trying to work out who it was, but because he got going,
47.
he started rolling. I thought everything was okay, but he had no rear wing. And ironically, the understeer car oversteered, coming through the kink of turn 9, and now is going to be having some issues. The other Go Team racing car comes into the pit lane. If there's a code 80 now, something might
more like a second.
sort of be beneficial for the drivers in the pit lane at the time of the code 80. But let's see, it's Ludwig Conrads who's having those issues, and he has DNF'd from this race so far. I'm trying to see exactly who the other car out there was, but that was very nasty crash at one of the fastest parts of the track.
Yeah, not what you want to see at all. And that Poor Mercedes didn't really have much of a choice in that incident. Unfortunately, just darted left and well, had to hope. But then the Ferrari being struck in the middle of the circuit, then well, made it an even worse issue. That is unfortunate. Obviously, getting told that Conrad's had spun at the at turn 5, which is what we usually expect on that exit, where we saw the satellite car go off as well a little bit earlier on. It's just it's not fun, really. It's not fun times at all. Not what you want to see whatsoever. But again, one small incident has turned itself into an even bigger one because of a small mistake, as that is getting very close for comfort between the McLaren and the BMW.
Yeah, that is the BS the BS competition car having an absolute whale of a time there. Eunice Rivio, that is, in that 7th place, and that satellite car, was that for? No, that wasn't for position, but that was really had to work hard for that one. Sure, he doesn't appreciate that, but maybe a bit of a miscommunication as well. Let's go to the replay actually. So this is
who's driving the burst car?
Car? That was the Mercedes. Wow. I mean, just appeared out of nowhere from the dust.
That can
maybe
be
could have been a bit further to left, but absolutely nothing to do with them. Not their fault at all. Just having a Ferrari being horizontal, perpendicular in front of them across the track.
Because it's not Yerny.
Not great. And again,
it's
hard to react to that. In hindsight, they could have stayed more to left. They probably would have gotten away with it. But
He's
they can't predict
the one
that.
that has his,
predict the fact what
driving
that car's
standards
going to do.
fixed.
There's a very sudden spin for the Ferrari as well, and unfortunately, he's cast a shadow on the rest of their race, which again is a shame, especially when you're just the passenger in that incident, and it is difficult to react because, I mean, the Ferrari didn't necessarily do anything wrong as such. They were just trying to get themselves back to pit lane, and it is really difficult to drive without a rear wing. You're so susceptible to losing the rear end and spinning round. Maybe they could have put the brakes on and stopped the car from rolling more forwards, but
be prepared.
Again, there's not really much more that either car could have done in order to avoid it.
And Verl has had an issue in Sector 1. Arnage competition has hit the barrier coming down through the S's. That is a very fast part of the track as well.
I could really go for one now.
Definitely a lot of vision though, a lot more vision. Everyone can see it, but when he comes back onto the track, that is going to be very difficult. That's assuming he can get back onto the track. It is a front engine Mercedes. If he's hit it,
I think his engine might be dead, so that's why
he's really damaged the engine, I guess. But maybe just having some other issues there. Wow, that is that is not the nicest of positions to be sat in.
No, definitely not.
Like one of the
again, as you say, he is going to have to hope that the engine hasn't popped. We'll take another look as to what's happened. See a small little bit of a correction there, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then had to turn out with it. And as I've said time and time again already, the GT3s have not got the aerodynamic capabilities to avoid a car like that. As soon as they're on a line, they can't move from that line. And if they try, they're going to be hitting the barrier very, very quickly. So that is so unfortunate for Arnage, who have already been in the wars so far this race, just trying to overcorrect and then found themselves into the barrier and firmly out of this race, which, not fun at all.
Yeah, I believe it was Luca D'Amelio for TX3. I believe it was the hypercar, not the LMP2 TX3 car that was diving out the inside there. Very tricky. I was mentioning it, not too long ago, that seemed to be the move up the inside just before you hit the S's. But I do believe that part of the track is orange zone as well. So that will be a double penalty. And as normally orange zone is sort of double penalties for the for the first lap. But for certain tracks like Laguna Seca, we had it last year as well in the corkscrew here. During the S's, we have an orange zone for the whole race, not just first lap, for the whole race during that thing. And as I say, if, any penalties in the orange zone are doubled. So that is going to be a big one for Luca D'Amelio. As we get, oh no, this is going to be a nice static cam. Look at the pink car. He's going to be, big dive up the inside there from Luca. And as much as there was a tiny bit of space, he was forcing that and just way too aggressive at a part of the track where race direction has already told them to be careful.
Yeah, and for good reason, as has just been proven. I do feel so bad for the Arnage car there, because again, they went to turn into the corner. They didn't, as the faster car, as the one that's doing the lapping, it's your responsibility to lap safely. As a GT, you're told just to stay on your line and do everything as normal and just be predictable. And that's what the Arnage car was doing. And then, boom, there's a TX3 on their inside, and then, boom, they're in the wall, and boom, the race is over, which, sucks for them so much. Even worse when, you're not really at fault for it. And you know, for Arnage, it's a case of, oh yeah, they can give a penalty to TX3, but you know, that doesn't really help Arnage at this stage.
67. Car number 67,
No,
you need to
come
get
on.
out of the car and get someone else in because you are lagging. Car number 67.
So that is Satellite Racing, Amaya. We've been spotting that car lagging around a little bit, but now Race Direction has told them to swap drivers. Of course, it does take a couple of minutes to get an next driver ready, so we'll appreciate them doing one more lap. Hopefully by the next lap they can get someone else into that car to recover, because first of all we noticed it, and now Race Direction has ordered them to swap around. We've got a pit stop there, Sandeep Singh for Netrex Grand Prix at the wheel of that machine, the number 28, 2 laps down on the leader, big laps down, but they are working their way up nicely. And also what is now turned into the battle for the lead is still remaining quite close. Simfreen and Kinnick at the wheel, but Shabakish is not letting him get away. That gap just over 1 second.
Yeah, not much in it by any stretch of the imagination. The Simfreen car and the Winchester Racing Team car as well. I think these are the two favourites potentially for the win. Again, it will have to pan out obviously with any future code 80s or incidents or mistakes or pitch strategies and anything like that. But on raw pace, these two seem to be in such good in such a good position going forward. Shabakish is matching the pace set by Christopher Kinnick, who at some point, did find a way past and did get the move done. But the Winchester Racing Team car has been able to switch itself back on, bring the gap under a second. One mistake through traffic, and Shabakish has got that lead back.
Certainly, it doesn't take much for the lap times to vary here. Just as an example, on the previous lap, Shabakish 9.0, Kinnick 10.6, so 1.6 seconds. But then look at this lap, you get stuck behind a bit of traffic there. That will definitely be a good second or so lost, and the gap ebbs and flows. So as near as Vida Hitley likes to say, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. It's definitely a big factor, especially on a tight and twisty track around here. So not the easiest one for the drivers, and that's why we've seen quite a few crashes already so far, and a couple of code 80s to come with that. And just noticing actually, the sun is starting to get a bit low in the sky. So already as we start to get up to half race distance, you can see the sun is already getting just that little bit lower, so we'll definitely be getting to some dark conditions by the end of the race.
Yeah, would imagine so. Of course, we're here for near on 8 hours, and of course, naturally, we are going to go through at least some portion of a day-night cycle in that time. Obviously, will be more precedent when we go to the 2 24-hour races at both Daytona and Le Mans. But obviously, will be nice to see obviously the track time change, unless we time it right. 8 hours. I mean, if you go from say 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, then you wouldn't really see much of a difference. But in-game time, the 8 hours is quite a lot of time. So we are going to cycle through a little bit of brightness changes, which shouldn't take too much into consideration. Obviously, there might be a little bit of a visibility change. It's more
cars
for aesthetic, or maybe even with the track temps cooling down, the tires can get a little bit. They can switch on a little bit more and go a little bit longer. Make it not necessarily maybe go longer, but make it easier to go to the same distance, I suppose, for some of these drivers. But
that's a second lap.
You are getting a second lap
throughout the rest of the race, because 24 hours, 24-hour races in a season is heavy.
How much liters do you have?
Yeah, especially
28.7.
for VECs. Oh, what is going on up ahead there into 10A, 10B? You can quite see the amount of.
I love GT3s that don't use all of
a big amount of cars through there.
Love them.
And I think some of them might have been this battle 4P1. It got down to 4/10, but I think Shabakish has lost some time. That whole train of cars that is there on that start-finish straight, but then once again, Sebring losing a couple of tenths through turn 1 behind that McLaren, and now that couple of tenths goes back the way of Winchester. Can they get past a bit more cleanly than we saw TX3? Yes, they can. So definitely a very, very close battle. Oh, whoa, who is that in the background? Completely missing one of the apexes.
Was that the McLaren in the background? I think maybe. There's a corner there, and thankfully it happened towards the tail end of the S's. Otherwise, there would have been a little bit more at stake. Obviously, you miss one, and you usually miss more. Luca Martino there here for Armside, up in 3rd place, but quite a way down on the top 2 with Iris.
Are there 2 cars in front of me for position?
The 2 Team Iris cars looking
or are they
very good. I mean, one's leading.
Will they get blue flags?
So can't complain for their day. There's
They're
Monza
fourth
now
position.
taking the wheel away from Martin Hamilton.
Okay.
Is putting another lap on another P2 car, and well, have been since they took the lead, have not looked back at all. They took the lead and then have just said, "All right, I'm gone."
Yeah, it's been it's been quite a quite a weird race of how it's gone up and down. We still didn't quite work out exactly how that gap expanded so quickly, but over, I think it was the third hour in the race as such. Yeah, that was definitely quite a big factor. Talking of people going up and down, we're now looking back at Go Team Racing. They were 1 and 2 for quite a while, but they were off strategy. But the thing that has got me is that they've just been together. We're now 189 laps into the race, and they are still nose to tail within about a second of each other, as they have been for a good couple of hours now. Crazies. Pagani there, unfortunately, gets a penalty. We saw that car in the wars a little bit earlier, and that is your number 69 machine. Has had some issues there. That was the Tamelli car. They had some issues on their own, and then unfortunately got caught up with that crash a little bit earlier. So they've had some damage repairs, 18 laps down, and now, another penalty to add to that one. Just showing you how the race is going on.
Yeah, penalties galore. Coming into the race, obviously, as we've touched on, the long list, the novel even of penalties coming in, and obviously the penalties dished out going throughout it has not been ideal for some teams. It's just gone from bad to worse to dreadful to appalling for some teams. It's not even gone from bad to worse. There are more stages to their grief, they would have liked to have seen better days here at Red Atlanta, but it's been a very chaotic return. Obviously, as Ewan said, it's been nearly a decade since we've been here at Red Atlanta, and it's been a while, and it's been tough to get back into the swing of things here, because again, it is a tough track. It's a fun track, but as you said, it's tough. The attrition is high. It's a small, twisty track as well. To have 50 cars going around is probably a little bit excessive.
Do you need a fuel check on
so
the line?
it just means that you have to turn everything up to 11 and hope that it's good enough.
21 point.
We've got a fight here going on in LMP2. We've got the second team RS car fighting away with Giuseppe Zaracino in Visceral. So not too big of a battle going. Not too big of a gap between the fight for fourth and fifth, as we see the NewRacing.com hypercar get him to.
Yeah, it's been a close battle between a lot of these teams, and Iris doing a good job with that. It's just mental actually how the gaps have worked out. This car is fourth in class and already 2 laps down off the lead, which is rather something. I remember in my time a couple of years ago now, racing in the LMP2 category, and there were always 10 to 15 LMP2s so close together. And I remember we were trying so hard.
And 2.4 is the target.
I think we were in the number 49
is out of reach.
Burst Esport. That's year round.
You can, I guess, use up more fuel if you want.
Insane how hard. Oh, that was a close.
On how many laps am I going currently?
Hargitay,
9.
but managed to get through that one.
No.
But I remember we were trying so hard just to get inside the top 10 that season. It was so close. But this race seems to have just spread out. And it's not like there's bad teams there. We've got Visceral in 5th, Ferrari in 6th, Netwreck 7th, On-Off in 8th place. All of them realistically could and should be getting podiums this season, but it's just been that difficult of a race that's really spread out the pack.
Yeah, it has done, and not just necessarily in LMP2 either. We've obviously in Mon Hypercar, we've got Race Clutch struggling. Obviously, Burst are now doing all right because their penalty was a little bit less severe earlier on, and they've not added on subsequent ones after the fact. And also sort of in GT3 as well, we've got some big names. Juicers have been struggling a little bit to kickstart their season campaign as well. But just in general, it's been a really, really tough race for some. And I suppose it has opened the door for some underdogs to get themselves into the mix and showcase what they can do on a day where things are tough. Obviously, Wincheck getting the podium last time, once we've been able to carry their pace forward and contend here in Red Atlanta as well. So it's opened the door for plenty of teams and just opened the door for a really entertaining race.
Entertaining race it certainly has been, as we come to the end of the 4th hour in a few minutes time, and we're now 5 laps away from the half race distance, so almost 500 miles completed of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and those 5 laps will go very, very quickly indeed. around here with 1 minute 9-ish lap times for the leaders around here, and we actually continue our battle for the lead. Shabakirsh is getting closer, and he's all the way up to the back of the Sebring car. Unfortunately, just once again, but the traffic gets in between them. That'll be another couple of tenths as the BS Plus Zoom car. Should be able to slide past. That's a little bit tighter than we would have wanted, but manages to get up through it all. BS actually had to go off onto the grass there. It was quite tight between the two. As we're saying, GT3 is really on the limit down that corner, and just having to give any centimeters extra room, and it turns into that going onto the grass. Very expensive lawnmower. Winching now just losing a couple more, probably about another second or so as they came through turn 7 there. Very difficult racing around here. They closed up, but after just a couple of cars, they've now dropped back off again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that as Healy does say, traffic gives, traffic taketh. It is a very big mouthful. I don't know how they say it with a Scottish accent as well, but impressive. I have to say, good on them. But yeah, just sort of, we saw earlier with how quickly things can sort of open and close with Simfreem and Winchik. It was actually earlier on as well, able to close, what was it, like an 8.5 second gap in the span of 2 laps, purely because Winchik got the poor end of the stick in terms of traffic. So you can very easily have that swing. And it has again proven to open up a 1.8 second wedge between our two leaders. There is Damien Skovron for Burst Esport next view, taking the wheel away from Jane Simičić, who drove a brilliant first stint to try and minimise the damage, and now it's Skovron's turn to drive this middle portion of the race. And I have to say, I wouldn't say Burst Esport, I don't think they're in third place, sort of actually, after pit stops and things funnel themselves out, but all off the roads.
Hyperion, contact in the background. Juices get hit around by Visceral, and that was all a big of a chain reaction. The car's avoiding in the background as well. Horrible place to spin for Juices there, but I definitely think that was the Visceral car. That probably would have been Saraceno just having some contact, and that was a very, very awkward piece of the track. Section of the track there, and car spinning around. That just makes it pretty tight.
Pretty tight, yeah, indeed. And it's just that knock-on effect with how many cars there are, and how little track space there is. One person goes around and it sort of chain reactions itself into a very big issue. We've got Nick McComb up into 10th place for Juices Motorsport. Have been driving really well, of course, in their very, very lovely livery, of course, fielding the Ferrari over the course of last season, and have now swapped over into the Porsche GT3. And not been doing a too bad of a job in 10th place. Obviously would want a little bit more. There is Luca D'Amelio for Virtual Drivers by TX3 taking a pit stop after obviously their stint. And do they get a penalty in the end?
I didn't see it come up in the box, but I would assume for next race they'll have a big penalty like what we saw. But this is actually the battle for the lead that is just in behind that Burst Esport car. This is just something that we were looking at as Simfreem now trying to put another lap on a single lap on Burst, actually, who managed to just about remain on that lead lap despite a couple of penalties that they had earlier. However, I do think what are we at? We're coming up for another hour, so there's another pit stop coming the way for some of these teams, so maybe some pit strategy or something might change that, whether they stay on the lead lap or not. But this would be a good time actually to judge the pace with how Skovron could stay out of the blue flags or not of the Simfreem car.
Yeah, for sure. Again, they're going to need to, obviously, if they want to get that lap back. They have to stay in front, similar to what we saw with Denahan for Race Clutch earlier. You've got to get in front of the leaders of the class in order to actually make more progress, which is a very, very tough ask in of itself. But hopefully for Skovron, he's going to be able to do it, and more issues.
Yeah, DeChutis, he sat there with no rear wing. This is on the exit of turn 10B, coming up over the bridge, under the bridge, I should say, in towards the final corner. He's had some sort of mistake, and he hasn't moved yet, so he's just sitting there and waiting for something to happen. Nothing. If he just DNFs, then he should be okay, and even if he gets back on the racing line, shouldn't need a code 80 because he's right next to the pit lane, but still a very, very awkward situation for the Italian to be sitting in.
Yeah, and just more salt in the wound for that satellite car in terms of how their race has gone. have to say again, I respect the fact they're still going strong in this race and sort of pushing forward no matter what goes their way. They're still trying to get to the end, but yeah, they would have been wanting more from Red Atlanta if they can help it. We've got Visceral fighting away as well in a battle for 6th from the GT3s as Diogo Silva tries his best to hang on there. You can see only half a second back is their rival, but all in all, yeah, Satellite have had well, next race.
Yes, yeah, on to the next race certainly will be the mindset, at least for that car. But also with the other car, Amaya was obviously been told after some lag issues to swap drivers, so not being the race they would have wanted.
2 more laps.
18th position car. That is Chachutis gone back to the pit lane, so I believe that's going to be a DNF. Yes, it is. So we now have 6 DNFs over the course of the race so far. And a couple
make
of them
sure there's no damage
just in recent laps. Race is certainly starting to be a little bit attritional as
there isn't anything
progresses on. This is the battle that we've been looking at on the screen for the last lap or so. Got Caspian with Akio at the wheel trying to chase down Silva just in that Visceral car ahead of them, getting very close as we are at the halfway stage of the race. That 198 means we are 500 miles of the way into the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and we are just shy of 4 hours. So it's going to be just under 8 hours for the race if we continue at this pace, but let's see how that one goes. Oh, we've had a bit of a crash as well in LMP2. The thing is, Haggerty, who's just made a pit stop, has had issues. No rear wing. That is going to be a very tricky one to get back from. Another crash in turn 5 to add to the list.
Yeah, more and more. It's just getting worse and worse, and that is Team Iris as well, running really strongly.
Yeah, so you can still fit the car that you just passed there.
Yeah, I saw, but it will gain a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Managed just about
I got a message from
code 80.
Take
Everyone's
tires,
slow down to
if you
hit,
have
No, we don't.
So
He just
yeah,
passed
this
them.
is
Yeah,
going to
exactly.
be
Just
an
with
interesting
the
one. Some
pit
pit stops will be
200
coming up
meters
as we
behind,
ever
so
get to.
It's perfect.
Yes, another hour in the race.
I got a message from,
as we go into code 80,
I think it's
a
BS
good
Plus
time to
from
swap
Jonas.
around
He said,
commentators. So myself and
like,
Zach will
some
be
move
leaving you,
just
and you'll
recently
be
was a
joined
bit
by
aggressive.
Yuna Leary and Hugo Barrow for the next couple of hours
I don't know
before I come
what
back.
exactly.
Yeah,
But
I
he
think
said
The final two.
yeah,
So,
into
next
turn
time,
one,
not like this.
take it away and enjoy the
Yeah,
next
I
couple
will.
of
I will.
hours.
be right
Thanks
back.
very much, Cam, and thanks to Zach, who is now leaving us for the afternoon. But yes, welcome along to the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta.
I'm taking off my headphones to
continue coverage
go
of
get some water.
as we hit the halfway mark. Hugo, we've got our
quick.
third code 80 of the day, but really I'm going to count this as the second one because the first one came on
we're
lap
fueling
1.
up, yeah.
It didn't have much
Nice. Is it
strategic
right
interest or it didn't interfere very
One
much.
lap before.
However, this one certainly has. We've got the top 3
Nice one.
overall in, and we've got some major players in all 3 categories into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, well, it's just happened on the hour, and that tends to be roughly when these drivers are pitting anyway. So it's going to be quite beneficial for those who are just coming to the pit lane when the Code 80 came out. Obviously, you're under pit lane speed limiter during the Code 80, so you really lose almost no time in the pits. But a bit of drama, I think, to kick off the second half of this race and to welcome us back and sort of get settled in before everything kicks off again, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to get settled in quite quickly
Back
because
to green in 10 seconds, and when you crash, please slow down. 5,
are we racing?
3,
Yes,
2,
it's green.
1, green flag.
I was about to say because we're going back to green, and that indeed was exactly the case. So Code 80 is now over, and we're ready
we
to go racing.
We gained some time, I guess.
Again, 250
Yeah,
miles,
we'll check.
excuse me,
But
500
probably
miles
overall on
of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta
leaders,
still remains.
How many
and still
seconds
leading out
after I
front is
pitted was it?
Christopher Kierneck.
I would
in
say
the
like
Simframe
15,
Esports
20.
car. Now got 8 seconds over Shabakis, who's in second
A bit luck.
for Winchik
Bit
Racing
of
Team,
luck.
and then further back, now a lap behind, I believe, is Demian Skrovron in third. Oh no, he's still just about on the lead lap, I think. Yes, there is the leader right behind him, so just about on the lead lap, but by the barest of margins, and he has just been overtaken now. So Kierneck now with just 2 drivers on the lead lap as things stand. That hasn't really helped Go Team Racing now, unfortunately. For those in the front, they were going to pit on the hour anyway because they were on the normal strategy. However, that Code 80 was very well timed for them. Not well timed for Go Team Racing because it's halfway through their stint. They were already trying to make use of an earlier Code 80 to help their strategy. And unfortunately, the second one of the day has
If we
fallen
go 36
wrong for
laps
them.
to
And
the end now,
well, they're now a
each
bit
time,
stuck
we
really
should
in
be
5th
able
and 7th place
to
with
make it
no
without
real
going an
hope
extra
of
pit stop.
progressing that position on
we're at
strategy.
the
They'll have
halfway
to on
point of the race
circuit
now, so
instead.
I suppose, though, there
Make
is
sure
still
you
only,
hold at least
there's still
36.
500 miles to go. and there is still going to be many opportunities if it carries on at this rate that there'll be more Code 80s to go either way. So I don't think they'll be too let down yet. They've just got to keep plucking away, do what they can with the hand they're given, and see what they can find in the future. But Christopher Kiernick looking reasonably comfortable there in the Sim-Freem car. Because though 8 seconds behind after 200 laps, it's not too bad of a gap, and that definitely seems like it could go either way at the moment. We'll see what Vingetic Racing Team are able to do with what they have at the moment. Although 8 seconds, it's going to be difficult to close that up in a short amount of time.
In LMP2, look, Meunier is leading the way for Team Iris. This is, of course, the team that won at Monza in LMP2, although Meunier wasn't a part of that team on that day. He was, well, I don't know what he was doing, but he wasn't driving. They did take the win, though, from Gold Racing Esports. I believe it was one of, if not the closest for LMP2 finish at Monza on that day. Gold Racing Esports were the ones chasing them down. Unfortunately, they've had problems today, and the gaps are a lot bigger today, in fact, in LMP2. Now the Team Iris car has 30 seconds on Luca Martino, more than 30 seconds on Luca Martino, who's in second, and then there's another 30 seconds back to Patrick Stravkovsky, who is third in the number 44. That's Hyperion Esports. But what we have seen is the top three, the podium sitters from last race, up there again. 2 of the 3 who are on the podium at Monza are running inside the top 3 again here at Road Atlanta. And I know things can change very quickly, but the fact that the 3 of them have a lap over those 4 from backwards has got to be a bit comforting to them going into the second half of the race.
And that number 37 Team Iris car, just in the lead of LMP2, to put it into perspective, that gap is about the time it takes to change your tyres in the pit stop. So that's a fairly reasonable gap, and that's going to be quite comforting for them at the moment. They'll just need to keep that up. But as you're saying, yeah, it seems to be the heavy hitters once again back at the top, and it could be settling in for a season of perhaps domination. We'll see, but at least they are challenging each other for the moment, even though the rest of the field do seem to be quite spread out. Obviously, there's about 9 laps even between the first and last car in the current LMP2 sort of group on track. So while they're spread out, we've still got these little battles that could fizzle away. And down in 19th place, Robert Pound seems to be putting a bit of pressure onto Nicholas Lemoyne here. You can see traffic is just erupting at this part of the track, and there seems to be cars all over the place at the moment. That gap for Robert Pound and not too far ahead, but 4 seconds still could be closed down. I'm not sure what his last lap was, but yeah, managing this traffic, it's going to cost him some time, but also cost the cars they're racing some time, and he'll be looking to close down that gap in front of him as a result of that.
You mentioned the LMP2 grouping. That's because there's a few still behind some of the GT3s actually in the field. 3 of the 6 retirements so far in this race are LMP2s. Geeks Energy Sim Racing being one of them, being right in contention for a podium early on. Go Team Racing and Ramada Motorsport both retired quite early on in this race. They're both way over a
How far is
100
P13?
off the
So P3 ahead of me?
Over the overall lead, off the
On
overall
track.
lead at the
So I can
moment,
unlap.
so that they're a long way off. And I do believe that Pablo Allen is still in the race for Virtual Drivers by TX3, although
going
he's
onto the straight
43rd
now.
and 4 laps off the
back
next
straight or
car,
front
never
straight?
mind
Yes,
the next car in
back
LMP2, which is 16 laps on the down on the overall lead. He's 41 laps down, so he's 25 laps off catching anyone at the moment. Not an ideal race so far for them, but I do believe they're still in the race. At the very least. No hypercars out of the race just yet, just those 3 LMP3s and 3 GT3s as well. That is the closest battle in LMP2, currently watching it, but it's 8 seconds apart. There's some more interesting ones in GT3. Wojciech Polesny leads the way ahead of the rest. He's more than 30 seconds ahead of Alexei Kutsak and Adam Taylor, both drivers who got in, I believe, under that Code 80 or just before it. I think the GT3s came in, or would have been scheduled to come in just before it. But anyway, they're new arrivals into the car. I think for the first time today for Kutsak, it's Adam Taylor's second stint in the car now for Monaco. But this is a close battle. They're very much stuck in their own island.
When you
like.
pitted, it was 190 to
ahead
go.
to first place.
You need to do
more
like
than 30 seconds in front, and they've got more than 3/4 of a minute behind as well. But they can fight between themselves.
Maybe
for
with
second
another
for
Code
now.
80, let's see.
Yeah, but that's...
Yeah, definitely. And they're going to have to be careful here, especially going through those S's. This track is very narrow, it's very hilly.
I'm going to do
very
36
easy
regardless.
to get a little bit out of shape, and you've got all that traffic moving around you. So they're going to have to approach this battle with a bit of caution. As you're saying, yeah, they're in a bit of an island. These positions, they're not going to mean too much at the moment. But come the end of the race, maybe something will happen ahead that that gap will be able to close and potentially go for that lead once again if something happens to that lead car with Wojciech Polesny at the wheel. Or maybe something happens to them and they are forced to drop back. The bigger the gap behind, the better. Especially if you're battling with one another, you're going to have to be careful avoiding contact because you could bring both yourself and the other driver down, and you don't want to be doing that. So I think this could be quite a tame battle for the moment, and there's still about a second in it, so it's ebbing and flowing. But yeah, they will have to be careful, and maybe it will pay off just taking a bit of caution to this little fight in the later stages of the race.
Further back, Kamil Naui is just ahead of Diogo Silva, who's was under quite a lot of pressure from the Porsche of Erdem Akyol in the 75. You can just see in behind, bit of traffic interference there for Caspian Motorsport as they get past that McLaren just in behind. You can see that's the car down in 11th place. Currently, I believe, being driven by Ben Guider, still is the number 78. So Akyol makes his way through on him and tries to chase down Silva for a top 5. This is also a battle where they're very much isolated as well. You've got the Kamil Naui car in the number 81. That is Blackhawk Racing's car, of course, the second of their two cars. Then you've got Visceral Esports, then Caspian with Erdem Akyol. Then you've got BS Plus Zoom Competition. And then there's 2 laps back to Satellite. The gaps are getting very big in certain parts of the order here. And this 4th to 7th battle is very much isolated as well, like the one for second is.
As you said, yeah, there do seem to be a very sort of solid groups of cars fighting for certain positions, and then big gaps either side. As you said, there's that 2-second gap behind. I suppose that's sort of the result of the race. Those Code 80s would have been splitting people up, offsetting strategy, and at the moment it's just a matter of being as quick as you can where you can. But especially in this battle here, battle for 4th, a few positions are worth a few points, and given that there aren't too many races in the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar, all those points are going to make a lot of difference towards the end of the season, because you've got to be taking a season-long approach to these races. Though they are long in and of themselves, the season's much longer, and if you sacrifice a decent result in this race trying to go for an even better result, that could really come back to bite you, those points that you lose at the end of the season when everything else has come to pass. So it's going to be a bit of management, and as you said, though, bit of a split up on track. They're still there looking a bit comfortable, but the rest of the track not so much.
That was very close for Erdem Akyol as one of the hypercars tried to dive down his inside. Is that sim racing for Holland maybe? I'm not entirely sure. It might be Burst Esport Cocktail. There's too many black and white liveries this season, and that's one of them anyway, making its way through at the moment. That's definitely needracing.com, so it won't be Burst. But that's needracing.com making their way through in the all red, not to be confused with Race Clutch at the same time. But it was certainly one of the hypercars diving down the inside of Akyol there in towards that chicane, and could have been a very bad moment for everybody. Thankfully, that's been sorted out. I mean, 6 retirements from the 50 so far is a relatively high number, considering we only had 2 didn't finishes from the opening round of the season, and one of them was a DNS because of a PC crash at an inopportune moment. So I'm not sure whether to say, that's a high number or not, but 6 after only half the race, I think is a little bit of a high number, but that's what people were expecting from Road Atlanta, I suppose. It's one of those circuits that you do have to be very careful on, and some people haven't been quite careful enough, evidently, so far in this race, because we do have 3 LMP2s and 3 GT3s out of the race already.
Well, I think it also goes to sort of show just how much of a difference there is between this track and Monza, the opening race. Monza, quite a flat track, lots of straights and not too many turns, whereas there's constant elevation change. There's not as much room when you go off. You're sort of straight onto grass or straight onto gravel and then into a wall. And there are quite windy sections of the track as well, which makes this multi-class racing especially dangerous, as you're going to be trying to navigate around these cars while they're on the edge. It's only about 2 miles-ish long. It's not the longest circuit. It does mean it still seems to be crowded at most points, and that's going to require the utmost concentration from all of these drivers out at the moment.
To put it into perspective as well, by the way, Petit Le Mans in real life, of course, is next weekend, and the entry was released the other day. I think it's in the in the 40s somewhere. So we've actually got more cars starting this race than it's starting the real life Petit Le Mans next weekend. That's a longer race, which makes things a little bit easier. I suppose it means there's more time to fall off, but makes things a little bit easier in terms of being calm at the start of the race and whatever. And we've got more than that and a shorter race distance to contend with here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That's what a task was ahead of these drivers at the start of the day, and already we've seen this track bite a few drivers in this season. The first time in 11 years we've been to Road Atlanta in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That was for another 1,000-mile race, and that was completed in 8 hours 25. 8 hours 25. Very nearly 26 back then 11 years ago. Now that was using obviously a decade ago's LMP2 technology. Now we're into Le Mans Hypercar, as we've got a spin there for one of the cars just behind Erdem Akgol. I think it may be Ben Geider, maybe, although he seems to have been in the pit lane and maybe drops a little bit further back. But let's see. Oh no, he's down on pit lane, so it's definitely not him. But it was certainly a spin at the top of the hill there. Couldn't see who it was for, but just bouncing over those curves at turn 2, really, that caught someone out.
Yeah, there seems to be that the curves are fairly aggressive around here. You do have to be careful. Of course, we've seen before the GTs seem to manage the curves better most of the time. They seem to be a bit more forgiving for the drivers, but they are something that have to be paid attention to regardless. And as well, you can see around this track, these LMP2s, the prototype cars, do seem to be a lot smaller. In fact, they are a lot smaller than the GTEs. And they can sort of sneak up behind you as well. So if you're not paying attention, you might suddenly see a car in your rearview mirror. But we're going to move to this battle here. It's Adam Taylor having a sniff up around the outside there, trying to move up the order, perhaps get into that second position, I think, on Alexei Kutzak, as they are pretty much side by side heading into the next turn. Who has the advantage? This Adam Taylor is just about ahead, going into the braking zone there. He's going to be able to hold it. And that LMP2, I think, just in the background, giving the advantage, boxing in that car he's just overtaken, and not allowing Alexei Kutzak to respond by trying to have send it back down the inside there.
Yeah, so Adam Taylor through to second. There must have been something going on preceding what we saw there, because it did seem that Kutzak was wide through turn 7, and that really ruined his run onto the back straight, which allowed the Porsche to get alongside and get through even before the braking zone. So I would imagine there was more to the story there just before we joined up with it, but Adam Taylor is now through into second, the 4-time Virtual Endurance Champion, and now we'll go in search of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing Ferrari, which currently leads this race. It's Wojciech Polesny in GT3 leading the way, as they won, of course, at Monza as well. Well, sorry, they didn't win. They were second place at Monza. The number 91 of Alexei Kutzak we just saw did win at Monza. They're now third. We're seeing in GT3 as well, there's some top contenders having a good couple of opening rounds like Black Hawk, Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Monaco, because they were on the podium at Monza. They're in the top 3 again now.
It does seem to be shaping up for quite an interesting season, all of these challenges about the circuit at the moment. I'm just having a look around the order as well. It seems that there's maybe a couple of pit stops happening at the moment. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, as you're saying, lots of contention at the moment. Should set us up for a very good season if these sort of battles are able to continue. And I'm not sure if something's happening to one of the LMP2s. I'll come back to you on that. But yeah, it seems to be quite an exciting lineup for the future. We've got up at the top, I think, Rob van Starkenberg here seems to be putting on a bit of pressure ahead to Robert Pound. Okay. Only a second behind. Could start challenging that in the near future. You can see that's the Netrex GP car, currently 9th in class, 19th overall, closing up hopefully to the Gold Racing Esports car if you can. There's yellow flags in Sector 2 though. They're out pretty much as soon as they're back in rather as soon as they come out.
Oh, right. It was one of the hypercars, I think, that's gone off. Janssen Bins, maybe? Has he got damage? No. Well, I say that. It doesn't look like he was tracking quite straight. It's the Seawolf Net Race car, and that was the one I couldn't identify earlier on, by the way, in case you were wondering. They got overtaken by one of the GT3s on the exit of turn 5 on that lap, and obviously that's not... well, that is unusual. So he must have had some kind of problem, Janssen Vince, but clearly it's not been that much of a problem because he doesn't seem to be damaged. Brakes a little bit late in towards the chicane and gets it a bit wrong on the exit as well, but he doesn't come into the pit lane, so he seems to be absolutely fine. He's going to be overtaken by the 17 Go Team Racing car that's currently running in 5th place in Hypercar. So Vince will continue on, the former Valley Esports driver of last season, now moved over to Seawolf Net Race. Still running in 8th place after whatever happened to him there.
Yeah, it seems that maybe he just let up his tyres a bit there, returning to the track after whatever happened, because
It's
he's slightly squirrely at the moment. You can see he doesn't seem
if
too
they're not
comfortable
able to
as that
do
GT
that.
goes right onto the grass, trying to avoid a little bit of contact here. But as you were saying, Janssen Vince does not look like he's having the greatest time out on track with that hypercar at the moment. We'll see if he's able to recover from whatever's going on now. We've got Jake Dennehan not too far behind there. You can see 2.2 seconds. There's a few pieces of traffic between the two vehicles on the track at the moment, and you can see it's getting a little bit dark in the shadows there. Those headlights are beginning to light up the road, but I don't think we're expecting any darkness out the course of this race. I might be wrong though. We might get some just in the last couple of hours or so, but yeah, at the moment Jake Dennehan's just plucking away, trying to close down that gap.
You say that. Petit Le Mans normally does have darkness towards the end of it, but this is obviously not quite Petit Le Mans, and shadows are getting quite long already, considering we've got at least 3 hours remaining of this race. I would argue that we are going to see a bit of darkness towards the end, although maybe not towards Petit Le Mans levels. Jake Dennehan is closing in on 5th place, by the way, but far more pressingly, Camille Naoui is going to have to hold off Diogo Silva all over again there. It's Naoui in the Aston Martin, the Black Hawk Aston Martin, just in the foreground. Then it's Silva in the BMW just behind. As by the way, the Alexei Kutzak driven car is continuing to fall away from Adam Taylor up for 2nd place. This battle closes in for 4th place. It's Naoui who breaks late in towards the final chicane, and Silva who continues to apply the pressure, and Akio who's continuing to be frustrated by traffic. He still can't quite get to these two.
Yeah, and they're pretty closely matched for pace, rather. The last lap they were just 0.2 of a second apart, and having crossed the line once again, that seems to be, they pretty much bang on each other, maybe a few hundredths of a second in it. So Diogo Silva really piling on the pressure now in that very aggressive looking BMW M4 GT car, and you can see closing up still as we head down the hill. Only problem is you have to be pretty close to mount a meaningful challenge around this track, because it's one thing trying to get close as well. You need to be in a position to try and move down the inside, and given that there's so many S's, there's not actually too many overtaking opportunities. You need to hope that the car in front makes a mistake, and that might be what Diogo da Silva's doing, putting on the pressure and just sitting behind, seeing if there's any opportunity to pounce on and try and take that 4th position.
Well, let's see for Silva as he makes his way down towards the final chicane. Of course, there's a couple of Visceral Esports cars on the grid here this season, by the way. Silva being only at the wheel of one of them, but Visceral with 2 cars. Another BMW is the number 66, running a lot further down and outside the top 10 for the moment. I think they were caught up in the opening lap incidents, actually, come to think of it. There was, of course, a big crash earlier where lots of the GT3s, if not most of the GT3s, were caught up. Hearing that someone saying in the YouTube chat that someone's got 3 laps of repair time and their race is over. Who's that about? We haven't seen a particularly recent incident, have we? I don't recall one, unless they mean Race Clutch who were in again, but I would be surprised about that personally. We'll try and find out who that's about, because Race Clutch were actually about to try and overtake Go Team Racing, but so hopefully they're not the ones with damage.
Yeah, hopefully not. 3 laps is a pretty significant margin to try and make up. That'll end up costing you about 4 or 5 minutes, I think, depending on the vehicle you're in. You can see it's the LMH Seawolf car, yes. That's pretty unfortunate, in fact, because most of the LMH cars have been sticking near the front fairly comfortably, but that Seawolf car, the number 6, has dropped to the back of the class and is already a lap down on the car in front. So that does seem to be any contention for high points there over for Seawolf Net Race, which is very unfortunate for them.
And that's exactly why I didn't realise that 3 laps repair time was about Seawolf, who did have that incident at Turn 5. a couple of laps ago, so they'll be dropping off the back. I mean, they will still score points. You score points for lower than 10th place. I think it's 15 or 20 in the VEC these days because of the slightly larger classes. I think it might be 15 that you score points for, but anyway, they will score points, and they are in Division 1 as well, which of course gives you points in relation to the rest of the field. But nevertheless, it's not a good start to the season, and it's kind of unfortunate, really, that they've left off in the first of the hypercar era, or the new hypercar era, the Van Wall era, if you want to call it that. That they've left off in this manner, because over the course of the 2 DPI seasons, they were a very, very solid team and were lurking around, sort of testing and trying for that title in both of the DPI seasons. It's just a shame that the Van Wall era has not gotten off to a good start for Seawolf.
No, I agree. I remember at the end of last season, they were really putting on some pressure trying to go for that lead. But it does seem that the sort of change in machinery has not worked too well for them. Hopefully, they'll be able to find their feet. They might have to... It's a bit early to call now, but maybe if a season carries on the way it's going, try and get more used to the cars over the course of this season and come back fighting next. But it's a bit ominous to talk about next season already, given we're only about 1.5 races into this one. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they'll be able to recover soon and start putting on some serious performance in the future races. I'm not sure when the next one is, but there's a bit of time to work on between then and now. But yeah, as you said, the change in machinery doesn't seem to have worked out too well for them.
Yeah, we're roughly racing every month, by the way, in the VEC this season over the course of 8 months. This race comes only 5 weeks after the opener at Monza. It'll be only 4 weeks until we race at the 4 Hours of Bahrain, coming up for round number 3, and then another 4 weeks after that, the 6 Hours of Spa. Bit of a break after Christmas, but not that much. The 13th of January is the 24 Hours of Daytona, the first of 2 24-hour races. Another 4 weeks to the 6 Hours of Road America. 4 weeks after that is Sebring. And another 4 weeks, you guessed it, to the 4 Hours of Imola, and then we get a month off in May before the 24 Hours of VEC.
What is P1 and P2 doing?
Is our championship finale for what,
in terms
10th
of pace
season in a row? Don't quote me on that. But it's our traditional finale, and we'll be back there again in June. So over the course of 9 months, we're racing pretty much every 4 or 5 weeks.
Average-wise.
And even during January as well. A 24-hour race at Daytona throughout January. That's going to be a very, very tough one for everyone. In the first time, the Virtual Endurance Championship has held 2 24-hour races in one season for 8 years.
Well, I think it says a lot, the fact that I have not seen 2 24-hour races in any season that I've commentated. I've only been here for about 3 or 4 years now. But yeah, as you said, 2 24 hours, that's going to be really tough. Especially as it's in the middle of January.
I hate this hypercars.
Not really the end of the season.
I hate them with a passion.
Right,
especially those that are,
and that's going to really add
top 5.
an extra lot of pressure to the overall race, and obviously, the overall championship. Obviously, those 24-hour races.
I lost a second and a half because of him now. Nice.
At a normal race, so they're extra valuable, but they do take a lot more work to prepare for and a lot more work to take part in. So it's going to be quite a hefty season, I think, this year, and it's going to test the drivers, I think, a lot more because we have had some shorter seasons recently. But this is definitely a change for the better, I think.
You do a move for both of us.
8 races again. I think it was what season? Oh, don't test me now. 13, where or was it 12 even? Where we went down to 6. No, 13. I think we went down to 6 races in a season. That really was a bit of a dash throughout that course of the season. But yeah, it would have been 13, I would say, or 14. No, I don't know. Oh, it's the one of the LMP2s goes off the road. I'm afraid. I think that was the Seawolf car that has just gone offline. It's Lundvall again, who's running down in 10th place. Not sure how you would have found yourself out there, really, through the final corner. That's an odd place to find yourself.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the most orthodox racing line through there. But back on track. However, yeah, a little bit further behind than P9. You can see that's 26 seconds, so that's a bit of room to make up for the Seawolf cars. And it seems that, yeah, Seawolf in both divisions, not in both categories rather, LMP2 and the hypercar, not having the greatest time of it today. There's still time to try and pull some of it back, but they're probably not too satisfied at the moment.
By the way, it was season 14 I was thinking of with the 6 rounds. Season 13 had 9, so they could have been more wrong. Through the middle goes Lumbout as they fight their way through. Think that was the battle for 4th in GT3 that they just passed, though. Diogo Silva trying to make his way through, but still can't do it. I mean, we've been watching this battle almost the entire time we've been here now for nearly half an hour, and he's still not finding his way through. I do get the feeling that he wants to go through, but I'm starting to doubt myself here because he spent so long behind the Aston Martin now that maybe he is just hanging back for the moment and waiting as things stand, because he's still not managed it.
I'm not sure. I think just down into that chicane there at turn 10, he seems to have a little look, actually. Maybe overcooked it a little bit and ran a bit deep, almost touched the back of Naui. So I think he's still going for it, but just struggling to find the opportunity. And obviously, there was a prototype passing at the same time, which is not ideal for Silva's move. But you can see moving down this hill, getting very close. But once again, these hypercars and these prototypes just come up behind, and they take away all of the room on the track. It makes it so much more difficult to take a move. You can see there Silva trying to grab a tiny bit more of that slipstream coming off the back of the hypercar as we head through the next section of the track. Still not finding any room, but down into the chicane again, we could see an attempt at replicating the move from last lap. It all depends on this traffic though, because it may mean he won't be able to pull to either side of Naui and try and make a move. You can see dropping back a little bit further there. It's 0.2 of a second the gap, heading towards the braking zone now. It's one of the heavier braking zones on the circuit, and yeah, just doesn't seem to be any room. So maybe he is backing off, but it did seem last lap at least he had a go at turn 10.
Yeah, it's just not happening for him at the moment. I can't really put my finger on quite why, I've got to say. Edemakion must have lost a lot of time in that last pit stop, I've got to say, because he's found himself a lap behind BS Plus Zoom competition, and that means he's 2 laps behind Black Hawk and Visceral, who we just saw battling. And now only a moment ago we saw him go into the pit lane from right behind those two who were fighting for 4th place. So I don't know quite how they would have lost quite so much time in that exchange.
Alex, can you join? Start joining?
For my money, only made just a very normal pit stop. As I can see the race leader off the road. I think the race leader, Sama Kisses, off the road. Is he? No, not quite. He's just making his way through the first section, where there was a yellow flag. I thought he was the one causing it, though. Clearly not.
No,
and, it's someone else. But goodness me, that
I'm approaching the last corner. So
Christopher Kiernack involved in the first sector as well. Can't tell you who was off the road actually. It was the LMP2 leader, we're being told, but he seems to be running absolutely fine.
13,
so
12.
maybe I shouldn't have doubted myself so much. Shelby Kiss doesn't even look to have any damage on him, does he? I mean, I can't see anything wrong.
I'm not sure. I mean, he's only now 11 or 12 seconds ahead of P2. I remember that gap was a little bit bigger earlier. Doesn't seem to be too damaged. Although I noticed with the Seagull car earlier, it didn't look too damaged.
What a retard!
Still had
oh my god!
Wrong with it. And those
he killed himself.
Sort of daylights are usually on the car. He hasn't.
That is going to get reported, but I don't think that was my
maybe
fault.
Just went for a little detour off the road itself. But yeah, he seems to have only spun and got back going.
Should I?
Okay, so
should I join again?
So yeah, Christopher Kiernack has.
Or maybe
yeah. Do join.
Dropped down behind Winchick Racing Team now, who do lead. So Kiernack, the reason it's confusing me is because Kiernack's margin was about 11.5 seconds beforehand, and now it's 11.5 seconds, but in the opposite direction. So Kiernack was the one who was leading, of course, for Sebring, and now no longer.
I'm not losing time on the straights.
Racing now leading the way, still getting into
don't worry about repairing it then.
Sector 1, by the way.
Let's analyse.
But yeah, Kiernack's clearly been off the road, and I mean, there doesn't seem to be any damage on him either. I mean, it must have just been a spin with him avoiding the wall, but I can't really, you know, it seems pretty unlikely that he would have spun and been able to survive that, as we do have a big crash at turn 3 apparently. Let's see if we can try and catch a glimpse of it, can we?
Will be slow left side.
This is not far back enough, I'm afraid, to try and find, or see if we can see anybody stricken. If we follow Fabian Barle coming through the S's now. Is there anyone missing any significant body parts at the moment?
Did it look?
Can't see. There's an LMP2 off the road down there.
I mean,
who is that?
Squeezed
off
between
to the right-hand side.
There was a gap, and I went for it
between
between him and a GT, and he just steered into both of us.
May have been the driver running in 5th place, Giuseppe Saracino. It is Visceral Esports,
yes,
who are off the road. They were battling with Ferrari earlier on. Now they're in the wall and really struggling here.
Well, that's certainly a very dramatic turn of the race. It all seems to be happening
Oh shit, car died.
around lap 225.
No,
that car does
what
not
the
look
fuck?
comfortable. Doing
Okay,
well to stay out of the way of the other drivers. But I think
have
he is
to
going to have to
repair.
cross the road to try and get back to pits. If they're going to try and get that
GT.
repaired, it's 5th
Is
place.
it very bad
It's
or?
Yeah.
dropping down to 7th now. I
Alex, are
don't
you
know
here?
how long that's going to take to repair, but
Yes,
I don't
I am.
imagine it's going to be very quick. It might not be
Select,
worth trying to get it
driving
back
with
out
you.
on track.
Okay,
Although
that was
just
just
commend
about.
Visceral and Saracino there, at least being quite considerate with
What?
where they're
Why is
driving
it-
and avoiding the track,
Okay.
avoiding
300
any
seconds.
potential mishaps
What?
from trying to recover. But
This is
again,
insane.
not ideal. And
What happened?
A car swerved into me. Alex, did you see that?
No, I was just.
Yeah, he was trying to avoid a GT, and I was like at speed, going way faster than them, and I like if I braked, I was still gonna collect them. There was no way for me to avoid it.
How many seconds of damage?
300.
Jesus Christ.
There was not like I went full on to the left of the circuit. Even if I lifted, I was gonna collect them. This is insane. Oh my god. What a race, man.
And was that 214, right?
What? No idea. What?
Lap 200.
Yes,
Oh, wait.
215.
yes.
I have no comments for this, man.
Well, now we have twice as big challenge. Oh my god. I can't believe it.
And it wasn't that big of a hit, like I don't know.
2 separate incidents in 1 lap. Jesus Christ.
No, it was one after the other, but still.
Ah.
It was going so well,
Yep.
relatively speaking.
No, I mean, we got back up to P4, so it obviously was.
I've never
Engine is
experienced this in my life. Sorry, what?
Engine is off.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I guess we lose 2 more positions.
If it's two, it's good.
I mean, not from where we were, but from this moment, 1 more, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How many? Munier is
Still
P1,
100.
right? P1,
What?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We might be
We are
11th.
ninth. We are ninth now, so yeah, 11th.
Yeah.
I have no words for this. So, in this scenario, like, I was avoiding it. The issue is a car that was trying to avoid the other car swerved into me.
I mean, it's not your fault, so, you know, it is what it
I
is.
was going full throttle, but trust me, if I was braking, I was still gonna get collected. It was like split decision for me.
It is what it is, mate.
I think that is true. That it's best to steer into the accident.
It is what it is.
One of those days.
Yep. Pity. Because we did have a shot at podium even with that instant in the first lap or first stint, but
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe all our cars on front also get 300 seconds of damage now. Let's go.
Yeah, we could stay P9, I guess.
Two seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll stay P9 then.
I completely forgot even about that.
But what?
I guess
the
that
engine.
doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What can you
The
do?
thing where you gain like half a second.
Yeah, okay, it's
Ah.
10 seconds to the guy behind, but he should stay in front. So
I will stay in front. Yes, there are hypercar and 2 GTs coming from behind.
Hypercar going through. And we're clear.
Nice. Seven laps to P1, Alex. You can still do this.
I guess the next car is like 1 and almost 2 laps.
Well, he's in the pits now, but yes, 2 laps. It's probably gonna be 1 once he comes out of the pits.
I think there are even 2 people in the pits. I think this Vince guy has lost connection or something, or still in the pits, I don't know. But we gained the spot.
Great
Yes,
success.
but he is a hypercar.
Aha, unlucky.
Not great success.
Good job, Alex. If you're managing to overtake hypercars, who knows where we could recover to.
Oh boy. Well, the next 2 guys, Musaidas and Vanda, need on track. Just so I know.
They are now both in the first sector. Next car just started a lap P7 exit S's.
Copy. One and a half laps to gain.
I'll be in the other channel to analyze the replay if anybody wants to join. I just checked it out. I got taken out because with the one Echo car, I rolled off the brakes and intentionally steered onto the circuit. And previously they were driving without a wing for half a lap at speed. I'm lost for words.
Miss Musaitis in the pits again.
Looks like a crash, yes.
came in, there's no move. Apparently 2 people in front of us just had a crash. But apparently no damage. So I have to pass both of them, right?
If you want to gain time on them, then yes.
And let's see how to do this. Do you know in which lap they are on the stint? You might be seeing it in my stream. The number.
Pawn is on lap 14, but there's no data on underneath.
I mean
Because
the
it
two
is
cars.
not underneath, yes. But still, it doesn't say anything for the car just ahead.
Okay.
It's just blank. Then the other one 15 laps into the
Then
stint.
he is longer than me, apparently. GG. Vanderneet, I think, is in.
He's out again already.
Okay. View check on the line. 34.15.
Yeah, 2.27 target.
Just okay. The car's not pulling. And this McLaren is like the slowest car I've ever seen. It's like 30 kph off every apex speed. What the fuck? might get him. Let's go.
Der Hypercar, der ist in a rush, so just be careful.
Does he want to watch Formula 1 or what? Ah, P2.
I think
okay.
he wants to win.
Yeah, I see. I see, I see. And 5 more laps in this stint. was in a rush, definitely. Not again. Every lap I get them in this fucking S. Did Lianos crash? Because I think now we are on the same lap. And he was 2 laps ahead.
He's in the pits. The in-lap does not look like a crash, but let's see.
Okay. Yeah, now Vandanitas also passed him.
Yeah, and he's rolling again. I think it was just normal stop. Well, actually... well that... Yeah, it was a crash. His pit box was just before the line.
Could be. I guess we might be able to get 2 more positions, but then it's still 2 laps to Robert Pawn.
$130 laps.
Thank you, GT. Oh man. 36 seconds.
Nice.
Good
Thanks,
job.
Alex.
One more stint.
Yep, and then you, Dennis, to the end.
Seventy-one, 80 tires left, so easy. Okay, so this Lianos guy surely has fresh tires now after his repair.
Yes. I still don't know if it was a repair, but it was a bit longer than normal.
One minute, 10 seconds. Still the gap. Let's see how it goes. Andrea Martinos, P3 in class. Okay. Do you know which lap of his stint Martino is? P3, I think.
P2
P2, no?
and lap 22.
Okay. So I guess only 9 more laps for him. Like in the first.
Potentially.
Yeah. Then he has really low fuel. Getting it. Lianos in the pits again.
Could be. I can't see right now.
Yeah, he is behind me in the standings now. I won't get him. Okay, dann nicht. Did P1 just lap P2?
Yes, and we would have been P2 if not for that one goal. We were ahead of them, but remember, Alex, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. This is why we're in this position this race.
Blessed. Hashtag blessed.
Okay, Michi.
Man, what are you doing? I get sometimes the blue flag now. But I think I should. He has to pit anyway quite soon. Okay, never mind, he's gone. How many laps is P1 into the stint?
4.
Fresh tires, I guess. Or maybe not.
No.
Then I have to unlap myself. Aren't you friends with them, Anthony?
He is not here.
Okay.
I am literally here. What do you mean?
Yeah, you can kindly ask them to let us past.
Yes.
If they don't, I'm gonna risk it. But it's their race to lose, not mine.
Yeah, I asked them.
I mean, he's doing good pace, but I think inconsistent. And there's Lianos. Oh god. I guess it doesn't matter for a while now. Until I close the gap. The broken... Okay, the broken car is right behind me. I have 49 liters. Should I fuel up again?
Just
Because this
stay
car's
out.
going
It's
slow.
I mean, if he's right behind you, we won't gain anything.
yeah, but he's going.
He's
a bit
losing a lot.
slow.
Yeah. He's
I
losing
mean,
a lot.
yeah, go for it then. You can just fuel up.
Yeah. Fuel up. I think he's losing quite
He's
some
losing a
time.
lot. It seems.
Yes.
Okay then.
Yeah, he's losing a lot. Okay.
Too
Make sure
late for
damage
me
repair
to
is off,
join.
Yeah, all good.
I mean, you still got
Minutes.
probably another minute.
I mean, you can try.
You can try. Yeah,
I am trying.
cool.
I mean, I have 49 liters, so... what is it? Like... 14 laps already done. Would be 14
Yeah,
laps extra.
it's
which-
fine, especially in these conditions now.
And if you
But
take
I'm
over, I give you
trying-
the new tires, right?
Yes.
I see you are just about joining in time and I only being able to just change 2 tires.
Still loading the
Still loading track? Yeah, then it won't happen. Because I'm under the bridge now. I'm going for fuel only.
loading cars.
Yeah, I'm just about got it. 17 seconds. Oh no. Oh, what is he doing? Yeah, that was my bad. I overshot my pit box quite a lot. Ah. Did Thunderneat got into the pits?
Yes.
Not so nice. Like fun. Oh, it's this McLaren again. Oh boy. What are they guys doing? Oh,
Fighting for
position. Oh no. Anyway, I'm gonna take a backseat and watch. Sebastian Wunsch again on a mission. .96. What a lap. I hope not both going for the move. Okay. Yeah, that can't work, mate. That can't work! Whoa, oh my god! Whew. Whew, I'm alive. And I'm awake.
Ui, no.
My god. What are my BPMs? Feuer levels?
10. Oh no, that's the viewers. 100.
Quite calm.
Hey again.
Hi.
Hey.
How far are we from P6?
1 lap.
Easy.
There's a broken car, but almost at the pits. Don't know which LMP2 it was.
He's the one that's in P2 in class.
And how many laps are we down? 6?
Something like that. But I don't know if he has the same amount of damage as us in that position.
It looked like a lot.
Yeah.
What team was it?
Hyperion.
Okay, nice.
Those were the guys that finished P3 last
Yes.
race?
Yeah.
Nice. There is hope.
I guess it's this Andrzejewski guy?
Yes.
Because he's... Okay. One more lap to go.
Well, until you pit.
No, until I overtaken him.
Oh, I thought you meant until you... Yeah, oh, okay. I was confused.
Don't worry. Mr. Engineer.
Can you give fuel online?
33.35.
Unless you can make 2.22 usage, then your target is 2.38.
Yeah. No chance to 2, I think.
Yeah, then you can use up more fuel if you want. You don't have to coast. How many more laps in this stint?
10 more laps.
Sure. Dennis, we can make it to the end on 2 more stints, but you're gonna need to do 38 lap stints on both.
Easy peasy.
Nice.
Eight more laps.
Copy.
You starting to join, Dennis?
Yes.
think
Interesting for Van der Niet to pit after 30 laps. A bit interesting.
Ah. Five more laps. Yeah, we have overtaken him now. No, but Ivanov is in the car. So do they have to do a stop more than us? Or can they go to the end as well?
Yeah, they have to do a stop more, but it's going to be a splash.
Okay.
But we were like 7/10 per lap quicker, so.
So this 15-second gap right now is legit. But we have a longer a longer last stop than them.
I mean, don't we have it again? Or are we like equal now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so after we come out, we're going to be where we were before. And the only thing we're going to lose is the pit delta plus another maybe 10 seconds. But it's still possible.
I think it does look good. Okay, 84 liters, medium, Dennis Jordan. Still 3 more laps to go. Before the race, Ivanov said like LMP2 stint length is 33 to 35 laps. So I guess that's why it's.
33?
So I guess that's why they put it now. Should be then. Might not even be that much or that short of a last stop for them. Let's see. More laps.
Yeah, it might be like half tank.
I will re-enter the cockpit once because looking a bit weird.
What's wrong?
I think it's just that spectating is a bit bugged.
Okay.
Okay, box the slip. 84 liters, medium, Dennis Jordan.
No damage to select.
Nope.
Nice job, Alex.
Thanks. 74 seconds. Ten seconds.
Yep, everything is correct.
Huge bunch of traffic, but you should be behind the train. Yeah, there are GTE and LMP2 right next to you. Still next to you. Okay, behind you.
Caught up that sort of half a second or so that he was losing, but once again, so much traffic coming towards turn one. The three classes overtake each other as they get past the Seawolf car in towards turn one. And now out on pit exit, they've got another LMP2 to navigate as well. That's the Ferrari LMP2 getting up the inside there of the Seawolf one. But it's so difficult around this track. Cars everywhere, especially as you mentioned, sometimes the LMP2s are actually faster than the hypercars in certain corners. It's really a lot to manage for the drivers.
Yeah, definitely, especially on the sort of winding sections of the track. Like they have just been through. There's just not really any opportunity to find a way through. As you said, David Blanchek still posing quite a big threat to Race Clutch, that #1 car, the winners from last season, I believe. Who are defending that final podium position.
And see how you
given that we're so far into the race and we're still having the podium force over pretty closely, I think that's of the pair rather, at the moment in third place, looking to defend, but can't find any way through this traffic and getting flashed quite aggressively from behind are these drivers. And you can see they're all coalescing. There doesn't seem to be any way for any of them to get through each other, and there aren't really that many blue flags being shown.
Yeah, this is potentially an important battle, though, for Race Clutch and Burst. If they can get themselves onto the lead lap, we know the Bunch is really struggling with his pace. He's now lost 28 seconds to Winchick. Wow, that is a huge turnaround in speed. So surely Race Clutch and Burst are going to be able to unlap themselves and then have enough speed to pull away from the blue flags. It's actually Davin Rochick there in the background. He's got a bit of a run. As you come down the back straightaway, 70 laps remain in this race. He goes to the right-hand side. I think Larsu might just have enough to cover him off there. So Rochick now goes to the left-hand side. No, he comes back to the right as they try and find a way through. Vunch, of course, just in front of this. This is the car that they're battling, but one lap behind. This is getting very interesting in Hypercar.
Yeah, Larsu seems to be able to place his car on every part of the track all at once, really defending hard. There's yellow flags that they're just coming up to, so they're going to have to be a little bit cautious through this first sector. You can see that's a car, I think, I'm not sure which GT that is. It might be Miguel Cardoso, who's just gone off. Yes, it is. I don't know if he's got damage from that. That's not good news. He is rather 5th in class. I think he already was, unless he's lost the position to Alex Breutigam. Which is altogether possible because he's only 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I think he had an issue with Vogel. Both of them, from what I could see, were off at turn one. So yeah, drivers even a bit low down in your GT3s trying to have a go at each other, but unfortunately I think there was some contact there because both cars off at turn 1, which is a very
I'm joining the server.
It was also sort of on the entry of turn 1 as such. It wasn't all the way around. Normally if you see contact it's a bit more on the exit, but that was on the track map. It looks like it was quite near the entry, so something
if it happens there
definitely fast, quite just happened there. Let's go back to this battle for P3.
Yeah, and I think Vogel got worse there. It looked like he was pretty damaged trying to limp his way back home. But at the moment, David Mroczek carrying on as we start the next lap. This all going to show how short a lap around this circuit is. It only takes about 10 seconds, not even that, for them to get round. And there's even more traffic once again. It's never easy for David Mroczek to try and keep pace with race cars. You can see there's a lot of traffic to contend with in front of them. They're heading through the S's now, and there's not really an opportunity to make your way through here, which is good news for Mroczek, because he can really close up. He's almost touching the back of that race clutch car as moving up towards the straight. It's absolutely pandemonium along there as they're going all the way around all these different cars through different routes. And then once again, still very close. There's another GT3 in the way as
but it's also whenever it goes back, it's freezing for a short time.
Only just though, that race clutch car getting away pretty well. Lasu making his way through.
Have you ever had this before?
Very neatly. Mroczek not so neatly, but he got through nonetheless, and he's still managing to pose a threat. At the moment, though, this is getting very interesting. This traffic really adding an extra element to the battle between them.
They're almost it always felt like they're at a standstill there going into turn 5. They're just so much slower than normal racing speed. Really a proper train, as you just can't overtake into that corner. It's one line at the best of times, let alone anything else happening. As once again, Mroczek gets a run up towards turn 1. Not really an overtaking opportunity, but it is certainly one where you can try and set something up.
Your passenger?
On the inside line, just lost a little bit of time there. They now have one of these satellite GT3s to come up against inside this sector 1. Is Lasu going to be making it up the inside? Yes, he is. Mroczek going to try and follow him through. Not enough room there. So now look at the gap that's going to be created between the two, as Mroczek gets sort of stuck behind that satellite car just a little bit, as the traffic is just ebbing and flowing once more. But Lasu still right on the back of Funch, despite the sort of speed drop, still can't get past.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, look at this. It's like a scene out of a high street on a Monday morning. It's so busy as they try and find their way through once more. Some Lasu are trying to carve up this traffic as Mroczek does his best to keep up in the background. There's still more cars to get round. It's pretty obscene almost how much traffic there is to try and get through. You can see in front, there's no blue flags being waved. I think that's one of the I think that is Wunsch actually in front of them, isn't it? In the sim-frame car, so they're trying to unlap themselves. Wunsch has no
change tires?
To let them through. He doesn't need to let them pass, and he'll probably do his best to avoid that because he knows he's slow. And they could
it is not. I just did
given the
really slow laps.
Contact there from Mroczek. He's maybe getting a bit hasty. He goes down the inside. There's contact between the two of them, and round goes the race.
No, but I heard that it's bad. But yeah,
the grass. He's avoided the wall, but that's not how you want to be making an overtake. And all of that hard work has gone for nothing.
Okay.
Where's he going?
Everything works
he's trying to flick around on the grass, which is actually a good thing because we saw a terrible rejoin there earlier. So that was actually a good thing from Tom Lartalou. So yeah, he had a wiggle.
Stay on for a while and
through turn 1, had a bit of a wiggle. Mroczek got the run, and then coming into
I'm driving till the end.
Chicane, just a very sort of late dive, not a load of room, and Mroczek catching the back of the race clutch car. That is going to have lost them quite a lot of time. Once we get around to the next sector, we'll see what exactly. It says 17 seconds now, but I'm sure they'll update when we go across the next sector marker. So it might be a little bit more than that, but certainly for race clutch, that is going to make their life very difficult to finish.
How many laps do they need to do? First stint?
Yeah, that's pretty brutal for them. They've lost a lot of time on the back of that. 19-20 seconds. In part due to their caution rejoining the track, which you have to applaud because, as you said, it was a really horrible incident.
So aim is
about
P5,
4 or 5 cars earlier on in the race, about 2.5 hours ago, from someone not taking the time to rejoin properly. But the losing that final podium position like that is just devastating, really, because contact is never how you want to lose a position. You can see flashing. He's trying to get through. He's going to try and close up this gap. He's not done fighting. He wants to get that third place back off Mroczek. It's just going to be a little bit harder now to finish this race in third than it was about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that is that's
P5 is probably out of
tricky one
reach.
because, as I said,
We
they've
get
got a shorter
P6
pit
back
stop,
though,
but
because
I don't think it's going to be by 18 seconds.
Report,
so,
report.
Yeah, they've still got a
Oh
lot
my god, I got
of way
heavily
to
blocked.
go. 60
What lap?
4 laps remain in the race.
3:12.
61, I guess, when we get to the end of this lap. And they just keep
BMW.
pushing. So what that
Visceral.
leaves is Sebastian Bunch in that second place, and he's got a lap back
Are you
to
fine?
Gavin
Are you fine?
Rocek.
Or-
literally just
Yeah, but they
exactly a
locked
lap,
up.
who
They
is,
lost a lot of time.
of course, trying to get back onto the lead lap, pull away, and then we have Tom
But what
Larson
position
for
are we in
race clutch,
currently?
just there.
P7,
Unfortunately,
we're behind
after that
Andreas
spin,
Skinner.
now 19.6 seconds off the burst car. I see a car in 5th place. That
Yeah, P6
Cardoso,
is what we
he's
have.
going very slowly. I saw him off going through the S's, and he's now coming back slowly. So he got quite a bit of damage in that car. Might have to get some repairs at the end of this lap.
Now, we saw this car a little while ago, as you said, off the track as well after another incident. So maybe it's all beginning to fall apart. Maybe some damage has contributed to whatever's happened at this time around. But yeah, definitely going very slowly. You can see even the other GT3s are quicker. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cardoso pulls into the pits at the end of this lap. It doesn't seem to be too comfortable driving even in a straight line.
Slow GT3 on the packed straight.
And there is the race director warning the other drivers that there is a slow vehicle. Not as slow as sometimes the vehicles are after a crash, but nonetheless a hazard, especially if you're trying to make your way through traffic, suddenly pull to the right. The last thing you want to see is the back of the BMW going about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, didn't quite make it inside the pit lines, but we'll have a little bit of
Yeah.
leeway because he's obviously got a damaged car. But yeah, definitely for Visceral. That's a shame because for 5th place, and look, they've done a slow lap and they're still in 5th place because the gap back to the next car is 2 laps to the RKT competition car. We got Romuald in that one as it stands, but is 2 laps behind. So depending on the amount of damage repairs, Cardoso might actually be able to hold on to that position. As I was thinking, there was going to be a battle for P8, but Scuderia come into the pit lane to just stop that battle. They're getting quite close to Caspian, but they continue. So another sort of round of pit stops for a couple of drivers.
And I'm getting information from Paolo Pelempeda that there's quite a bit of damage to their vehicle that they need to repair. That's more than 600 seconds per repair. That's pretty much going to take them to the end of the race if they're not careful. But that's very unfortunate for them to find themselves in that position. Now, the shame for Miguel Cardoso was that he did seem to be fairly close behind Alex Breutigam, had the potential for mounting a challenge, but obviously that's no longer the case. Breutigam in 3rd place at the moment. That's Felix de Kruijff, Juice's Motorsports, off at the top of the hill. He's gone round. I don't know if there's too much damage to that car, but it does seem that everyone's maybe losing a bit of concentration at this stage in the race.
Yeah, potentially. He was at a very awkward point of the track once again. Is he going to have some damage? Probably. He's got a TX3 hypercar, then the Netrex LMP2 is going to fly past him as we come up this little back straight. How is his car going to be in towards turns 6 and 7? Is he going to have any sort of speed, or is he going to have to come into the pit lane? It looks a little bit faster than Cardoso was going. A little bit of a wiggle there on the rear end, so he might be okay to continue for now, but certainly not the ideal situation. They're not in the best position already, 2 laps off Henry Cynic ahead, but that is not something that you want to add to your woes.
No, yeah, as you said, that car doesn't look the most comfortable at the moment. A little bit squirrely in the braking zone, so I think they might want to just hedge their bets, get that repaired. There's still probably about an hour of racing left, if not slightly more. So it would be worth getting into the pits. You can see it's just drifting a little bit here and there. Not looking too good, and they're into the pits, just about keeping it at least one wheel within the lines. Into the pits, there you go. So that's going to be quite a hefty repair works, I think. Given that there's not much time left, each second you spend extra in the pit lane feels that much longer, as there's so much less time to sort of recover from it. But at the moment, there's a few cars in the pits. So Miguel Cardoso is still in, Lacroix Oramo also still in the pits. That looks like it's going to be quite a lengthy repair. Now you can see Felix de Kruijff still getting repaired as well. So pretty dramatic once again. It seems to be the GTs struggling at the moment. Maybe the track temperature getting a bit lower. There's a bit less grip. It's darker. Everyone's a bit more tired. I don't know, but it does seem that everyone's struggling a bit more.
Yeah, I think it is a mixture of probably the tiredness and the darkness more than anything, because obviously in the dark you just see less. As we mentioned, there's not really any floodlights around this track. We're also tiredness. We're what's that, about 8 hours? Well, my maths is terrible. 6 and a bit hours into the race. Yeah, definitely getting to that later stage. Yeah, people just, I mean, obviously we do 24-hour races, so it's still got a lot longer to go, but you sort of get yourself mentally prepared for the length of the race. I always find 8 hours in a 24-hour race is completely different to 8 hours in an 8-hour race, you know what I mean? Because you just prepare for it differently. And one battle that was getting a little bit closer was Hevesy here for Go Team Racing. Is now about 2 seconds behind Tom Lartalou, who's just up the road there as we get 60 laps remaining. And Lartalou not being able to recover any seconds on road checks. Maybe road check was slightly faster, but of course Lartalou probably has a slightly worn rear tyres with a bit of a spin there.
Yeah,
but still, Go Team Racing looking good for potentially getting inside that
I don't
top
have much grip.
Most certainly, and as you were saying, yeah, it looks like Lartalou is struggling, but there's a big
Well,
drift
you're going to have to do it until the end of the race.
Maybe pushing quite hard to try and close up this gap, but it has not been going well for Lartalou since that contact.
No, like
losing
you need tires when you
and
actually
now
driver swap.
losing yet another position with the end of the race almost in sight. There's only one more pit stop left to be made for most of the cars on track now. And yeah, Gabor Hevesy for Go Team looking to get up into fourth. They'd be pretty pleased with that at the moment, I think. It's been an interesting race
good in your game,
the top category, and at the moment, yes. So Gabor Hevesy last that was a 1 minute 8.8.
But yeah, like
0.6 quicker
that
than the race
Andrievsky guy, like they have to do another stop. So
I
think
the
we're
moment.
safe.
So it looks like Hevesy should be able to make this position in the next few laps.
Yeah, certainly. He's looking some really good speed. Unfortunately, the other Go team has dropped off. Obviously, had an issues 5 laps down on this car, 6 laps down on the leaders. But Go Team Racing looking rather strong.
Yeah, he'll have one more to the end, just
the
like
last few
us.
seasons,
So
we mentioned earlier, but this season as well, as they try and get through those last couple of bits of traffic to try and get up there within a second at the last sector split. And I'm sure that will be just closing down ever so slightly. How is the the motivation and the potential for that race clutch car? We'll have to find out inside these 560 laps of this race. Is not going to be the easiest one to
it's probably
catch
around
down,
45 laps to
David
go,
Mojic,
so we have to do 2 more.
Yeah, just to say, it's also hasn't unlapped himself from Vunch yet. So Vunch oh no, he has. Sorry, my bad. He still says he's 1 lap down. But that's because obviously Vunch is not
he has
leader.
2
So
more to go.
Mojic has got past Vunch. So that is actually quite good. So that shows that they did have to go past Vunch, really losing out now. 34 seconds off the lead. So this has not been a stint. They've lost. By my maths, almost a minute now, coming close to a minute in this stint.
Got that across road.
I think it's beginning to look a bit reasonable.
How many laps do we need to finish?
This car, the Sim Freem car,
may
not even keep second
the halfway
position.
point of the race was at 190 laps.
They are in comparison to David Mrošek.
Also have
but at their current
a lot
pace,
more
if
to
they're
drive.
losing this much time, it's not out of the question. It'll be very
maybe Alex
close.
can take over the last.
Even so, 70 seconds.
But he's going to be on old tires then.
Not as many laps. It's
you
going
go
to be
on
quite
your
hard to close down, but
Why
could be
move
possible.
soft on
Depends
around
on that
fresh
length
mediums
of
and
that final pit stop.
we only need to do one more stint.
this car won't be changing tyres.
It's a double medium to the end from when you get in.
Pretty much everyone else, but it'll be the third stint for the tyres on this car.
Okay.
I'm not sure that'll be the same case for David Mrošek, who might be on fairly fresh tyres. We're going to go back to Gabor Hevesy now. He's now within a second of Tom Lartalou. And at the moment, closing up once again. There's not too much traffic in front. There just seems to be a GT in the way, which he can navigate around pretty quickly and continue his assault on that race clutch vehicle.
It seems to be when you get to this sort of gap within a second, it's so dependent on the traffic. If you could always McLaren goes off there, coming through the S's.
Congrats,
just
both of us lost half a second. Bravo.
Yeah, it seems when you get to this gap, it's so dependent on the traffic. With if you can get inside that sort of half a second and actually get the slipstream, get a bit of a run, it seems it is actually quite difficult to overtake on pure pace. But that is a really slow exit out of turn 7 onto this back straight. That's giving Go Team the opportunity. They're getting probably about best part of a second just in one corner. 2 GT cars having their own battle. Tom Lartalou coming slow onto this front straight, side by side inside they go, down in towards the chicane of turn number 10. Around the outside, it's going to be for Go Team Racing. Can they complete the move? Lartelu is going to hold it. He's going to hold it himself on that second apex and hold on to the position in the end. But Go Team really giving it a go there.
Yeah, that was some rotten luck for Lartenu to come out of that turn in front of find himself behind a load of really slow GTs. And looks like Gabriel Hepsi maybe pushing himself slightly too hard, going right onto the grass on the exit. You can see the back of that car is all over the place. He's really going for this. He really wants the position. And I'm not sure how long Lartenu is going to be able to hold out for. As you said, traffic is going to play a huge role in this battle. And I mean, presuming that Lartenu avoids finding himself in a situation as he just did on the previous lap, he might be able to hold on to this, but he's going to have to work hard. There's a penalty there. But I don't think that's for anyone who's currently in contention for a one of the top spots in any of the categories. So we'll continue along. It's for Stavros Muzeidis here, who we saw earlier was involved in a bit of a crash. He goes round. He's hit the curb, but he almost... Oh, he's into the wall. That's a big hit, actually. That's going to be some fairly hefty damage to the front right. Rejoining. He's going to have to be careful. Cars go so quickly through there. In fact, that's the leader of LMP2 coming up just behind him, the Team Iris car with Martin Hemmingsen at the wheel. Luckily, getting out of the way of other people. He does need to let this car through. But, yeah, just caught himself on the curb and found himself spinning around. That's not ideal for the Valle Corsa team.
Yeah, I believe he was just in the pit lane, so my assumption is that he got a speeding penalty when he left the pit exit, and then unfortunately binned it also on the pit exit, well, sort of on the outlap, I should say. And as you say, he has Martin Hemmingsen getting close. Remember, blue flags are active in class, so this will be a blue flag being shown to Muzeidis, and he really is holding Hemmingsen up now, so he needs to... yeah, so get out of the way. Oh, as he loses it, was there contact there? Maybe actually coming over the hill, but he sort of brought that one on himself. He wasn't letting past Hemmingsen for about half a lap there, getting close over the hill, and unfortunately Muzeidis has gone around for Valle Corsa, coming in to serve that penalty, but also probably to get some damage repairs. 2 pieces of contact on the outlap.
I'm not entirely sure why Muzeidis seemed so reluctant to hand over the position. He's not on a battle with Martin Hemmingsen. Hemmingsen's, in fact, leader of his class by 2 laps. And we're going to move to Hevesi, sorry, we'll come back to that later, who's taken 4th place off of Tom Lartelu and has gone ahead now in the top category. I'm not sure where that overtake's just happened. He's finally through. He will have to hold this position, though, because these 2 cars are fairly evenly matched for pace. And I wouldn't put it past Lartelu trying to get back through and make another assault on that 4th position, try and take it back.
Yeah, I think it might have been on the last lap because Lartelu's lap time was 1 second slower. So that might be my assumption. It wasn't a fast lap at all. So, yeah, potentially just even 1 lap ago. But either way, Go Team Racing getting that position up into 4th place. They're going to be loving that one so far. They've been in strong performance all day, and to get a P4, it's certainly going to be a good result for them. But there's just over 50 laps to go, still remaining in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. So, yeah, anything can happen, and it does happen around this track. But certainly looking very nice for the Swedish crew there.
Yeah, definitely. So you'll be pretty satisfied with that. Yeah, but I'm still sort of confused by Muzeidis earlier with Martin Hemmingsen. Just doesn't seem to be very wise. Maybe a bit frustrated with getting the penalty, then spinning, and then just wanting to get back into the pit lane to repair the damage. But either way, not good. At least Hemmingsen is 2 laps clear of 2nd place, so it didn't impede him too much. But in other circumstances, that could have been very impactful on the race leader had perhaps 2nd place been 2 seconds instead of 2 laps behind when being held up by Muzeidis. So I don't think Team Iris will be too pleased by that.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that's a little bit needless, I guess, because at that point, Valle wasn't really fighting for a position directly. I mean, some would say, obviously, Iris isn't as well, but there's a reason why there's blue flags. It's for the slower drivers, the drivers lap down to get out of the way, and it even states in the rules about actually getting out of the way. So, yeah, it's just a bit of a shame there, and obviously Muzeidis was probably a bit frustrated with getting A, the penalty, B, then the spin, and then just was like, oh yeah, but I'm just going to hold on to the last couple of corners. But still, if you've lost all that time by spinning, an extra 1 second by letting the leader past is not going to really change your race, and then just keeps everyone a little bit more safe as well. So potentially something to think about for the next time.
Most certainly. And looking back, I think Lottler
can somebody calculate if we're good for that 70% rule?
In front of Gabor Hevesy, but we are now
might get
into lap 343. We're within 52 laps of the end of the race, and that means that we are now in the final pit window. Any stop made from here on out will be the last stop of the race, and that's going to be something we're going to be trying to keep on top of, as well as the rest of what's going on as the final stages of the race unfold. I made a mistake there. Lottler is behind Gabor Hevesy. That's just an error on my part. But yeah, these are going to be the final pit stops that we start to see unfold, and we'll be able to see the culmination of strategies. There's Miguel Cardoso back out on track after having had a bit of repair, dropped down from 5th position as a result of an incident, trying to close up on Tom Kapusta with Satellite Racing and get in front. So we'll keep an eye on this battle now, as it seems to be very close. It looks like Tom Kapusta could find himself at 11th place
almost
pretty soon.
8.
Yeah, Cardoso, of course, has the pace to run up inside the top 5. Just had a few issues today. So also this satellite car in the walls. To be fair as well,
easily
both of them maybe slight out of position, but this could be quite a good battle, because I would assume as well Cardoso would have taken obviously fresh tyres and that sort of stuff, getting a lot closer as we come down.
Because after all of this, if we get DQ'd, I'm not doing VEC anymore.
Oh, sorry, that is my bad. That confused me so much. I accidentally clicked on another driver with the same livery. But yeah, Cardoso getting close down the back straight, and certainly enjoying this opportunity to get up inside the top 10 around the outside. He's going to be trying to get the run up towards the first corner. He's certainly got a lot more grip. He's going to be blocked off, though, by the Iris LMP2. That doesn't give him the space. Can he find a way down the inside? No, just has to back out of that one.
That is unfortunate timing. Good from him, keeping on top of where those other cars were. Yeah, just unfortunate timing, getting blocked by the Team Iris car. Can't find a way past without sending the leader of LMP2 into a wall, which would not be ideal. He's going to have to keep going. It is clear that he's got more pace than Tom Kapusta. That last lap was he was about a second quicker than Tom Kapusta was Miguel Cardoso. We've got a really slow Philip Drace there, who was in 6th in class, and no, sorry, Philip Drace, that's the Need Racing car going very slowly. I'm not sure why that is, but that's very strange. Looks like maybe some sort of impact. There's a lot of traffic around him at the moment at this point in track. But very strange there to see him going so. We saw fighting for, I think, 3rd earlier in the race.
Yeah, he had some sort of issue coming out of turn 7 there onto the back straight, and is a bit, that'd be a bit of a weird one to sort of, have a spin yourself. So maybe some help by or diving, maybe making a mistake up the inside of GT, something like that would potentially have caused that. As looks like Cardoso has just dropped off the back of Kapusta a little bit. So is the valet car of Mercedes just flying past them back out onto the track, hopefully not having too many crashes anymore. Just checking with some of the other battles that we're seeing. Hevesy on that lap, setting a personal best sector 2 and an overall pretty solid lap time on an 8.2. That is a decent one for the part of the race that we're in, as Latu is trying to hold on but dropping back ever so slightly now, about 1.5 off.
Yeah, it seems that Hevesy just has the pace that Latu doesn't. Latu, though, will probably be fairly relaxed now. He's not got any threat from the Need Racing car behind of losing this 5th position, so he really just needs to bring it home. I don't think, unless there's something radically different in their strategies, he's going to be able to catch back up to Gabor Hevesy. I mean, the gap's staying consistently about 1.5 seconds. Maybe he's going to sit tight and go for something right at the end of the race. That would be pushing it quite late. So we'll see what they plan to do over there at Race Clutch. But at the moment, it seems everything's calmed down a little bit. Everyone's looking ahead.
Don't overtake
strategy. It's going to be very interesting to see who pits
slow
when,
both of us down,
and for how long everyone has to pit, because that's going to have a really big impact on the outcome of this race.
Yeah, we're definitely inside, at least for the hypercars, we're inside the final pit stop window. We need to go a bit further for the LMP2s and GTs. Oh, so many cars once again coming through this first sector. Oh, there's a car off there. I think it's one of the LMP2s. He's going to have to rejoin. Is that the Go Team LMP2 as he manages to just about get back in the track? It's actually the it's actually not. It's the hypercar there. That is Hevesy. He is having a bit of an issue there as we try and come up towards turn 6 now, getting up the inside of the Ferrari LMP2 as race clutch close in once more. This is getting very close in this battle for P4 out onto the back straight. Oh, bit of contact between the Ferrari and the race clutch though onto the back straight.
This is incredibly close. Hevesy was making some sort of mistake or just getting caught up in the traffic there. Gave Alonso an opportunity to close up once again. So this battle is far from over. David Moshek, the number 4 burst, is into the pits at the moment. So that's going to be the first of our hypercars to pit. That's going to be pretty much a full fuel stop. So he'll be running from there till the end of the race. Neither of these drivers are going to pull into the pits. There's a couple of cars in the way between Gabor Hevesy and Larsalou, which is to the benefit of the Go Team car at the moment. He's going to find himself now ahead of that number 4 burst next view vehicle. So will Larsalou, but they also have to make a pit stop. So we'll see whether that has any impact. Mojek was quite far up the road though when he made his stop. But everything is to be decided. There's the leader of GTE, Michael Sedlacek, pulling into the pits. He has got 2 laps. No, he doesn't. He has 30 seconds. No, he does have 2 laps, sorry, in hand over second place. Mark Viet there behind him in the number 91. But Lasso, once again, finding himself behind Gabor Hevesy and trying to get... In fact, no. Yes, he is. Sorry, it's the numbers, they keep changing because of the pit stop. Lasso is still trying to find a way through. He's dropped back now. He's 2.5 seconds behind. That's the result of the traffic. It does seem to be very busy where they are on track at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we said that almost every lap of the race. They literally have a couple of clear laps, and then there's just a whole host of GTs and LMP2s as well. Of course, we do have a big field here in VEC this season. We had 50 cars take the start of the race, but we have a lot of DNFs. We've got Hypercar DNF, we got 5 GTs DNF, and then 4 GT3s DNF as well. So pretty crazy to see that amount. So yeah, 10 DNFs, 40 cars remaining, 20% of the field. To be fair, that's actually a few more cars. I saw someone in the chat say there's going to be like 34 cars left at the end. I mean, I know we've still got some laps to go, but we're looking good to beat that. And there's only a lot of drivers going around, many laps down, so fair play for continuing. It's never easy when you start having some issues. It's very easy to give up.
And it's worthwhile going to the end because you never know what's going to happen to the cars in front of you. In a race like this, where there's been quite a high attrition rate, you might find yourself a decent way up the order, even if you have a disastrous start. So it's worth continuing, get those extra points. Maybe only a few, but a few points can count to a lot at the end of the season. We've seen previously in other seasons the positions decided by 1 or 2 points. So it's really worth going for everything. We've got yellow flags in Sector 2 at the moment, in Sector 3 rather, as through goes last week.
Hevesy, I think. Hevesy's had some issue. Maybe, I don't know if this is he coming into the pits because of an issue, or did he just crash at pit entry? Either way, the number 7 machine is now down behind race clutch into the pit lane, and they are only about 1 lap longer.
What lap times are
we are expecting
Hemmingsen
race clutch to stay out a fair
and
way
Darius doing
compared to the others, and they will have a shorter stop. But Hevesy's lost
Last
a
lap.
lot of time there having that
11-1 for
Yeah,
Hemmingsen.
it certainly wasn't a clean entry
Darius
into the pits. So I assume, yeah, as you said, it's probably gone straight into the pits from that, and that could hand Lartner the net 4th position. Obviously, David Moshek has already made a stop, so we're expecting him to re-overtake when this car makes its stop. But yeah, it's certainly very interesting, and sort of putting water on our fire a little bit. I was quite excited to watch this battle unfold to the end of the race, but it does add a little bit of certainty to Larson. But he is going to have to keep going and see when he pits. He's going to go for a little bit longer, try and make that final stop as short as possible, and see where he comes out. In fact, he's going to be a whole lap ahead now of Hevesy. So I assume it costs a lot of time going off whatever happened to that Go Team car, but also the repairs. I assume they're probably taking up quite a lot of time as well.
Yeah, interesting one. Maybe you're right about some repairs just being added as Rick Van Erle comes into the pit lane. P8 has gone off. Luca D'Amelio, he's had a bit of contact. That's way off the track at turn 5. It's almost completely pitch black there, absolutely no lights, but we managed to just about see him, and he is continuing his difficult day at the office for TX3. But Rick Van Erle into the pit lane. That is Sebastian Wunsch in that second place. So of course we need to take a stop as well. Though actually with the gap, because of his gap, actually it's confused me. Is he really 46 seconds off on pure pace? Wow, he lost a lot of time during that stint. I don't think. Surely he can't take those tyres to the end. He lost so much time that it's worth changing tyres. Well, unless that was just his pace.
Well, I've just had a little birdie called Nick De Silva whisper in my ear that the P3 battle for the #1 race clutch is still on. So we'll keep an eye on this battle regardless. But we'll watch to see if this car goes up onto its jacks, because a third stint on these tyres, they've been through a lot. They went through, I think, 2 spins in their lifetime already. So that's going to be pretty rough. Here's Turka Hakkinen in the pit lane, Andres Corrali as well for the sim racing for Holland outfit. And there goes Gabor Hevesi in 5th place. David Mroshek is behind him, actually. So that's quite interesting. Not too far behind, but behind nonetheless. That's a gap of about, actually, it's about 50 seconds. So he's a decent way behind. So I'm curious as to why that final stop for burst was so long. It seems to have cost them a lot of time. Maybe they had to take tyres. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll keep an eye out for Sebastian Wunsch as well, see how long that pit stop takes. In fact, he's already on the move, so I presume they're triple stinting those tyres. I don't think that was long enough for them to change all 4 tyres, or maybe just change 2, as is possible now in the championship. But look at this traffic, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think they changed any tyres. So if he's going to lose, I mean, he lost, quick maths there, I think he lost 67 seconds in that last stint. When a tyre change is 37, like surely you change tyres, no? Unless the pace wasn't to do with the tyres, maybe it was something else. But that is, in my opinion, that is a bit of a weird move, because if he loses another chunk of 60 seconds in this stint, then bursts are going to be looking quite close to him. Of course, Race Clutch are sitting in that 3rd place, but they do owe us well, I say a splash. I mean, it's still going to be a decent way, but they have a bit of a shorter stop, so that's why they are still up. But Burst actually did have that position to Go Team in the end, but Go Team, of course, with a slightly longer stop, we believe, are now 45 seconds back in that 5th place. And then 6th is Turka Hakkinen, but they're close to a lap down on Go Team Racing, such as the way their race has gone. We did actually see what happened. We had a little bit of an issue at that corner a few laps ago, but yeah, just adding to that one. So certainly some strategic elements coming the way for these hypercars to the end. The gaps look fairly spread out, but there's actually quite a lot of intrigue with the strategies here.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see where this vehicle, the the 3rd placed race clutch car, comes out after its stop, because they're expecting to be fighting for 3rd after their stop. I presume that'll be against David Mroshek, who is currently 55 seconds behind them. So that's a feasible gap. But I think it's going to have to be a fairly short stop for Race Clutch to get away with that even so. So that's going to be very interesting to watch. And also to see just how far this Race Clutch car is able to go before it needs to stop, because it does seem to be on a sort of off-kilter strategy with everyone else. It hasn't done its final pit stop yet, and we'll be keeping an eye out for when it does. I don't think any of the top 3 have made their final stops yet.
I think, well, actually, yes, the top 2 should, because they came in a few laps ago. It's just the fact that Race Clutch obviously effectively a lap down, which is why it looks like they're a lot closer now. But the thing is with Burst, they're only 50 seconds behind. But like when we saw Go Team stop, they went over a lap behind. So that would suggest that Race Clutch would be quite far behind Burst, but obviously they're having a shorter stop. So I wonder what that gap is going to be. Burst should still have the advantage, as it was about 20 odd seconds. But either way, we'll have to find out. Race Clutch are going to go a fair way to the end. I think from maths, their final stints would be somewhere around the 30-something lap mark. So let's see how that one works out. They might have it's 40 laps to go, so they might have another couple of laps in them to the end of the race. But certainly been a good comeback, actually, considering all of the all of the penalties and such at the beginning, just showing you even if you are, you know, one of the faster teams, you can come back from those penalties that, you know, at the beginning of the race.
Definitely, and I think the 1,000 miles really offers an opportunity for that. We're going to go to Pavel Andrzejewski though, with Hyperion Esports. We saw them involved in a big incident earlier, putting pressure onto Lamar of Seawolf Nets race as they go along the straight, and it looks like Hyperion are just behind. I can't see if they're going to make their way through. In fact, they've just managed to get in front. This is a very close battle though, as here comes Andrzejewski into 7th place, in fact, because this is a 3-way battle. I think that's the Valle Corsa car just in front of him actually. So it seems to be ebbing and flowing at the moment, but yeah, not too bad. Making a bit of a recovery as this car, it's had a lot of adversity throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, certainly has. Gained 1 place, but then they got unlapped as such from Mazidis, who went really slow. That's an interesting one. Overtook him into chicane and sort of let him back through. I guess that is because of blue
They're
flags.
not on the same lap, yeah. So.
Yeah, but it was getting a bit of a weird. I don't know. That's a bit of a weird one because he was getting a bit of a gap. And if you remember, Mazidis didn't let the Iris car through, which is one of the reasons why he had that bit of a spin coming into the pit lane. So maybe Stavros has learnt a bit from the blue flags. But yeah, certainly an interesting one. He's going to have to sit behind because if he can't pull away, then he is just going to have to sit behind the Hyperion car. That is what the benefit is to being laps ahead of certain cars, and that is working out. So that is Andrzejewski up into 7th place, but they now have 1 lap to the next car, which is Andonovski there for your 6th place in LMP2. As we were mentioning, Iris, they are still leading the way. No worries for all of the Iris fans out there. And actually, Lamar, who just got overtaken there by the Hyperion cars, now come into the pit lane along with Zoltan Boda for Team RTR. Then we've got one of the satellite cars, Henry Sinek, coming into the pit lane as well. So final... no, they might just need to have another stop that's just a little bit too far, I think, for the GT3s.
Perhaps we'll have to see, but yeah, it's getting a bit of an iffy time to be making a pit stop at the moment. But I suppose if you've got no fuel left, you don't really have a choice, do you? But yeah, Henry Sinek in the pits. We haven't seen much of that car for most of the latter half of this race, at least. It's not been in too much action. We've got Michael Sedlacek here, the leader of his class. Ruben Correa Alves, though, in Scuderia Leone, currently in 7th place, looking to take 6th, I think, off that Porsche just in front. And that is being driven by Mark Vermeer, the number 66 Visceral Esports, as they're side by side now into the chicane. Round the outside goes Correa Alves. Can he make that stick? He's going to have the inside for the second part. Try and push wide, get in front, and he's going to block it off, and he's got that position. Very nicely done. Here's Ruben Correa Alves in that Ferrari, and he's going to be just ahead, as behind is a car trying to get through. I think blue flags being waved quite aggressively there.
Yeah, Mark Vates, 2nd place in class. Always that's a huge send down the inside, but Mazidis, he's going to push off the Blackhawk. 2nd place, GT. Mazidis, God, he's been in the walls the last half an hour, hasn't he? That is not the way you get past the GT, and especially when he's many laps down like that, pushing off 2nd place in GT. Definitely need to have a little bit more respect for the drivers at that time. Fortunately for Vates, he's got 20 odd seconds to BS plus Zoom behind, but he's probably going to have a little bit of damage from it.
Yeah, I think so, and probably a little bit of frustration as well, given that this is Jonas Rabbio, 26 seconds behind. It's not an insignificant gap, but it's still a plausible one. Like, one spin could reduce that to almost nothing, so he won't be too pleased. Maybe Mazidis just likes being on the broadcast. We'll have to maybe find out later, but yeah, it's not ideal working with that when you could destroy someone's race who's as you said, in 2nd compared to his position in class, which is not quite comparable. He's all the way in 11th in class. This is Luca Martino,
who won
in the 2nd placed LMP2, making, I think, the final pit stop. I think they should be okay from here on out. There should be less than 40 or so minutes left of the race, and that's roughly how far the P2s can go on a fuel tank. We've got La Croix-Romont with RKT competition at the moment, trying under pressure actually from Ruben Correa Alves, who seems to be on a bit of a charge. in these latter stages of the race, trying to get through as many as possible. He's just made one overtake, trying to get up into 6th position is this Ferrari, the Scuderia Leone. As up the hill we go over the crest. Look how close they are, almost touching. Probably smell the back of that McLaren in front of him as they go braking into the next right-hander. It's going to be a slightly wider angle for Graham as he might be able to carry a bit more speed as through the next turn. Running slightly wide is Rumo and the RKT competition car, but it doesn't seem to be that there's an opportunity for Correa Alves to get through just yet.
Does he have the slips? You know, down this back straight. It's not the most in these cars compared to for instance, the hype cars, a little bit more slipstream, but can Correa Alves get closer? He is now getting that slipstream in towards the braking zone. He's a bit far behind though, car length too far back, but he seems to be having some really good pace at the moment. That's a nice line there, but again, doesn't quite have the momentum coming out of that final corner. Now onto the start-finish straight for lap 359 at least for the race leaders. Always getting that sim race of Holland just coming down the inside, showing the pace advantage that they have on the straights. Alves getting closer as Burst also go through. That's just going to put them off a little bit, and then coming into sector 1 once again. God, Alves really is faster, just needs to find a way past.
Yeah, it's looking very close to seeing these, but look at this traffic. It's all trying to get through now, so Correa Alves is going to be having to look forward just as much as he's looking behind. He's got the LMP2 leader coming up behind him. Doesn't want to get tangled up in that. That would be disastrous for everyone. But having a look down the around the outside now, in fact, in side by side through this right-hander, he's got a P2 behind him. He's going to have to be careful as they go up the hill into the side right-hander. They're still side by side, heading back down. And it looks like Correa Alves has just about made it past Rumo, but can he hold on to that position is the question. They're still very close, heading back down the hill. There could be another challenge mounted by the RKT vehicle, but it looks like the traffic is going to have to box him in, and the speed just isn't quite there. He's flashing his lights, trying to get some distraction behind, but it's not going to be enough. And Rumo is going to have to accept 7th position for the moment, and Mark Veit behind in 2nd place will be looking to overlap and get through, which is just going to cost even more time for RKT.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where Scuderia Leone are slightly out of position, a bit faster than these cars around them, potentially on some nicer tyres. At that point as well, it was all we've had 11th place in the LMP2s go around. That's our Mercedes. He has had further problems there. He went off at turn 5. He's got going again now, but he definitely had a bit of a spin in turn 5, lost some time once more, and yeah. What a stint! What a stint he's had. Not been necessarily the best that he would have ever done in his career, but it's definitely something to learn from. Not the easiest, not the easiest track to go around as Le Mans from On-Off Racing 3rd place, coming out with 33 laps to go. So yeah, potentially final stint time for him.
Yeah, it looks like it. It should be at this point in the race. Nicholas Lemoyne here, 3rd place for On-Off Racing, sort of in his own world at the moment. He's not really threatening it in front, and he's not really getting threatened from behind. So it's just a matter of getting through these last 33 or so laps to get to that checkered flag. There's not that long left. That's about 35, 40 minutes of racing, probably closer to 40, depending on the pace of the leaders in the LMH class. But nonetheless, it's been an interesting race so far. There's been turns at every corner. And I know it's a racetrack and you'd expect that, but in terms of the way the race has gone as well, and at the moment, it seems that we're getting more of a solid idea of where people are going to finish. Still waiting on 3rd place to be decided in LMH.
Good time every lap.
With
and we're probably going to gain
racing,
10 or 15 seconds in the pits compared to the car in front.
And the Seawolf net race vehicle, these two are quite close. We've seen
also
quite a lot of this Seawolf vehicle over the last few laps,
stops,
trying to get through into 8th position, get those extra points just in the final stages of this race.
Whereas we will
A
have
position made now, it's probably a position made in finality. And at the moment, it looks like this Sean Clark car, number 34, could be challenging for that 8th
but
position.
you're gaining like at least one,
will be coming down the back straight,
lap,
getting past. I think that's the Black Hawk of Mark Veit, who's getting close to the Scuderia Leone car. There's Ruben Correa Alves, who've been watching on board. Winchick Racing with Rick Van Ola at the wheel. They are just getting
Why are
past
you in
as
the middle
well.
of the
Up
track
inside, though, a
with
bit of
your
a
GT
run
car?
up towards
Why?
the final corner. Can Nirola get it side by side? They'll go in between the King. They're going to get the Winchit car coming past them. That's going to slightly take away any advantage they could have got. But that was a nice exit. Actually slows down. Seawolf gets slowed down by Winchit, and that makes the move a little bit easier there as Sean Clark Racing get up into that P8. That's a little bit, a little bit sad for Lamar. He's defending that well in that final corner, but unfortunately just got blocked a little bit by Winchit with just how multi-class racing goes, and he loses that position.
Yeah, I think he took the option there to be safer rather than sorry, because I think he could have maybe taken a bit more speed through there. I think also you've got to accept sometimes that that car might be a bit quicker. Nirola than previous lap was about 4/10 quicker, and that overtake seemed to be perhaps inevitable. We've got Tom Lartalou here, who finally comes into the pits, and this is going to be very interesting to see where he comes out in relation to David Mrozek first and foremost. That gap seems to be 55 seconds. I think it hasn't. 52 seconds now, so it's come down by about 3 seconds since the pit for the burst.
No, I mean the hypercars have 30 laps to go.
Tom Lartalou, though, looking to hopefully have quite a short pit stop here. Only 30 laps
with
or
your
so
fuel
to go,
usage,
so only really taking about 3/5 of the fuel
Go
he really
72
needs.
liters.
We're going to follow David Mrozek now.
On
He
2.5.
heads round the track.
75
See where these
for
two drivers
2.5.
come out in relation to each other. There's about a minute in it, just under a minute. It's not that much time for a refueling stop. We've got Muzelis looking like he's going fairly slowly here at the moment. You can see, getting overtaken by GT3s. Sort of sat in the middle of the road. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We've got David Mrozek though. We'll keep an eye on this because this seems to be the most interesting. He's coming up to the main straight now, so he's going to get past Tom Lartalou. Lartalou leaving the pit lane now as across the line goes David Mrozek. Mrozek might just be ahead. I don't know. No, Lartalou's going to take third position. He's had a quick enough stop and he's going to remain about 10 seconds in front. So not even that, 5 seconds. This is very close, but very successful there from Race Clutch, who said they were planning on contesting this third position, and it looks like their strategy has worked out in quite a way to do
At
so.
worst, it will be
Yeah, they
30
went a lot
to go.
longer, I guess, in the previous stints. They had a lot,
28 or 29,
a lot more of an overlap as we get to
have
30
plenty of
laps
fuel.
remaining. Remember, Burst Pit, they were one of the earlier stops. Oh, it's Sim Racing for Holland there, just going off the track. I don't know if that was intentional, getting out the way for Burst.
How long is a fuel stop?
Either way, they went off and Burst continued nicely. But yeah, they went a lot longer. Did Race Clutch, so Burst
tank is
pit,
32.
Must have come up for 20 laps ago.
No, that's not
30 laps remaining. Burst Pit, I think it was about 48 laps to go. So really a big differential.
How come for
And now it's gonna
75 and a half, 33?
looking very nicely for Race Clutch to the end there. So
You-
fair play.
and
Their strategy
previously
has
had
worked out. And even despite
40
the spin,
just
they
for
are
a
still
fuel.
ahead of Burst. So that has
I mean,
been a nice day for the French squad.
I had that written
Yeah,
down before,
definitely. And
so
obviously, we saw that Race Clutch had some interesting events happen. As you said, the spin. They were overtaken by the Go Team car, which had Gabor Hevsi and still has Gabor Hevsi at the wheel, and then were contesting Mrozek and Burst through the pits. And it seems to have worked out well for them. But it looked to be almost on the verge of disaster at one point. Well, not quite disaster, but it wasn't looking their way. They managed to pull things back, and they're going to go now past the RKT competition GT3 and start looking to close down this race as successfully as possible. Getting on the podium, I think they can be very pleased with how that's worked
So
out.
you
Obviously,
Simon are
they
gonna stop?
had a lot of penalties to serve at the start of this race and find themselves in third now.
Yes.
They can be pretty pleased with that performance.
Yeah, awesome stuff.
I don't
there.
know, but let's
And
try.
it's worked out, rather nicely for them as it stands. 55 seconds off Simframe, so realistically they're not going to be catching that one down, but they just need to hold on to this gap to Burst Esports who are currently in fourth place. The gap's about 6 seconds or so coming across the line. And maybe even up to 7 seconds. Maybe losing a little bit of time there, did David Mrozek. I think tyres are fairly equal, and of course now fuel is equal between them. But yeah, certainly that's going to be a difficult one to chase down. So Race Clutch, really gained a lot from that, because not only did they have the spin, so they lost that time. But then after the spin, they were a little bit slower as well, so their gap got even bigger. But they were still able to completely overcome that, so they saved a lot of time with the fuel on that one. So yeah, nice strategic work from the race clutch team, although I've been heard that maybe it was a little bit down to also, ironically, the penalty that they got earlier. Of course, it's sort of partway into a stint, so it offsets them with where their fuel is, and that's why they're so much later on this final pit stop. So funny that that one worked out, but then, of course, they would have had obviously the speed to actually capitalize on that one as well. Race Clutch, of course, the #1 car for a reason, reigning champions, and yeah, doing a good job in trying to defend it, winning the first race, and now on the podium again if they can get to the end of this one.
Yeah, and I've just been told that I think his Race Clutch's tyres are older than Burst's, so it's far from over, because also they had a spin on these tyres as well. Thank you to Jürgen van Bergen for letting me know about that. But yeah, so this battle isn't over, but David Mroczek is going to have to push hard if he wants to try and take this position, because it is obviously looking pretty significant gap is 7.5 seconds, and we haven't really got that much of a race left if they're going to be looking to try and get back on the top into those podium positions. It is only about half an hour, I think, before we see that checkered flag waved, so it's going to be quite an intense half an hour, I think.
Yes, certainly. We're inside the final, what's that, about 25 laps to go in this race. We're looking at 1 minute 9, 1 minute 10 per lap. So yeah, probably around 30 minutes left. So we're going to be, yeah, just shy of 8 hours for the 1,000 miles of road Atlanta, which is sort of what we come to expect. Of course, on an absolutely clean race, it will be sort of 7.5 or less, but with, you know, pit stops, with traffic coming in the way, with the code 80s that we've had, it all adds on minutes and minutes to the race, which is the I guess the cool thing of having a lap race rather than a timed race. Just a slightly different factor for the drivers to work out, because they know how many laps it's going to be. Because normally if it's an 8-hour race, you're trying to work out, you know, how many laps are we going to have in the final stint. But here, you're going to have the same amount of laps. It just depends how long that one takes. Of course, for the lower classes, they still have to work out where they're going to be compared to the leaders by the end of it. But yeah, at least for the top class, they know the amount of laps. And talking of leaders, we'll just have a quick leader check-in in the bottom class. Oh, sorry, bottom class. That's disrespectful. The GT3 class. They give us a load of action. It's the Thomas Eng sim racing team leading the way by 1 lap, as they have had for quite a while. And beating them to it in terms of the gap regime is Hemmingson. They've got a 2-lap gap behind them. And then we are getting very close to a 1-lap lead for Winchik, 51 seconds for them. So all of the leaders, they're having a bit of fun. We've got an LMP2 around. Who's that? P14. That's going to be Tobias Blumschein. Has had some issues at turn 5 for Visceral, one of the Visceral LMP2s. Wow, turn 5 really has been a tricky one. So many cars. We've seen that shot a lot of times with cars coming slowly.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems to be that lots of cars going off onto the grass a little bit over the last few laps as well. So I think that might just be a consequence of everyone just trying to stay out of each other's way and just being absolutely certain that they're not going to get tangled up with each other. Don't want to ruin all the hard work of 3 to 4 people, as we are really getting... You can almost see the light at the end of the tunnel, though ironically it's going to be pitch black by the end of this race. It already is. But here we have Tobias Blumschein, as you said, Visceral Esports. Haven't seen too much of their GT, their LMP2 today. We saw a lot of their GT earlier, but into the pits they come, and I don't know if they just been off. Is this a scheduled pit stop? I guess we'll find out if we give them how long it will take.
Yeah, this is the car that just went off. So I assume this is going to be some damage repairs, and they join in LMP2 pit stops Mercedes, who is in the pit lane once more. And yeah, I believe, looking at the counter, it's gone into the hundreds. So I think that's 390 seconds that they've been in there. So that is well over sort of 6 minutes now. It goes into 400 seconds there. So yeah, they are plenty of laps down there now, 16 laps down. So just adding to the issues there, as Blumschein is also there after that incident. So wow, loads of action still out there on the track though. We've got this battle, got Vermeer and Rommels as well, also batting for P7. These guys have been batting for a little bit of a while now, as Vermeer was getting closer, lost a couple of car lengths there. In fact, they've got, I think, a car between them, a lapped car in between them, but still a close-ish battle there for P7.
Yeah, it does seem that GT never ceases to disappoint, and we've gone from one visceral esports car to the other. This BMW looking fairly aggressive, especially with
sure?
a
Because you
massive
said
gaping
you're
grille.
gonna do
with the
380
addition
and
of the,
I'm not gonna
the
make it to
M4
380.
GT3s, especially compared
The
to older
380
models that we've
was
seen
not
race
correct.
in this championship in the past.
380 is
But,
for the
yeah, at the
leader.
moment
We're a few laps down.
seems to be a fairly close battle.
Okay.
It looks like the ARC-AT vehicle with a Remo at the front of this pair is just trying to hold on for the moment. But then again, there's another lap up to Ruben Correa Alves, whom we saw actually battling with Remo earlier. So I think that might be something that's happened to this ARC-AT vehicle to find itself under pressure from Mark Vermeil, though that gap does seem to be increasing a little bit. So there seems to be sort of varying at the moment. Not putting on too much pressure is Vermeer. Maybe he's not quite as quick. I guess we'll see over the course of the next lap. But still fairly relaxed, or as relaxed as it can get on this track for these guys. It's not the most intense battle at the moment, but there's still a decent amount of laps to try and make a position, 22 laps. And I think someone's just pulled into the pits there. So that'll be Jörg Virgil, actually, who was not part of this battle.
Yeah, it was the car that was in between them. So yeah, nothing to change from this battle for P7, but it's a clear shot now. No one in between them, but it does look like Romaud might just have enough to hold on to that one as it stands. But to be honest, apart from that, a lot of these positions seem to be fairly set, which is I guess what you'd expect after 372 laps around the Road Atlanta circuit. A lot of the positions as well have laps in between them, which is actually the bit that surprised me the most, especially when we look at some of the higher up positions, as we're saying in LMP2. Second place is 2 laps down, third place is now 4 laps off the lead. Yeah, pretty crazy with how that one has worked out. And yeah, I mean, even lower down, some of these people are so many laps down. The amount of issues that cars have had today is pretty crazy. We had an extensive, and I mean extensive, penalty list after the last race. I wonder if that is going to be the same again. So the stewards might have a lot of fun in the coming week, unraveling all of those issues.
Yeah, I did see that list, and I didn't envy you guys having to start the broadcast and bear all of that in mind at the same time. But it has been quite a fraught race. Lots of incidents just happening here and there, and some obviously a lot more severe than others. But it is going to be the consequences of this race will definitely carry through to Bahrain. And Bahrain's a track race that you don't really want to have these penalties for, because obviously it's a lot shorter. There's only 4 hours to make up the difference from any penalties you receive from here, rather than, for example, the penalties carrying over from Monza to this track. You've got 8 hours to make up that the time lost, whereas next time round it will only be 4 hours, half the time to make up the same amount of time lost, if that makes sense. It's sort of going in circles, but either way, I think that sort of makes sense. But we've got Pavel Andrzejewski here at the moment. Had a bit of a mixed race. Have Hyperion Esports. They sort of, as the sun went down, it all started to unfold a little bit for them. But they're currently sitting in 7th place. They're clear behind. They've got about a minute. They've almost a lap up on the Sean Clark Racing.
Where is Victor on track?
8th, but they're over a lap down on Scuderia Ferrari Esports. So they're not really concerned one way or another. They've got to keep going, keep their noses clean, and just get to that checkered flag, making it their way through some of this traffic. There are yellow flags in Sector 2 though. Is that Mark Vermeer who's gone off? It looked like he was rejoining. There's someone very slow at the top of the hill though. Someone facing the wrong way. That's one of the BMWs, I want to say.
What are his lap times?
It's De Croo.
Around a second slow.
I see what's happening with him. Yeah, it looks to be going slowly.
Half a second
He's had
plus.
some sort of issue in turn 5 there.
Yeah, no shit, I had like 4 GTs.
With the Hyperion LMP2s, they come past. Race Clutch also getting up the inside of them. This car's had a couple of issues today, which is why they're 12 laps off the leader. But also, as we get to 20 laps to go, yeah, they need to be trying to get out the wheel, squeeze it across. There's one of the LMP2s trying to come to their right hand side. That's the on-off racing car, I believe. That's the 3rd place in LMP2. Then they're going to be getting Scuderia Leone also coming past. So definitely a lot of issues still happening for a few of these drivers. And my thing is wrong. It says some of these drivers are in the pit lane. I click on them. They're definitely not in the pit lane. There's Nico Barkley currently in 5th place as it stands. So yeah, still unfortunately not really fighting for the podium actually. At one point they're up into that 3rd place, but they're now 3 laps off Yunus Raivio, who is currently in those podium places. As of course we just saw the 20-lap counter, so it's definitely working. The laps definitely working their way down slowly but surely in this race as Winchick Racing continue to lead the way.
Yeah, and a reminder, if you want to follow the live timing at home, it's a bit late now, but you can find the live timing on the Sim Racing Club website. But yeah, keeping going, we've got Henry Sinek at the moment in 11th with Satellite Racing, looking to carry on as he is. He's got a 12-second gap behind to Tom Kapusta, so that's their teammates actually in the number 67. Could perhaps put a little bit of pressure on, but there's a 12-second gap.
Almost died.
18 laps. It's going to be a bit of hard work for anything
5
to change
seconds
there,
in
and that's
the
if the team want their two cars to be battling each other out on the tarmac.
Wheeler.
But there do seem to be yellow flags creeping in a lot at the moment, more in Sector 1. Hopefully nothing big, and for the moment it looks not too bad, although those yellow flags seem to be pretty persistent. We'll have to see what's going on with that.
Trying to...
It seems...
Yeah, don't. Oh, yeah, I do actually. Yeah, P15. That is Ben Gaida in the number 78 machine for Schubert. He's had a bit of an issue coming through turn 5 as well. Yeah, in the last 2 laps, a few drivers going off there. It is a difficult corner. We've seen it plenty of times today, and yeah, they're not enjoying life too much. 14 seconds, 14 laps, I should say, off the leader in their class. But definitely turn 5, catching out another. Drivers, now they're just behind. That's the race leader, isn't it? That's Sedlacek for Thomas Eng Racing, going past them, putting another lap down. And Thomas Eng, I mean, how dominant they have been is quite an understatement. They've just led so comfortably. Currently second place in the championship. The number 91 Blackhawk finished second place in Monza, therefore second in the championship, and now they're second place. Sorry, other way around. Blackhawk won in Monza, Thomas Eng second, and they're the opposite way this way around. So I believe that means they're going to be tied on points going into race 3, as obviously they're having the same positions just swapped around. So that's going to be a nice championship battle in GT3.
Yeah, it is. Does seem to be shaping up for a good season with some of the results that we're expecting tonight. I think for the most part, those at the top of LMH are the same as last time, except they've moved around positions. So I don't know, we've got a lot to look forward to, and it seems that these races could go either way. Now I'm having a look at Tom Lasseter, who we were watching earlier. He is in third place with Race Clutch, and behind is David Mrozek, who we know are on fresher tyres, but doesn't seem to be gaining any time. They're still about 7 seconds behind. They've been about that since this car exited the pit lane, and they're pretty much even for lap time, maybe give or take a tenth every lap or so. So not too much going on here, but it is shaping up to be a very good result for Race Clutch, as we've said already. But around the track, it does seem that everyone's sort of just keeping an eye on everything else. As you said, the gaps are big. The field is properly dispersed, and I think that's partly a result of just the amount of incidents there have been in this race. We've had, I think, 3 proper code 80s over the course of the race, which have not done much to keep everyone together, because some people will pull into the pits with the advantage gained if they're on the right part of the track, others won't be able to, and as a result of that, we've got people everywhere. But it does mean that moving into the rest of the season, there's all that potential for these positions to be swapped around, especially lower down in each of these categories. So we should be shaped up for a good season as well as a result of that, as there's more yellow flags. So it does seem that maybe everything's getting a little bit hairy as we enter the closing stages. They're pretty much gone as soon as they're...
Yunus Raivio, third place in GT3s. He's had an issue at turn 5, adding to the list. I wonder how that happened. He was looking so calm. Maybe just a bit of a mistake. But, oh, no rear wing. Yunus Raivio's got no rear wing from third place. Where is fourth place? He's a lap down, just over a lap down. So Yunus Raivio, once he gets these damage repairs, he might be losing this third place for BS Plus Zoom competition. That could be a costly mistake, or was he pushed? Of course, we won't know unless we see a replay, but certainly big changes there for that car that's currently in P3.
Yeah, that's really bad news. This far on in the race and losing the podium position. There's only 15 laps to go, and that is really unfortunate for Eunice Rivio. Not entirely sure what's happened, but you've been saying a lot. Turn 5 seems to be a sort of death trap for these drivers. Not entirely sure the inside was the right choice there for Rick Van Aller, the race leader, but seeming to get through it just about, especially in front of the pit lane when this car evidently needs to go into the pits. But seems like that's just about been managed, and flashing lights. Here's Eunice Rivio as he makes his way along, and he's probably going to lose at least 1 position, maybe even 2. There's an extra 2 laps down from 4th place to 5th.
As there's Henry Sinek also in the pit lane. He must have had a crash as well, because that is a slow-moving number. So I think he's up to 222 seconds in the pit lane. So Sinek's also had must have had a crash or some damage somewhere as well. So the race might be getting to the end, but lots of things still happening out there on track. And I thought you could just in the pit lane, but he's not. But yeah, so to run you through what is going to be happening in your GT3s, here is Breusgum. But wow, he's got loads of cars around him in that Aston Martin, just about in the middle of your shot there as he gets all the LMP2s coming past. He is potentially going to be getting up into that 3rd place. Eunice Rivio is going to have a big pit stop to repair the rear wing on that car. And you'd assume maybe some suspension damage as well, not just the aero damage.
Who's the guy
potentially a long pit stop. And now Breusgum might be getting himself inside that P3, which would be a very nice one for Blackhawk, because they'll have 2 cars on the podium.
Yeah, they could be very pleased with that if they manage to get up there, the 2nd and 3rd, the number 91 and the number 81. So we'll see how that goes. There's an LMP2 in the pit lane as well. I think that might just be a splash and dash. I'm not entirely sure. Pretty late in the game to be making any sort of scheduled pit stop. Other than that, we've got Darius Andre here for Gold Racing Esports, currently in 4th place in LMP2. He is trying to, I think, just make his way around. He's not actually in any direct battle. But carrying on, we've got Tobias Bumshine. That's the Visceral Esports car you've seen put into the pits. So quite low down already in the order. It's possible that this is a damage pit stop. I'm not entirely sure, as we haven't been seeing too much of these guys over the course of the rest of the race. It's very possible. Having to reverse actually to leave the pit lane, which is quite unfortunate given how empty it is. It just happens to be that the place in front of them is also occupied by a car.
As yes, it's looking nice. Breusgum did make it his way into that 3rd place, past Eunice Rivio. So congratulations to Blackhawk. 2 cars on the podium. We don't often see that, to be honest, over the course of the race. As Cardozo there comes into the pit lane as well. So yeah, plenty of final slashes and dashes coming into the pit lane. Eunice Rivio there still repairing that rear wing. Henry Sinek as well getting some repairs. Is this going to be just a splash, you'd assume, with just 12 laps to go?
Yes, you'd think so, wouldn't you? As we continue on with the race leader here, Rick Van Aller with the Vincic Racing team vehicle, carrying on as pretty comfortable there in the lead of not just the race but also the category, or the other way around. 54 seconds is the gap behind, and it looks like, to me anyway, the hypercar, the grass a little bit there, the hypercars seem to be pretty set in the order at the moment. It looks like Tom Rosler is going to be able to very comfortably hold on to that 3rd position. David Moshek is only dropping further behind. So Rick Van Aller, our race leader, just navigating his way through traffic, getting a little bit close here and there, but nothing, of course, that they won't be used to after 7 hours and 40 minutes of racing. That's when the green flag was waved to start this race. Seems like quite a long time ago, because, to be fair, it really was. And carrying on now just to get through these last few laps. There's only about 12 or 13 minutes left of this race, and then they can finally have a bit of time to
40
relax,
seconds.
because, as we've seen, this has been quite a stressful race. Incidents cropping up literally everywhere, and sometimes, or a lot of the time, people getting involved or embroiled in an incident when they were never really a party that was supposed to that really had any impact on its cause in the first place. So it seems like luck has been playing as much a role as anything else in the outcome of this race.
Yeah, certainly it's been a difficult one, but one team that's done well is Winchik, to be fair. And as it stands, they will be joint championship leaders with Race Clutch. If it finishes like it is, they came third in the race in Monza, whereas Race Clutch came first, and those positions are reversed here, with a first for Winchik and then a third for Race Clutch. The car in between last time was Burst, this time it's Sebring, therefore we'll have the two leaders of Winchik and Race Clutch going into the next race, but Burst won't be too far behind in the points as well. So yeah, definitely looking very nice actually to open up this championship with the first couple of rounds of the season. Of course, the next race is just in 4 weeks' time, the 4 hours of Bahrain before another 4 weeks, and the final race of 2023, where we get the 6 hours of Spa, the 2nd of December. We then have the 24 hours of Daytona to start the new year in 2024, before we go to the 6 hours of Road America, 1,000 miles again, but that time in Sebring, before the 4 hours of Imola, and then the 24 hours of VEC Le Mans to finish the season. Plenty of great races coming your way. As we get to 10 laps to go in this one, we certainly look forward to the championship fights that we're going to get throughout this season 16.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a truly exciting season. I can't wait to see the absolute roller coaster that each race is going to take us on, just as today's has. And yeah, as you can see, only 10 laps left. Finally coming to an end of it. It's been quite an exhausting one to keep track of. So I can only imagine what it's been like for the drivers who've been involved, trying to manage all sorts of things happening all at once. And it is a very unique circuit, of course, one we haven't raced on for 11 years. Finally coming back to it, and it's been a very, very dramatic return here. And you can see the names of the drivers there on the left side of your screen as we continue onwards. And Winchik Racing Team look to be taking the lead here. I'm not sure how they did at the last race out at Monza. They came third place, so third to first. They're on an upward trajectory. They'll be trying to maintain this as we carry on with the rest of the season. We move to some of these GTs, and once again, it's still a busy circuit, and it's always seems to be busy all the time.
Yeah, they don't really spread out too much on this track because, to be honest, there isn't really the space to do so. And then when you get sort of caught up behind drivers, that bunches everyone up once again. So it's certainly a very, very tricky circuit. As we have from second place in GT3, it's got Mark Veit coming in for a bit of a splash and dash. 8 laps to go. Or is that drive-through? Maybe his boxes are very early, but either way, he's gone through the pit lane and he's coming back out. And the cool thing that I'm seeing as well is there's a lot of decent lap times still coming in as we get towards the end of the race. So drivers still pushing towards the end, giving everything they can. Let's give you a run through of some of the closer positions. Of course, Rick Bernal was leading by some 51 seconds to Sebring in that third place. While Race Clutch, they were looking potentially in their mirrors for this third position, but Burst Esport unfortunately not quite close enough, about 7-8 seconds behind, so they're matching the pace, but they're not closing down, I should say. And to be honest, that is one of the closer positions. We do actually have a bit of a decent battle, actually. Scuderia Leone. So Alves has got out of the car, and Ian Veltons has got back in there, batting with Mark Vermeer. These cars have been side by side on the track for quite a while. 7 laps down, but they're still going for it. 1/10 of a second between the two. This is a battle for 6th place, I believe, in class.
Yes, and it's been pretty good from Scuderia Leone to be moving their way up. We've seen a lot of them actually over the last hour or so. You can see in the bottom right the speed and the gear and the inputs that they are going through as they move round this track. But I think Veltons has literally hopped in for the last 40 minutes or so, because it wasn't that long ago, not even that, just for the last few laps of the race. Maybe get someone fresh and try and put up a bit of a fight. But at the moment, looking to try and get past, moving to the outside of the BMW there, trying to get into 8th place. It's going to be the outside through this right-hander going down the hill, though. Turns to the inside for the first part of the chicane. It's all about how late you can brake, as they're still side-by-side, go right over. Going to have to go very deep through the second part of the chicane. But absolutely flying through there was Veltons. He got that absolutely nailed. I think that's one of the easiest overtakes we've seen so far this race at that part of the track anyway.
And if he's on an absolute tear, look who's just up the road, Romuald as well. So for RKT, these three cars, they've been so close to each other for the last couple of hours that we, myself and Hugo, have been in the commentary booth, and this might come to a head in the final couple of laps. Just 2 seconds separate the two. But Veltons, he's got some great pace about him coming to the end of this race. There might be just enough time for him to get past, and that will be for 7th place in your GT3s. Not much more to gain apart from that. So this is the one. Already it's down to 1.4 seconds at the end of the first sector. Getting closer out of turn 7. Up on this back straight. Is it going to be enough? Maybe not this lap, but maybe on the next lap. Could there be something for this car of Iron Veltons to try and get through? He's got a whole host of cars, a few prototypes coming his way. I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I guess it depends where they get past at the, certain points of the track. First of all, it's going to be the number 7 Go Team Racing, sliding past up the inside of that final corner, and then we're going to be getting on the Visceral LMP2s, also sliding their way through very nicely. No time lost as it stands. With the traffic. Now Seawolf coming up the inside. Once again, no time lost, but they might be getting close. The RKT car just up ahead, but no, looks like it's going to be always that Go Team Racing. They've gone
Is
off
somebody
there,
in front of us?
The front of the shot. Guillaume Mass, he's had some issues. Another car is going off there as well. Quite a few cars having issues.
I think there might have been contact there. I think one maybe went off and got hit by another because it's quite an aggressive spin that we saw in the background. Iron Veltons has got past the car at Ramon. As a result of whatever's just happened. I think we need to see a replay because a lot sort of all happened all at once. But yeah, as you said, that's Scooter Any car. Sort of
how many more laps do they have? Give or take?
Place, really not too bad over the course of the last few minutes.
4 more after
there's only
this,
5 laps left of this race. It is all getting very, very close. And again, there's traffic as per always. We've got David Mroszek here, who's in 4th place, looking to challenge Tom Lartler, who's in 3rd. The gap between them just 3 seconds now. That's come down by about 4 seconds in just the last 2 or 3 laps. The last time I checked, that was 8 seconds, so it's really coming down quite quickly now. Maybe the traffic's having a bit of an impact. It looks like Mroszek should be able to navigate this quite quickly. He's going to be
4 or 5
GT3s
that
find his
never
way back
went
onto the
anywhere
podium
near
just in these last
the
few
exit
laps.
curb.
He's not got much time to do this though, only about 5 minutes at most. And it's going to be when Rick Van Erle crosses the line that dictates the end of the race. And these guys are both a lap down on that. So they're going to have to move quickly. David Mroszek up to 4 seconds now. So it seems traffic not working in his way too much as he passes the Valet Corsa car and just down the inside of that GT3. You don't want to get much closer than that. And we've seen some people have gotten closer and have gone into the wall as a result. But it looks like Tom Lartler is safe for the moment. And it's going to have to be a really big push if Mroszek wants to make this move. But look at the traffic he's found himself now in that race car, not in an advantageous position.
Yeah, I think traffic is probably the bigger factor into whether this is going to get ultra close or not into the final lap or two. But they actually get past quite nicely there, not losing really any time. They can't actually get on the power. And yeah, just see Mroszek right in the background there. It is going to be close. But as we're on lap 391, 394, it's getting so close to the end of the race already. The laps do creep up on you quickly around here with it being so close. Just 1 minute 10 for the fastest class 1 LMP2s. Is that the Seawolf car having a few issues there? Is that Lamar? I think it might be, yeah, Lamar. Obviously having some sort of issue on this lap, coming slowly back to the pit lane and actually doing a good job to get out of the way nicely between these drivers. 2 and a bit seconds it is now. This is getting very, very close indeed between these two cars. But can David get even closer to actually have a bit of a challenge?
Well, we knew the battle for P3 was set on. I was informed of that earlier, but I didn't realise it'd be on in the very closing stages of this race. The gap just 2.5 seconds. It is coming down, but I don't know if it's going to come down quick enough. As you said, the laps come at you so quickly here because they are so short. You can see there making his way through in sync with the LMP2, flashing his lights, was Tom Lartler, and he's probably getting a bit stressed now because he can see that burst car is
so close yet so far to a 9.
2.3 seconds is the gap. 392 laps out of 394 though. It might not be enough. I'm not sure it is going to be enough, despite all of the effort that David Mroszek is putting into his push right now. He's going to try and replicate what that Scuderia Leone cars were doing in GT3, but I'm not sure he's got the time to do so. We're already halfway through this third final lap, and there is not that much room to get through as we come around the final corner. And there is Tom Lartler there on our screens at the moment, still 2.5 seconds ahead. That gap's not really increasing or decreasing at the moment. On the last lap as well, it was 7/10 quicker was David Roszek. No, he wasn't. In fact, they're pretty much bang on each other in terms of time. But look at this traffic. This is not good for Lartler. He's stuck behind the that's GT3 in front of him. He can't make any time, and that's going to really put it into Roszek's hands, especially if he can get through this traffic in a more advantageous position. This could be very interesting.
Yeah, it's just a few tenths like that here and there.
Will
That is what it's going to be.
enough?
But then, of course, Mocek's going to come through the same traffic. But look where he's caught the Satellite GT on the straightaway just in the background. So this is getting close. Inside 2 seconds now. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race. Rick Van L is coming through. So sector 1 as it stands. So just a lap and a half remain. With 2 laps to go for race clutch and burst. When they get to the line, is there going to be enough? Because of course, we've been seeing the whole day. You can get within a second with a bit of traffic, but getting within half a second and actually making a move is something a little bit more difficult. 2 laps to go for these drivers, and it looks like it's going to be Lartelu on that podium, or can Mocek do anything about it? 1.4 at the line.
I mean, the ball is definitely in Lartelu's. Oh, there's an off there. Try and keep him out of the way of the rest of these cars. That was Luca D'Amelio there having a bit of a big one right into the wall. So that's not good news at all. And I think it's away from Andres Corrali, but we're going back to this battle now. There's only 1 car in between them. It's less than a second, only half a second as through the gap there. That was very audacious from Roszek, heading down the hill now through the right-hander. They're going to be at the chicane in no time. This could be Roszek's one and only chance. We're on the final lap of the race. The leader is anyway. Still have 1 more lap beyond this. Heading down the hill though. Look at
live
this
timing says this should now be the last lap that is coming, but commentators say it's 2 more.
Just a few tenths of a second in. We've been driving for 7 hours and 52 minutes. And look at the gap. Still fighting for the podium. As down the inside goes Roszek. He can't find the room to get his nose in there. And it looks like Lartler is going to be able to defend. He's only going to have to defend for 1 more lap, as crossing the checkered line very soon will be Rick Van L to bring an end to the race. So it's all sort of cooking off at the moment, and we'll see what the result of this battle is, because it is not decided yet.
Yeah, Rick Van L on the back straight for Winchik Racing. They've led the race for so long, and they've been so dominant. They came 3rd position at the first race of the season a few weeks ago in Monza, but they've come out swinging with the pole position, and they're going to be taking victory in 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Absolutely loving life today. Winchik Racing and Rick Van L finished the race in 1st place. Congratulations today. They take victory here at Road Atlanta. It'll be Martin Hemmingson just in behind, taking victory in your LMP2, and we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to find out. With Michael Sedlacek is going to be... Oh, there's a car going off in the background there, a little bit higher. Crashes further back later in the race. Let's see how David Mocek is doing on his final lap as we wait for the GT3 leaders. He's not going to be close enough. It is going to be Tom Lartelu and Race Clutch taking the final place on the podium. Hard-fought battle between the two. They had their issues, they had their penalties today, they had their spins, they had even contact between the two, but it is Race Clutch just about by 1 second for David Mocek.
Good thing is
in
pace
place
is
as
amazing,
well, as we see Thomas Eng Racing.
I don't
with
remember the last
another
time
dominant
I had
win.
such good pace in
It was
VEC.
Black Hawk last time out, but they swap positions this time, so they're going to be joint championship leaders between these two teams as we head into the 3rd round of the season, and Bahrain in 4 weeks' time. Sedlacek takes victory for your GT3s after a hard-fought battle. It might be a big gap, but it's so difficult to get to the end today. Certainly a close finish there in many of the places. But certainly
even with the first one,
victory
it
was
would
there
have been
for Rick Van L. But actually, let's get into the results. As it stands, Rick
at
Van
the
L
front
from
they also didn't have to push much, right?
Winchik Racing from Sebring in your 2nd place.
Martin
Race
was
Clutch
cruising.
third,
I caught up to
Sport
him
will be in 4th position.
like
Go Team and
10 seconds in
NeedRacing.com are
6 or
inside
7
your top
laps.
6 with Sim Racing for Holland
he was cruising,
and
so,
Virtual Drivers by TX3 inside your top 8. Go Team Racing, the highest of the rest of the hypercars, sort of in that lead pack. Martin Hemmingson rounds out.